Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei was Knull's devil hybrid. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Time skip. The teacher announced that class was over, instructing everyone to take lunch and return in 60 minutes. As Issei got up and walked outside, he found a tree to sit under, pulling out his food and leaning back against the trunk with a sigh. He thought to himself about how annoying the girls could be, always loud and silly when the attractive boy was around. He was grateful they only shared 2 classes, or he might have felt overwhelmed. As he ate, he sensed someone watching him and glanced up at a nearby building. There stood a beautiful girl with red hair and blue eyes. He recognized her as Rius, one of the most admired girls at Knull. After she walked away from the window, he returned to his meal. Rius was engaged in a chess match with Knull, another striking girl with black hair and purple eyes. As Rius declared checkmate, Knull lamented her defeat. Rius then moved to the window and spotted Issei sitting under the tree. Curious, she asked Knull about him. Knull informed her that Issei was a third-year student who kept to himself and didn't have many friends. Rius felt a strange aura emanating from him, something dark and unsettling. When their eyes met, she felt a brief shock but quickly dismissed it, wondering about Issei's true nature. Later, Issei reflected on his day as he walked out of school and down the street toward a local park bridge. He cherished this place from his childhood, recalling fond memories of spending time with his parents. As he gazed into the pond, a girl approached him. She had black hair and purple eyes, wearing a unique school uniform. She introduced herself as Yama and asked if he would go on a date with her. Taken aback, Issei politely declined, explaining that he wasn't interested in relationships. As he walked away, Yama clenched her fist, vowing to win him over next time. Nearby, Kaneko, a small girl with white hair and golden eyes, observed from a bush. She wore a school uniform and UFC gloves, ready to report back to Rius. In the club room, Rius discussed the encounter with her peerage. She expressed concern about Issei being approached by a fallen angel, wondering what their intentions were. Knull noted that if they were after him, he must pose some kind of threat. Rius shared her discomfort with Issei's dark aura, which felt unsettling when she tried to sense his race. Kaneko confirmed that he had rejected Yama's invitation. Rius speculated that Issei might not be aware of the supernatural world, instructing her team to keep an eye on him over the weekend. At home, Issei's mother inquired about his day during dinner. He mentioned that a girl had asked him out, but he wasn't interested. His father playfully urged him to consider settling down someday. After dinner, Issei accidentally cut his palm while cleaning his plate. His parents advised him to wrap it up, and after tending to his injury, he headed to bed. As he prepared for sleep, Issei noticed something peculiar. The cut on his palm had vanished, leaving his skin completely healed. Intrigued, he settled into bed and quickly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Issei awoke to sunlight streaming into his room. He enjoyed a peaceful weekend morning, taking a shower and reflecting on the tranquility. After dressing, he joined his family for breakfast. His father asked about his palm, noticing it had completely healed. Issei felt a sense of relief as he finished his meal. He told his parents that he planned to go out for the day, wanting to enjoy the weekend. His mother inquired if he was meeting anyone special, but he simply shook his head, expressing his desire to get out of the house. After cleaning up, he caught a cup that his mother had dropped, surprising himself with his quick reflexes. He shrugged off the thought, grabbed his jacket, and stepped outside, appreciating the convenience of his home's location near school and local shops. As he walked, he encountered Yama again, feeling a mix of annoyance and resignation. He made it clear that he was not interested in a relationship, but when he looked into her eyes, he noticed a flicker of fear. His gaze had shifted, revealing a darker side to him that left her unsettled. Yama realized that there was something ominous about him, something that made her turn away. Later that evening, Issei admired the beautiful night as he strolled toward the park bridge, contemplating his future and the opportunities that awaited him. Suddenly, he noticed a strange barrier forming above the park, and his curiosity turned to shock when he saw Yuma flying above him, revealing herself as a fallen angel named Rainer. She summoned a light spear and declared her intent to kill him. Issei, taken aback, expressed his disbelief at her revelation and his refusal to engage with her madness. As she attacked, Issei found himself dodging her strikes, realizing he was surprisingly agile. Rainer acknowledged his skill, but her determination to eliminate him only grew stronger. Meanwhile, Rius was in her club room, overwhelmed by homework when she noticed the barrier outside. Recognizing it as a sign of danger, she quickly teleported to the park. Back in the confrontation, Issei was bewildered by his own abilities as he managed to evade Rainer's relentless assaults. However, she eventually caught him, and in a moment of desperation, he thought of his parents and the importance of not giving up. Just then, Rius appeared, confronting Rainer and demanding to know why she was attacking Issei. Rainer explained that Issei posed a threat to her plans, but Rius insisted that he was innocent and vowed to make Rainer pay for her actions. In a dark realm filled with moving black vines, Issei found himself confused and frightened. A chilling voice called out to him, revealing that it had been waiting for him. As he searched for the source, he saw a throne and a man with white hair holding a glowing blade. The man introduced himself as Knull, the god of the void, explaining that Issei was born with a codex, the key to his freedom. Issei listened intently, feeling an inexplicable connection to this powerful being. They had broken a treaty and imprisoned Knull in his own realm, fearing his immense power. Knull explained this to Issei, who paused to consider the situation. He questioned why he should place his trust in Knull. Knull responded with a chuckle, revealing that if Issei were to perish, Knull would remain trapped forever. He offered a deal. If Issei freed him, Knull would grant him power, enabling him to become a god and protect those he cherished. Knull emphasized that Issei could save his parents from a tragic fate. After contemplating the offer, Issei approached and grasped his blade, taking a deep breath as he attempted to draw it from its resting place. However, it remained stubbornly in place. Confused, Issei inquired about the situation, prompting another chuckle from Knull. Knull addressed Issei with a sinister chuckle, revealing the challenge before him. He explained that only by controlling his powers could Issei unlock the prison he was trapped in. Issei, feeling the weight of the situation, realized the dire consequences of failure. His parents' lives were at stake, and his own as well. Knull offered him a fraction of his power, granting him enhanced healing and strength, but warned that more would be lethal. As Knull's armor transformed into a black goo with red lines, it merged with Issei, empowering him for the battle ahead. In the real world, Rainer confronted Rius Gremory, taunting her about her perceived weaknesses compared to her brother. As she attacked, Rius defended herself with a shield of destruction but was soon overpowered, suffering a wound that forced her to her knees. Rainer reveled in her victory, demanding Rius's last words. Rius, filled with sorrow and regret, expressed her disdain for Rainer, lamenting Issei's fate and her own failure to protect him. Just then Issei, despite his grievous injury, began to rise, his wounds rapidly healing thanks to Knull's power. His voice transformed, echoing with a dark intensity as he confronted Rainer. She was taken aback by his transformation, questioning his humanity. Rius, sensing the ominous shift in Issei's aura, felt paralyzed by fear. Issei declared his identity as a harbinger of death, his appearance shifting to a more demonic visage. He swiftly engaged Rainer, using his symbiote to deliver a series of powerful strikes, sending her crashing into a tree. As Rainer struggled to recover, Issei manifested a sword and severed her arm, eliciting a scream of pain. He then restrained her, preparing to deliver a taste of the suffering she had inflicted upon him. Rainer pleaded for mercy, but Issei, unfazed, continued his relentless assault, causing her further agony. Rius, unable to look away, was horrified by the scene unfolding before her. Issei, with a chilling laugh, proclaimed that Rainer's debt had been paid and delivered a final, decisive blow. With Rainer defeated, Issei turned his attention to Rius, who was visibly shaken. He questioned her presence, demanding answers. When she stammered that she had come to save him, Issei's demeanor shifted slightly as he sensed her honesty through Knull's voice in his mind. Knull encouraged him to consider the potential alliance with Rius, given her lineage as the sister of a powerful devil king. As Issei picked Rius up, he opened a portal and transported them to his room, leaving behind the chaos of the park. He placed her gently on the bed, his symbiote features fading away. With a touch, he activated a healing potion that began to mend her wounds, all while contemplating the implications of their newfound connection. Walking to the other side of the bed, Issei quickly removed his clothes and fell asleep. When he awoke, he felt a throbbing pain in his head. As he opened his eyes, he wiped his face and turned over, only to find Rius sleeping just inches away from him. Startled, he sat up and noticed she had moved to the other side of the king-size bed. Confused, he wondered how she had shifted so much. Then he realized she was without clothes, causing him to panic internally. Rius slowly opened her eyes and looked up at Issei, asking where she was. As she noticed her state of undress, she exclaimed her surprise. Issei quickly placed a hand over her mouth, urging her to keep quiet since his mother was home. He explained that she had been wounded and he had brought her to his home to heal her, insisting that nothing inappropriate had happened between them. Rius appeared shocked, and Issei's hands were positioned at the sides of her head. Rius blushed as she looked down, noticing Issei's well-built frame. She reminded herself to maintain her composure, as she barely knew him. Just then, Issei's mother called from outside the room, asking if he was awake. Issei, realizing the awkward situation, quickly reassured Rius that it wasn't what it seemed. His mother burst into the room, her face turning red upon seeing the two of them. She quickly closed the door, apologizing profusely. Issei sighed in frustration, glancing back at Rius, who was now sitting up and using a blanket to cover herself. Outside, his parents continued to discuss the unexpected situation, expressing their surprise and excitement about Issei bringing a girl home. As Rius got dressed, she noticed her clothes were torn and asked Issei for help with her bra. He assisted her, and she shyly requested some clothes to wear. He tossed her a t-shirt and a pair of sweatpants, instructing her to say they were working on a school project if his parents asked. Once dressed, they made their way downstairs. Issei greeted his parents, who were pleasantly surprised to see Rius. She introduced herself as a classmate of Issei's, and his mother welcomed her warmly, mentioning that she was the first girl Issei had ever brought home. Issei felt embarrassed, wishing he could disappear. Rius reassured Issei's mother that they had simply fallen asleep after working hard on their project. Issei's father then inquired if they were dating, to which Issei looked down, feeling defeated. Rius clarified that they were just classmates, and Issei observed her interacting with his parents, feeling a mix of emotions. His father asked about their project, and Rius quickly responded that it was a history project about the fall of Rome. Issei's mother expressed her delight in having a friend who shared Issei's interest in ancient history. After finishing their meal, Issei suggested they return to their project, and Rius agreed, thanking his parents once more. Back upstairs, Issei sat on the bed, relieved to have navigated the awkward situation. Rius approached him, asking if it was true that he had never brought a friend or girl home before. Issei explained that his childhood had not been as perfect as hers likely was. He then shifted the conversation to the supernatural world, eager to learn more. Rius suggested explaining everything in the ORC room, and Issei nodded in agreement. She offered to teleport them there, and a magical circle appeared as they vanished from the room. In the ORC room, Issei admired the club's interior, commenting on how it looked much better than the outside. Rius giggled, explaining that it was a common theme for devils to have hidden, impressive locations. Just then, the door opened, and Kiba, Akino, and Kaneko entered, expressing their worry about Rius. They rushed over to her, relieved to see her awake and unharmed. They couldn't find him and saw the park was destroyed, so they went to Sona, but she couldn't locate him either. Kiba informed his king about the situation. Rius reassured everyone, stating that she was fine and back. Kaneko then pointed out Issei's lack of clothing, prompting Kiba to express his surprise as Issei crossed his arms. Issei acknowledged his awareness of the supernatural and confirmed Rius's identity as a devil, leaving everyone in shock. Akino asked Rius if she had reincarnated Issei, to which Rius shook her head. She explained that Issei had saved her life, taking her to his home and healing her after a battle with a fallen angel who had approached him. Kiba inquired about Issei's power, and Rius explained that she had fallen unconscious from her injuries and had not witnessed Issei's actions. The group nodded in understanding, and Kaneko stated that if Rius trusted him, they would as well. Rius then introduced her peerage to Issei, naming Akino as her queen, Kiba as her knight, and Kaneko as her rook. Issei stared at them, taking in the introductions. Kiba mentioned that they had homeroom together, to which Issei acknowledged, noting that it was hard to miss the attention he received from the girls. Akino welcomed him, but Issei remained silent, looking into her eyes. Rius invited Issei to sit down so she could explain the supernatural world to him. She described a vast and ancient realm that existed before time itself, inhabited by mythological beings such as gods, devils, fallen angels, and various otherworldly entities. Rius recounted the history of the three factions: angels, devils, and fallen angels, and their interconnectedness, leading to the Great War instigated by the biblical god and the leaders of each faction. She explained how two powerful dragons, Albion and Draig, clashed, affecting the factions and ultimately being sealed away in sacred gear. Issei absorbed the information and asked Rius about her peerage. She explained that during the Great War, many pure-blooded devils perished, leading to the creation of the Devil Prince system, which allowed high-class devils to resurrect beings as devil hybrids using chess pieces. Issei questioned if that was why Rius had shown up that night, and she mentioned an interest in his potential power, possibly a sacred gear, but she withheld the truth, noting the brief flash of red in Issei's eyes. Akino asked if Issei had any powers, and Rius admitted that she was unsure. Issei then stood up, expressing his gratitude for the history lesson but asserting his preference for solitude, which seemed to hurt Rius. She had thought they were forming a friendship, but Issei clarified that their past encounter did not equate to friendship, stating that he did not know them well and had little trust. He walked out of the room, leaving Rius to sigh in disappointment. Kiba remarked that Issei seemed interesting, while Akino teased Rius about their previous encounter. Rius quickly clarified that it was not as Akino suggested, insisting that their interaction was purely for healing. Akino laughed at Rius's flustered reaction. Meanwhile, Issei walked to the park, noting that it had not been fixed. He sat on a bench and reflected on whether he had been too harsh with them, but he reminded himself to remain independent, focusing on his own journey and the powers he was beginning to master. He summoned some of his symbiote, preparing to train further. Issei declared his intention to master his abilities and protect those he cared about, aware of a darker future looming ahead. He committed to rising above all gods with Knull's power, determined to seek the revenge that Knull deserved. As he trained under the sun, he pushed himself physically, counting his pull-ups and wiping the sweat from his brow, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Issei felt a surge of excitement as he summoned his symbiote, which transformed into a sword. He dashed forward, effortlessly slicing through trees. As an attack came his way, he quickly formed a shield to block it and leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick that shattered a tree. With a swift motion, he extended his weapon, crushing another tree in his path. He marveled at his newfound abilities, realizing how impressive they were, but reminded himself to be cautious around his parents. After a moment of reflection, Issei took a seat on a nearby rock and enjoyed a refreshing drink of water. He decided it was time to head home. Rising to his feet, he sprinted toward the school, a smirk spreading across his face. Picking up speed, he leaped onto the roof, soared over the main town area, and landed gracefully at his front door. Issei returned home to find his mother waiting for him. She noticed his sweaty appearance and asked about his run. He shared that it had been a great workout, making him feel healthier and stronger. As he entered the kitchen to grab some food, his mother informed him that she had prepared lunch and that both she and his father would be out for the day. She expressed her love for him, kissed his cheek, and left for work. Afterward, Issei decided to clean up. He went upstairs, undressed, and stepped into the shower, letting the water wash over him as he closed his eyes. Knull, the entity within him, spoke about his training and the potential to harness more of its power. Issei questioned whether he should trust others, but the connection was abruptly lost, leaving him frustrated. He resolved to become stronger so they could communicate more effectively. Feeling refreshed, Issei dressed and headed out to enjoy the evening. As he walked through downtown, he indulged in some food and visited the arcade and mall, reflecting on how nice it was to have a somewhat normal life. While walking, he accidentally bumped into a girl dressed in a nun's outfit, with blonde hair and green eyes. She apologized for being clumsy, and Issei offered his hand to help her up. After confirming she was unhurt, she introduced herself as Aazelle. Curious about her destination, Issei learned that she was headed to an old church. He offered to accompany her to ensure she arrived safely, and she gratefully accepted. As they walked, Issei asked what brought her to that part of town. Aazelle explained that she was a nun meeting some people for personal reasons, piquing Issei's interest. As they passed a park, they noticed a boy crying with a scraped knee. Aazelle approached him, asking if he was in pain. When he nodded, she raised her hands, and 2 rings on her fingers glowed green as she healed his wound. Issei realized that Aazelle possessed healing powers, and the boy expressed his gratitude before running off. Issei inquired about her abilities, and Aazelle explained that she considered it a gift from God. They continued their walk, and Issei asked if she was hungry. Initially hesitant, Aazzelle's stomach growled, prompting Issei to suggest they get her some food. At a nearby food court, Issei ordered 2 burgers and was surprised to learn that Aazelle had never tried one. He assured her that she would love it. As they sat down to eat, Aazelle took her first bite, her face lighting up with delight. Issei laughed at her reaction, reminding her to slow down. After finishing their meal, they resumed their walk toward the church. Aazelle expressed her appreciation for Issei's kindness, and he shared that he always tried to help others. When they reached the church, Aazelle hoped they would meet again. Issei smiled and ruffled her hair, feeling a connection. He crafted a necklace from his symbiote and presented it to her, kneeling to place it around her neck. Aazelle admired its beauty and, to Issei's surprise, hugged him tightly, thanking him for everything before entering the church. Issei remained on one knee, momentarily stunned by her affection. He reflected on her purity and innocence, praying for her safety. As he walked home, he felt a surge of protectiveness, vowing to keep her safe from harm. Upon arriving home, Issei found that his parents were back. The lights were off, but a plate of food and a note awaited him on the table. He picked up the note, which explained that they had left food out for him since he was not home. Issei's parents were exhausted after a long day at work, but they always made time to express their love for him before bedtime. Issei appreciated their care, feeling grateful for the support they provided. After finishing his meal, he cleared his plate and silverware, then walked over to a drawer. He opened it and pulled out an old photograph. In the picture, a young Issei stood beside his parents, and a little girl with blonde hair and green eyes, who appeared to be around 4 years old, was also in the frame. The resemblance was striking. She looked just like him. Issei's heart ached as he thought of Alicia, wishing she had never been taken from them on that tragic night. After placing the picture back in the drawer, he went upstairs, changed into his pajamas, and climbed into bed. With a heavy heart, he closed his eyes and quickly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Issei woke up to the sun shining brightly in his room. He sighed, sat up in bed, and made his way to the bathroom to get dressed. As he went downstairs, he spotted his mother at the table. He greeted her with a cheerful, "Good morning, Mom," and she turned around with a warm smile. "Good morning, Issei. I hope you got your food okay last night," she replied. Issei walked into the kitchen and poured himself a glass of water. "I did. Don't worry. I honestly wasn't expecting you and Dad to be home before me. You made it sound like you'd be out late," he said, finishing his drink. "Well, work didn't take as long as we thought, and we both needed some rest after dinner," his mother explained, and Issei nodded in understanding. A short while later, the doorbell rang. "I'll get it," Issei said, heading to the door. He opened it to find Rius standing there, smiling at him. "Hello, Issei. I need to speak to you about something." "Can I come in?" she asked. Issei hesitated, thinking it wasn't a good time, but before he could respond, his mother called out, "Rius, is that you? dear? She walked over to the door, her face lighting up. Oh my goodness, it's so good to see you. Please, come inside. Hello, Mrs. Hayudu. It's good to see you too, Rius replied as she stepped into the house. Issei felt a sense of defeat as he let her in. I'm here to talk to Issei about our schoolwork, Rius informed his mother, who smiled encouragingly. Oh, that's perfectly fine, dear. Why don't you two go upstairs and get to work? I'll prepare some food, his mother suggested. Issei sighed but motioned for Rius to follow him upstairs into his room. Your mother is really sweet, Rius remarked as Issei closed the door behind them, and she took a seat on the bed. What exactly do you want to talk about? Issei asked, crossing his arms. Do you know this girl? Rius inquired, pulling out a photo of Asia. Issei glanced at it casually until he focused more closely and quickly took it from her. This is Asia. She's a nun I took to the old church. Why are you asking about her? He questioned, concern creeping into his voice. We believe she might be involved with fallen angels, Rius explained, and Issei narrowed his eyes in response. Then what are we waiting for? Bring your friends from the club, and let's go find her, Issei urged, quickly throwing on a sweater. Issei, it's not that simple. For devils to interfere with the church's affairs is risky, Rius cautioned him. So you're just going to let an innocent girl be hurt or worse? Issei shot back, his gaze intense. I want to help, but I have to follow certain rules regarding how we handle these situations. She could be planning something against us and… She is innocent. Issei interrupted, his eyes flashing a dark red, momentarily startling Rius. If you speak about Asia that way, you might end up facing the same fate as Rainier, he warned, stepping closer and locking eyes with her. Issei, Rius stammered, her voice shaky as he looked away, taking a deep breath until his eyes returned to normal. I have to save her before it's too late. If you won't help, I will, Issei declared, standing up, but Rius grabbed his arm. I'm not trying to stop you. If you see her as innocent, then she must be. We will go find her together. I told my peerage to be ready in case I call them, she assured him. Issei was taken aback by her response. But you just said you have to follow a certain way? He asked, confused. If she is as you say, then she is innocent in my eyes, Rius affirmed, and Issei nodded in agreement. All right then, let's go find out where she is, he said, and Rius nodded in agreement. Mom, Rius and I have to go take care of something. We'll be home later. Please save us some food, Issei called out as they rushed past his mother, who looked puzzled. It seems she is a close friend of Issei's, his father observed as he watched his son dash out of the house. She's likely at the old church. Let's check there, Issei suggested as they ran down the street and into the woods. Do you sense that? Rius asked, and Issei nodded. I do. It seems we are not alone, he replied, glancing up to see 3 fallen angels, 2 girls and 1 guy. Looks like we have company. This could get interesting, the man chuckled. Where is Asia? Issei demanded, his voice rising with anger. Who? The little girl. She'll be dead soon, and her sacred gear will be stripped from her. You can take her remains if you want, the man taunted. Now it's 2 against 3, Issei declared, summoning a symbiote blade and throwing it at the man. The symbiote consumed him, leaving only feathers behind. 2 on 2 now. Who's next? Issei challenged, the symbiote returning to his arm as he gripped his blade tightly. What kind of power was that? Who are you, boy? The girls shouted, summoning their own light spears. Your worst nightmare, Issei replied, taking his stance. Go, Issei. Get to Asia. I'll handle these 2, Rius urged him. He nodded and sprinted toward the church. No, you don't, one of the girls yelled, throwing a spear at Issei, but Rius used her magic to destroy it. Don't worry about him. I'll be your opponent tonight, Rius declared, her eyes glowing a fierce red. Who are you? The older woman asked, and Rius smiled confidently. Rius Gremory, it's a pleasure to meet you. Unfortunately, your names mean nothing to me because you will be defeated, she said, unleashing her power. The fallen angels dodged her attack, but Rius was ready, summoning her wings and flying into the air. She struck one of the girls with a light spear, while the other blocked it. A Gremory? Just what we need, the older woman muttered, and Rius turned her attention to her, ready for the fight ahead. Who was that other boy? Rius didn't know much about him either, and even if she did, she wouldn't share. In a swift motion, she flew at her opponent, delivering a powerful punch to the stomach and following up with a kick to the side. A blade formed in her hand, and she struck, causing her opponent to burst into a flurry of feathers. With that, Rius set her sights on Issei and dashed toward the church. Issei finally reached the front of the church, taking a deep breath to steady himself after the exhausting run. He muttered to himself about needing to keep going as he stepped inside. There, he encountered another man, and to his dismay, he spotted Aazelle bound by chains behind him. Issei shouted for the man to release Aazelle, his anger boiling over. The man merely smirked in response, challenging Issei to make him. In a flash, Issei summoned his blade and charged at him. The man met his attack head-on, and as they clashed, Issei felt the surge of his powers. In a distant realm, Knull observed, noting how the codex grew stronger each time Issei called upon his abilities. Soon, the first stage of his imprisonment would be unlocked, and he reveled in the thought. Issei's battle continued fiercely. He managed to slam the man to the ground, but the man retaliated, blocking Issei's strike and countering with a cut across his face. The man then grabbed Issei's arm and struck him with an elbow to the face, sending him crashing into debris from the roof. "You're quite strong for a human," the man remarked, impressed by Issei's abilities. Issei struggled to his feet, glancing at Aazelle, who weakly called out to him. He rushed to free her, but the man intercepted him, throwing Issei back to the ground. As the man prepared to complete his ritual, he grasped Aazelle's rings, which began to glow ominously. Issei, still struggling to rise, shouted for the man to leave her alone. Just then, a light spear was hurled at him, cutting deep into his arm. The man followed up with a series of brutal punches, sending Issei crashing against the wall as debris fell around him. Aazelle cried out for Issei, but the man approached her, placing a hand on her chest. He thanked her for her power as her body began to glow. Issei, weakened and desperate, watched in horror as the life was drained from her. "No," he cried, trying to muster the strength to rise, but his powers had been depleted from healing himself. "Issei, where are you?" Rius burst into the church with her group, only to be met with the sight of Aazelle's lifeless body. Overcome with emotion, Rius rushed at the man in a blind rage, but he easily blocked her attack, throwing her aside as his injuries healed rapidly. Kaneko and Kiba joined the fray, trading blows with the man, but he proved to be a formidable opponent. Rius, regaining her composure, rushed to Issei, who lay beneath the rubble. "Come on, Issei, don't give up on me now," she urged, but he felt emotionally shattered and defeated. "I couldn't save her," he admitted, feeling his life slipping away. Rius, desperate, called out to him, but her own injuries hindered her efforts. Issei's body went limp, and Rius cried out in despair. In a dark realm, Issei found himself on his knees before Knull, feeling like a failure. Knull taunted him, questioning his resolve. Issei, tears in his eyes, snapped back, expressing his anger at Knull's lack of understanding of true pain. Knull, unfazed, informed Issei that he had one last chance to save himself. He explained that Issei had enough strength to return to the human world for just 1 minute, and that Rius could bring him back to life as a devil hybrid. Issei was reluctant, but Knull pressed him, reminding him that Aazelle would remain lost if he didn't take the power. With no other choice, Issei agreed as Knull removed him from the abyss. As Issei's eyes slowly opened, he called out to Rius, asking her to do something for him. She listened intently as he weakly requested to be turned into a devil to save Aazelle. Rius summoned her pieces, placing them on his chest and invoking the ritual to bring him back. As his chest glowed, the symbiote leaped from him, seizing the other pieces, much to Rius's shock. The codex on Issei's left pec began to flash, signaling a surge of power. Knull's voice echoed triumphantly as the first seal was broken, and the armor on Issei's left arm slowly faded away. Now, Issei stood before the embodiment of Knull, his eyes glowing a dark red. Ready to unleash his newfound power. Rius called out to him, concern etched on her face as Issei rose to his feet, his wounds mysteriously healed. The symbiote enveloped his left arm, transforming it into a striking red and black armor, while his hair turned white and his teeth sharpened. With a fierce determination, Issei declared that it was finally time for revenge. The sky darkened ominously, casting a red hue over everything. A man, taken aback by Issei's transformation, kicked Kaneko away and turned his attention to Issei, who flexed his hand and summoned a blade. The man realized with horror that Issei possessed a symbiote, a thought that shocked Rius. She recalled the tales of the symbiote race, believed to be extinct, and the loss of her 8 pawns. Issei questioned the cost of such power, then surged forward, swiftly incapacitating the man by severing his arm. The man's cries echoed as Issei seized him, hurling him against the wall. He demanded to know the justification for harming an innocent girl, charging forward before the man could recover, launching him into the ground with tremendous force. Issei landed heavily, demanding answers as he forced the man to his knees. The man, trembling, muttered about power, but Issei's response was swift and merciless. He snapped the man's other arm, eliciting more anguished cries. Issei twisted the blade in the man's leg, intensifying the pain and reminding him of Asia's suffering. As he gripped the man's neck, the symbiote leaped from his shoulder, invading the man's mouth and causing him to GG. The onlookers were paralyzed by Issei's dark aura, their fear palpable. Aquino questioned Rius about the power they witnessed, while Kiba expressed confusion over Issei's transformation into a devil. Rius explained that it was the only way to save his life, just as Asia deserved to live. The man writhed in agony, begging for mercy, but Issei only smirked, summoning his blade once more to end the man's suffering. With a swift motion, Issei severed the man's head, declaring that the debt was paid. The armor on his arm reverted to its symbiote form, retreating back into his body. He turned to Asia, his features softening as he approached her, apologizing for his failure to protect her. Rius offered to bring Asia back to life, leaving the decision to Issei, who eagerly agreed. As Rius prepared to resurrect Asia, Issei took the rings from the man's fingers and placed them on Asia. Rius invoked her power, calling Asia back to the world of the living. As Asia's eyes fluttered open, she looked up at Issei, who assured her that he would always protect her. Their bond strengthened as they embraced, and Asia expressed her desire to be together forever. Rius introduced herself, and Asia thanked her for saving her life, acknowledging Issei's role in her return. However, Issei suddenly fell to his knees, unconscious from the strain of his transformation. Rius rushed to him, but the symbiote intervened, revealing its identity as Knull, the source of Issei's power. Knull instructed Rius to take care of Issei and thanked her for saving him. As the group departed, Rius assured them that she and Asia would take Issei home. In the abyss, Issei confronted Knull, who explained that he was no longer human but a devil-symbiote hybrid. Issei accepted this reality, vowing to grow stronger to protect those he loved and to help Knull achieve his revenge against the gods who had betrayed him. Knull praised Issei's warrior spirit, promising that he would become a formidable force in the supernatural realm. As Issei began to awaken, Knull urged him to be safe. When Issei opened his eyes in the real world, he marveled at his enhanced vision and newfound strength. However, he was startled to find Rius sleeping beside him, realizing he had once again woken up in an unexpected situation. Rius informed Issei that he wasn't naked this time, and he sighed in satisfaction. Confused, Issei asked Rius about Asia's whereabouts. Just then, the door opened, and Asia walked in, only to stop abruptly when she noticed Rius and Issei in a state of undress. With a flushed face, Asia quickly apologized and closed the door behind her. Rius got out of bed and dressed as Issei helped her with her bra strap. They both agreed it was best to head downstairs before Rius's mother became upset. Upon entering the kitchen, Issei's mother greeted them warmly, mentioning that she and Asia had prepared food for them. Curious about how his mother was so accepting of Asia, Issei quietly asked Rius. She explained that after he had passed out, she had brought both him and Asia back home and told his parents that Asia was her sibling. They had agreed that Asia could stay as long as she wanted, just like Rius. Issei shrugged, thinking it was better this way, and they all sat down to enjoy their meal. Later, in the ORC room, Rius introduced Issei and Asia as the two new members of their group. Asia expressed her happiness at finally interacting with everyone, while Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko welcomed them warmly. Rius explained that they would be discussing how Issei and Asia could obtain a familiar, a creature that would assist them in their tasks and battles. Just then, Sona and her peer group entered the room. Rius greeted Sona, who came to congratulate her on the new members. Asia leaned over to Issei, curious about the newcomers. Issei explained that they were part of the student council but wasn't sure of their purpose for being there. Rius introduced Sona as part of the Citri devil family, the sister of one of the devil kings and a guardian of the town. Saji, standing next to Sona, remarked on Rius not informing her new members about them. Sona acknowledged Issei and Asia with respect, which Issei reciprocated, causing Saji to bristle. Saji made a disrespectful comment about Rius's peerage, which caused tension in the room. Issei's demeanor shifted as he glared at Saji, who continued to taunt him. The atmosphere grew heavy with anticipation as Issei's anger intensified. Suddenly, Issei's hair turned white, and his eyes glowed a dark red. In a flash, he seized Saji by the throat and slammed him against the wall, sending him crashing through it. As Saji fell outside, Issei summoned his blade and leaped into the air, striking Saji's leg with precision. Saji screamed in pain as Issei forced him into a kneeling position. With his arm transformed into armor, Issei delivered a powerful blow to Saji's face, causing blood to splatter on the ground. He roared a warning to Saji, vowing never to tolerate disrespect toward his king and peers again. After throwing Saji back into the club room, Issei returned, his blade vanishing as Sona used her magic to heal Saji, who was visibly shaken. Sona apologized for her pawn's behavior, but Issei remained unresponsive, his cold demeanor still present. He approached Saji, asserting that if he ever spoke like that again, he would face consequences beyond imagination, regardless of Saji's status. The presence of Knull loomed over them, instilling fear in everyone. Sona promised Issei that Saji would not disrespect them again, and they all departed. Rius called out to Issei, noticing his eyes had not returned to normal. Concerned, she asked if he was okay. Issei looked at her with an emotionless gaze, and Rius expressed her gratitude for his defense of them. Issei revealed that he had never had friends and that people had feared him as a child due to a dark presence. He had stood up for them because Saji had disrespected all of them. He declared that they were kind people who treated him differently, and he would do whatever it took to protect them. As he sat down on the couch, Rius repaired the wall and then approached Issei, embracing him in a hug, which surprised him. She thanked him sincerely. Rius reassured her pawn, who rested his head on her chest, that he was not a monster but a normal teenage boy. As she attempted to move, she realized he had fallen asleep. Gently, she knelt down, placed his head on a pillow, and covered him with a blanket. Knull observed the scene, noting that Rius had truly become a source of care for Issei. He believed she might hold the key to unlocking Issei's true power and the secrets of his imprisonment. In the abyss, Issei was training with Knull to control his powers. Knull, the god of the void, revealed his immense strength, claiming to be on par with legendary figures like Indra and Shiva. He confessed to being responsible for the downfall of the heavenly dragons. Issei, shocked, questioned how he could ever hope to defeat Knull. Knull explained that he was training Issei for greatness, warning him that powerful beings would come for those he loved, compelling him to act against his will. As they trained, Issei expressed his determination to protect those he cared about. Knull's clone, however, proved to be a formidable opponent, landing a series of blows that sent Issei reeling. Despite the setbacks, Knull acknowledged Issei's progress, noting that he was growing stronger in just 2 days since becoming a devil. Knull revealed the blade he wielded, a powerful weapon he had used to defeat many gods and creatures, but cautioned Issei that he was not yet strong enough to handle it. Issei sought to improve his strength and speed, eager to train more. Knull informed him that time in the abyss moved differently, allowing for extended training sessions. When Issei awoke in the club room, he realized he had fallen asleep after his fight with Saji. Noticing Rius was missing, he hurried outside to search for her, using Knull's abilities to locate her perched on a tree branch. Upon finding her, Issei noticed her distress and inquired about it. Rius revealed a secret regarding her engagement to Riser Phoenix, the heir to the Phoenix family, known for their legendary abilities. She expressed her frustration, explaining that Riser viewed her as a means to an end rather than as a person. Issei listened intently as Rius shared her desire to marry someone she truly loved. Issei suggested that Rius could refuse the engagement, but she explained the binding nature of the contract. The only way out was through a rating game, a battle for wishes, but she lacked the necessary power to challenge Riser. Tears filled Rius's eyes as she expressed her longing for a happy ending. Issei took her hand, promising that they would fight for her freedom together, alongside their friends. There was nothing that would stop Issei and his friends from training harder and doing everything they could to keep Rius happy. Issei expressed his determination, but Rius sighed, explaining that the healing powers of their opponent made him nearly impossible to defeat. After a moment of contemplation, Issei realized he had no choice but to act. He closed his eyes and focused, pulling himself into the abyss. Rius called out to him, but as she touched him, she felt herself losing consciousness. Inside the abyss, Issei surprised Knull with his sudden appearance. Knull questioned Issei's presence, reminding him that training was not advisable while he was vulnerable to attacks in the real world. Issei remained silent, walking toward his throne and using the symbiote to manipulate Knull's hands. Knull urged Issei to reconsider his actions, but Issei was resolute. He needed to free the blade to save Rius, even as he felt pain coursing through him. Despite the overwhelming sensation, he continued to pull at the blade, crying out in anguish as he struggled against the pain. Knull warned Issei that he was endangering himself, but Issei was determined to defeat Riser before it was too late. As he nearly succeeded in freeing the blade, Knull's frustration grew, and he questioned Issei's disregard for those watching. In that moment, Issei sensed Rius's presence and turned to see her standing there, her expression filled with heartbreak. She was confused about how she had entered the abyss, and Issei insisted that she shouldn't be there. Rius recognized the source of his power and expressed her concern for his well-being. Issei insisted that he needed the blade to protect her, but Rius countered that she would rather face Riser herself than watch him harm himself. Knull intervened, promising to train Issei to become strong enough to face their enemy without resorting to such drastic measures. Rius was taken aback by Knull's identity as the god of the void, the one who had slain heavenly dragons. Knull acknowledged her knowledge and offered to return them to the human world for rest, assuring her that they could train more later. Issei agreed, and they were teleported away. Knull asked Rius to take care of Issei, and she promised to support him in any way she could. Once back in the human world, Rius found Issei asleep and decided to let him rest. She lay down beside him and quickly fell asleep herself. The next morning, Issei awoke with a headache, recalling the events of the previous night. He noticed Rius still asleep and decided not to wake her. After freshening up, he returned to find her waking up. Rius greeted him and inquired about his sleep, to which Issei replied that he was fine, though he had a slight headache. Rius informed him that Aazelle was currently resting in the club room, so he didn't need to worry about her. However, she warned Issei that she was scheduled to meet Riser and his brother's queen, Graphia Lucifer. The mention of Riser made Issei tense, and he felt a surge of determination. He expressed his eagerness to confront Riser, but Rius urged him to remain calm and promised that she would handle the situation. Issei agreed to stay on guard, and Rius was pleased with his response. They quickly dressed and teleported to the club room, where they found their friends already awake. Rius greeted everyone, and they exchanged pleasantries. She reassured them that she had informed Issei and Aazelle about the situation to prevent any unexpected outbursts. Rius emphasized her intention to handle the meeting herself, and as she sat at her desk, Issei settled on the couch, eyes closed. Knull reminded Issei to keep his promise, and Issei acknowledged that he would, but warned that if provoked, he would take action. Knull chuckled at Issei's determination, hopeful for a favorable outcome for Rius's future. Issei remained seated, focused and ready for whatever lay ahead. A minute later, a silver magical circle appeared in the room, and a maid with silver hair and silver eyes stepped out. Grafia greeted Rius with a smile, acknowledging the others with a nod as they bowed in respect. She noticed Issei and felt a shiver run down her spine as she sensed his dark and powerful aura, reminiscent of a presence from the Great War. Grafia asked Rius if she knew why she was there, and Rius confirmed that they were all waiting for Riser's arrival. As time passed, Issei grew impatient, muttering to himself about wanting to sleep. Suddenly, a fire magical circle formed on the floor, and a handsome man in his mid-20s, dressed in a red suit with blonde hair and blue eyes, emerged. Riser expressed his delight at being back in the human world, and everyone remained on guard. He greeted Rius warmly, and she responded with a polite acknowledgement as she settled onto the couch beside him. Riser requested tea, and Aquino went to prepare it. Issei observed Riser, noting his reputation as a formidable opponent with the ability to heal wounds with hellfire, undefeated in battle, and a pure-blooded devil. Aquino returned with the tea, and Riser complimented her on its quality, while she maintained a polite demeanor. Riser then shifted the conversation to the wedding, stating that it was to happen soon. Rius firmly rejected the idea, asserting her desire to marry someone she truly loved. Riser insisted that their marriage was a decision made by their parents for the good of the devil race, especially after the losses suffered in the Great War. Rius remained resolute, looking away as she repeated her refusal. Riser's tone grew more authoritative, urging her to accept the situation. Issei, unable to remain silent, intervened, warning Riser to respect Rius and to keep his hands to himself. Riser dismissed Issei's presence with contempt, prompting Issei to introduce himself as Rius's pawn and reiterate his demand for Riser to back off. Tensions escalated as Riser stood up, asserting his claim to Rius and threatening to take her back to the underworld, even if it meant resorting to extreme measures. Flames enveloped Riser as Rius summoned her destructive power in response. Issei, filled with determination, stood up and forcefully pushed Riser against the wall, creating a noticeable impact. Rius gasped in shock, while Riser glared at Issei, furious at the unexpected confrontation. Issei declared that he was there to protect his king and questioned the need for a formal battle when he could confront Riser directly. Riser accepted the challenge, but Rius intervened, urging Issei not to fight there. Grafia suggested a raiding game instead, foreseeing the potential for conflict. Riser laughed at the suggestion, underestimating Rius and her team. He boasted about his undefeated record in raiding games and offered Rius 10 days to prepare, smirking at the prospect. Rius accepted the terms, stating that if she won, she would be free, but if Riser won, she would become his wife. Riser acknowledged the agreement and prepared to leave, casting one last glance at Issei before teleporting away. Grafia informed Rius that she would relay the news to Lord Lucifer and took her leave. Rius rallied her team, emphasizing the importance of their training over the next 10 days. While everyone cheered, Issei chose to train alone, leaving the group without looking back. Outside, he vented his frustration, striking a tree with such force that it shattered. He vowed to defeat Riser, promising that he would not rest until he did. As the days passed, Issei trained diligently in the abyss at night, growing stronger under Knull's guidance. Knull acknowledged Issei's progress and informed him that it was time for a final test. Issei was taken aback when Knull revealed that he would be facing him in a full-out battle, using all black. Knull reminded Issei that the fight against Riser would not be fair, as symbiotes had vulnerabilities to fire. Hellfire was a step up from ordinary fire. Issei took a deep breath, got to his feet, and readied himself for battle. He was determined as he faced Knull, who was also prepared for the fight. They rushed at each other, their blades clashing with intensity. Issei quickly created another blade and unleashed a flurry of slashes at Knull, who expertly blocked each one. Knull shifted from defense to offense, launching a rapid series of attacks that caught Issei off guard. With a powerful kick to Issei's chest, he sent him crashing into a pillar. Knull taunted Issei, questioning his strength and resolve. Issei, fueled by determination, charged at Knull, throwing a barrage of punches. Knull blocked them all, then countered with a swift kick to Issei's leg, followed by a punch to his gut. He grabbed Issei's head and slammed him into the ground. Issei struggled to rise, questioning how he could endure this fight. Knull continued to mock him, suggesting that Rius would soon be disappointed in him for failing to protect her from Riser. Issei's anger flared as he declared he would not fail Rius. He charged at Knull again, managing to land a kick to Knull's chest, sending him back into a pillar. Issei proclaimed that he would never fail Rius, and as Knull regained his footing, Issei unleashed a series of sharp blows that caught Knull off guard. In a moment of desperation, Knull called for All Black to shield himself from Issei's relentless assault. Issei roared that he would never lose again, seizing All Black and raising it high. A ring of fire enveloped them, leaving Knull in disbelief. Knull marveled at Issei's ability to wield All Black, realizing that Issei's determination was extraordinary. Issei, with the blade poised at Knull's neck, declared his victory. Knull acknowledged Issei's triumph, encouraging him to return to his friends and be the hero they needed. Issei nodded, opening his eyes in the real world, ready to show everyone what he was capable of. He felt a surge of determination as he prepared to teleport back home. In the ORC room, Rius addressed her team, noting their growth over the past 9 days. She expressed confidence in their ability to win the upcoming match if they stuck together and followed their plan. Everyone turned to see Issei approaching, and they rushed to greet him with hugs and warm welcomes. Kiba fist-bumped him, Kaneko smiled, Akino expressed her happiness, and Asia embraced him tightly. Issei felt a sense of belonging as he returned their affection. Rius approached Issei, and they shared a heartfelt moment. She welcomed him back, expressing how much she had missed him. Issei reciprocated her feelings, grateful to be home with his friends. Rius suggested they all get some rest, as the next day would be crucial. Later, Rius and Issei sat together on his balcony. Rius asked if he was nervous, and Issei admitted he was, but he was resolute in his goal to secure her freedom. He promised to do everything in his power to prevent her marriage to Riser, urging her to believe in their team. Rius smiled at his dedication, feeling grateful for his support. They decided to rest, knowing tomorrow would be a significant day. The next day, Rius rallied her team for the raiding game, emphasizing the importance of their training and the need to believe in themselves. Sona entered the room, offering her wisdom and reminding them not to underestimate Riser. Rius acknowledged Sona's advice and mentioned that Issei was still training, determined to become the strongest he could be. Sona approved of Issei's dedication, knowing it would benefit both him and Rius in the upcoming battle. He would unlock his own secrets. Rius noticed Sona gazing out the window, then at the door. Sona wished Rius luck, expressing that they all looked forward to seeing her fight as she exited the room. Rius informed her peerage that they had 1 hour until the game started and instructed everyone to be ready by then, receiving nods in response. Meanwhile, Issei was meditating in the abyss, surrounded by lit candles. Knull, his host, reminded him that it was almost time for the fight and asked if he was ready. Issei affirmed that he was prepared, having spent the last 10 days training to ensure Rius would be freed from Riser. He declared that nothing would stop him from achieving victory, and with a flash of crimson in his eyes, he teleported out of the abyss. At the ORC, Graphia asked Rius if she was ready to go. Rius checked her watch, noting that Issei was expected back any moment. She requested to be taken to the battle arena, reminding everyone to work together for a chance to win. They all nodded as they were teleported to the arena. Graphia announced over the comms that the raiding game between Riser Phoenix and Rius Gremory would begin in 2 minutes, urging everyone to return to their seats. As Rius and her team surveyed the battlefield, which was set in a school, she found the choice of setting interesting. With Riser and his peerage appearing, Rius signaled to her team that it was showtime. Riser smirked at Rius, taunting her about losing and suggesting that her training had its limits. He attempted to persuade her about the benefits of their marriage for the Devils, citing the loss of pure-blooded members in the Great War. Rius dismissed his reasoning, asserting that she was only concerned about what was best for herself, not for the high-class Devils or the Council. She expressed her determination with a flare of power, while Riser remained unfazed. Riser declared that he would defeat her and make her his wife, but Rius remained undeterred. She reminded him not to underestimate his opponent until the very end. Just then, Issei appeared in front of Rius, kneeling before rising to his feet and smiling at the group. He encouraged everyone to remember what was at stake. Riser greeted Issei, who narrowed his eyes in response. Issei made it clear that they were not friends but opponents, stating that Riser's contract with Rius would end that night. Riser shrugged, confident that Issei was the only one who could pose a challenge to his team. Issei countered that his team had been training hard and that he had a trump card ready. Riser suggested they get started, and Rius assigned roles to her team, instructing Kaneko and Issei to handle his pawns and rook, while Kiba would deal with his knights and Akino with his queen. Riser outlined his team's positions, and they all teleported to their respective spots. As Riser's pawns confronted Issei and Kaneko, Issei smirked, confident despite their numbers. The battle commenced with Grafia announcing the start of the match. Issei quickly summoned his blade and took his fighting stance, while Kaneko leaped at Riser's rook, who narrowly avoided her attack. Two of Riser's pawns attempted to attack Issei with chainsaws, but he evaded them and retaliated with a powerful kick. Issei unleashed a void slash, a black and red aura slicing through the air and striking two of Riser's pawns. Grafia confirmed that two of Riser's pawns had retired. Meanwhile, Akino was engaged in a fierce exchange with Riser's queen, while Kiba faced off against one of Riser's knights, who was waiting to see if she could defeat him. Kiba impressed his opponent with his speed, but he dismissed her comments and executed a sword birth, summoning his blade from the ground. He dashed forward, kicking her down. Riser acknowledged that Rius's team was stronger than he had anticipated, and he relished the thought of a prolonged battle. Rius clashed her power of destruction against Riser's flames, pushing through to land a punch that sent him crashing into the wall of the gym locker room. Issei called out for a symbiote ambush, transforming his blade into a pool of spikes that launched at three of Riser's pawns, incapacitating them. Grafia announced that three of Riser's pawns had retired. Issei noted that 5 were down and only 2 remained. As the remaining 2 girls rushed him from either side, Issei leaped into the air, evading their slashes as the blades passed harmlessly beneath him. He quickly landed on his feet and tripped them both. The ground beneath them transformed into a puddle of symbiote, engulfing them as they were propelled into the wall, shattering it. Grafia announced over the comms that 2 of Riser's pawns had been eliminated. Rius remarked that Issei must be doing well, while Asia used her magic to heal Akino. Issei glanced over and saw Kaneko take a surprise blow from his rook. He rushed toward her, but the rook kicked him in the chest, sending him flying back. Riser's rook taunted Issei, stating that she was not as weak as his last opponent. Issei got to his feet with a smirk, challenging her to make the fight interesting. They both dashed forward. She attempted to kick him, but he blocked it. Issei coated his fist in symbiote and aimed a punch, which she dodged, only to be met with a kick to the chest. They both were knocked down, but Issei's smirk returned. As the girl questioned his confidence, Issei grabbed her, and a symbiote creature emerged, launching her back into the wall with a powerful attack. Grafia confirmed that one of Riser's rooks and knights had been defeated as Issei ran to join Kiba, who was engaged in battle with Riser's knight. Issei called out to Kiba, offering his assistance. Kiba, despite taking heavy hits, refused to give up, determined to fight back. Just as he was about to be overwhelmed, he countered with his sword birth, striking the girl and eliminating her from the game. Grafia noted that one of Riser's and Rius's knights had been retired, leaving Riser, his queen, and Rius, Akino, Asia, and Issei in the match. Akino taunted Riser's queen, who confidently declared that none could defeat her master, who was immortal and undefeated. Akino dismissed the comment and unleashed her lightning at the queen. The queen retaliated with a barrage of bombs, landing blows on Akino and driving her into the ground, resulting in Rius's queen being eliminated. Rius looked back, seeing Akino removed from the game, while Riser gleefully noted the score. As Asia healed Issei, he prepared to face Riser's queen, who mocked him for his bravado. Issei, undeterred, expressed his eagerness to fight. He launched himself at her, but she countered with a bomb attack. Issei responded by sending a wave of symbiote in the form of a ball, temporarily blinding Riser's queen. In her confusion, she shot a random attack that struck Aazelle, removing her from the battle. Grafia announced that Rius's bishop had been eliminated. Determined, Issei resolved to confront Riser directly, calling him out. Riser, intrigued by Issei's boldness, descended to face him, dismissing his queen's offer to handle the situation. As Issei summoned his blade, a man in golden armor with crimson hair and blue eyes observed the scene, noting Issei's symbiote and expressing surprise at its existence. Issei charged forward, his blade clashing with Riser's flames. He jumped back, feeling the heat of the fire. Knull reminded him that fire was a weakness, and Issei nodded, his armor repairing itself. Riser taunted him about his vulnerability to flames, while the onlookers gasped at the revelation of the symbiote. Issei, undeterred by Riser's words, dashed forward again, attempting to strike him. Riser soared into the sky, unleashing flames, but Issei dodged and sent a tendril of symbiote to grab Riser's ankle, slamming him into the ground. Issei thought to himself that he had a clean shot as Riser emerged from the healed crater. Riser acknowledged that he could no longer underestimate the symbiote, flames engulfing his body as he declared his power, the flames of destruction, which blazed a brilliant gold. Rius watched in disbelief, realizing the magnitude of Riser's abilities. She questioned how he could wield such power, even for someone of his strength. Riser charged at Issei, who narrowly dodged but was caught and slammed into the ground. Riser followed up with a series of powerful punches. Issei felt the impact and coughed, blood escaping his lips as Riser's flames scorched his armor and blade before sending him flying into the air. Riser caught him and drove him back down, creating a massive crater. Rius cried out in horror as she glanced back to see Aquino and Riser's queen engaged in their final clash. Grafia reported that both queens had been defeated, leaving Issei to face Riser alone. Issei struggled to his feet, sensing Riser's power had surged dramatically. Another brutal series of punches landed, followed by a fiery sword stabbing into his chest, causing him immense pain as the flames consumed his left arm. Riser taunted Issei, reminding him that this was not a game and that his failure was real. As Issei felt his consciousness fading, Riser turned his attention to Rius, declaring her defeat inevitable. Rius looked at Issei, who was barely breathing, and urged him to rise. Knull, the entity within Issei, encouraged him not to give up. Despite his pain, Issei expressed his helplessness against Riser's overwhelming strength. Knull continued to motivate Issei, urging him to listen to the crowd's chants. Aquino shouted for him to get up, while Kiba and Kaneko joined in, rallying their friend to fight back against Riser. Fueled by their encouragement, Issei roared that he was not finished yet. He acknowledged Riser's strength but declared that his only concern was for Rius Gremory. As he rose to a kneeling position, a codex formed over his chest, glowing brightly. With renewed determination, Issei stood tall, proclaiming his identity and purpose. The arena erupted in chants of his name as Issei declared himself the pawn of Rius Gremory and the next Satan. Knull sensed that the second seal was broken, and Issei's symbiote enveloped him in powerful armor. The crowd watched in awe as Issei transformed. With newfound strength, Issei confronted Riser, declaring that his time was up. Riser was caught off guard by Issei's speed, crashing into the wall as he struggled to regain his footing. Issei was relentless, using his symbiote to bind Riser, summoning his blade to strike. Riser cried out in pain, realizing his powers were failing him. Issei unleashed a flurry of attacks, determined to show he would never lose again. He stabbed Riser's leg, demanding that he concede the match. Defeated, Riser weakly surrendered, and Grafia announced Rius Gremory as the winner. The crowd was stunned but inspired by Issei's victory. Exhausted, Issei expressed his triumph to Knull as his armor faded, and he fell to his knees. Knull congratulated Issei for breaking 2 of the 4 seals and becoming the hero he always believed he could be. His friends descended to celebrate his victory, each expressing their pride and admiration. Rius rushed to Issei, embracing him with tears of joy, grateful for his bravery. She helped him to his feet, and as they prepared to leave, Rius's brother, Cersex, approached. Issei noted the immense power radiating from Cersex and responded respectfully. Cersex acknowledged Issei's connection to Knull, prompting tension among the onlookers. Issei confirmed his bond with Knull, and Cersex suggested keeping the secret. With a snap of his fingers, Cersex erased everyone's memory of Issei's power, thanking him for saving Rius. He encouraged Issei to continue growing stronger, hinting that one day he might reach extraordinary heights before teleporting away. Issei announced that it was time to go home as they all teleported away. It had been 5 weeks since the battle with Rius in the underworld. Many spoke of Issei's victory, unaware that their memories had been altered by Cersex. Issei had been training intensely with Knull to continue mastering his powers. Knull expressed his admiration for Issei's progress as Issei faced off against 3 clones. Issei acknowledged his teacher's influence, blocking a strike and delivering a knee to one clone's chest, sending it flying. He then swiftly maneuvered to avoid an ambush, kicking another clone into a wall. However, he was caught off guard by the 3rd clone, which landed several strikes before sending him crashing into a pillar. Knull reminded Issei not to get too confident, noting the odds were against him. Issei rose to his feet, closing his eyes as his hair turned white, his teeth and nails sharpened, and the symbiote enveloped him. Determined, Issei charged forward, punching through the 1st clone's chest. He quickly summoned his blade, dispatching the clone with a swift motion. With 1 down and 2 to go, he turned to face the 2nd clone. They exchanged blows until Issei seized an opening, using his forearm armor to block a slash before driving his blade into the clone's chest and delivering a powerful knee strike that sent it reeling. Knull warned Issei that the remaining clone was different, capable of hiding within the symbiote field. Issei cleverly feigned a distraction, causing the clone to leap from above. He executed a back handspring to evade the attack and slammed his hand into the ground, ensnaring the clone in the symbiote field. Knull observed with a smirk as Issei swiftly ended the fight. Exhausted, Issei fell to his knees as his armor reverted to its symbiote form and returned to him. Knull congratulated Issei on his growth, noting his motivation was intriguing. Issei raised an eyebrow at the comment, prompting Knull to explain that most would misuse such power, but Issei fought for his loved ones and aimed to protect the innocent. Issei affirmed his commitment to being ready for anything, vowing not to let harm come to those he cared about, and expressed his desire for revenge against the gods who had betrayed Knull. Knull advised Issei to focus on his own safety and that of his loved ones for now. Issei nodded in agreement. Later, Issei awoke in the real world, noticing Rius was not in bed. He assumed she had gone to the club room early. After getting dressed, he headed downstairs, finding his parents still asleep. He noted that Aazelle was also missing and continued on his way to the club room. In the Occult Research Club, Rius informed everyone that they had a meeting with 2 members of the church and advised them to remain vigilant. Aquino inquired about Issei's absence, and Rius explained that he was resting after his intense training. A knock at the door signaled the arrival of 2 girls. One had blue hair with a green strand and wore a battle jumpsuit, while the other had brown hair and wielded a katana. The blue-haired girl introduced herself as Zenobia and her partner as Irina, explaining they were there to discuss a potential threat. Rius asked about the nature of the threat, and Zenobia revealed that 3 Excalibur pieces had been stolen, believed to be part of a plot by a rogue priest and another individual to overthrow the church. They were tasked with retrieving the blades and dealing with the perpetrator. Rius took the matter seriously, emphasizing the need to handle such a threat appropriately. Zenobia insisted they wanted Rius and her group to stay out of their way, warning that the individual behind the theft was a fallen angel general. Rius, offended, asserted she would never ally with such a person and cautioned them about the danger they faced. Despite Rius's concerns, Zenobia remained firm, reiterating their request for her to stay out of their way. Rius noted that their king had been quite kind to them, hinting at the complexities of their situation. Aquino warned the 2, narrowing her eyes at them and suggesting they lower their tone when speaking to her. The atmosphere in the room thickened with tension as Zenobia questioned if that was a threat, gripping the blade of her sword. Kiba intervened, urging her not to escalate the situation, summoning his own blade in response. Irina chimed in, reminding them that they were at a disadvantage, her hand resting on her sword's handle. Aquino quickly retorted that they didn't appreciate the tone and attitude directed at Rius. Rius commanded everyone to stand down, and after a moment, they complied. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Issei, who entered the room and took a seat on the couch, catching everyone's attention. Rius expressed her concern for Issei's rest, but he noted the presence of holy magic in the club room, indicating they had visitors. Rius confirmed this with a nod. Zenobia inquired about Issei's identity, and he introduced himself as Rius's pawn. As Zenobia turned her gaze back to Rius, she announced their intention to leave. However, Irina spotted Asia and halted, recognizing her as the nun who had been turned into a devil. Asia responded nervously to Irina's question, prompting Zenobia to comment on her unexpected appearance. Issei darkly warned Zenobia to tread carefully, his eyes flashing a menacing red, which startled both her and Irina. Zenobia questioned Asia's faith, while Irina insisted she was now a devil. Despite this, Zenobia argued that Asia could still hold onto her beliefs. Asia expressed her struggle to abandon her faith, which prompted Zenobia to declare her intent to end Asia's life. Before she could act, Issei intervened, swiftly restraining her. He warned Zenobia of the consequences of her actions and threw her through the window. As Irina attempted to ambush him, he countered by kicking her through the glass as well. With a surge of power, Issei summoned more of his symbiote to restrain the two girls, then created a blade and inflicted a non-lethal wound on their legs. Their cries echoed in the room as Issei coldly questioned their intentions, his aura instilling fear in the others present. Zenobia admitted they were unaware of what they faced, but Issei deemed that response insufficient. He summoned another blade, positioning it near her neck, but before he could strike, Asia grasped his arm, pleading for him to stop. Her tears and the fear on the girls' faces softened Issei's resolve. He retracted his blades, allowing a small portion of his power to heal their wounds before pulling them to their feet. He ordered them to leave, and they hurriedly gathered their belongings and exited. Issei returned to the club room with Asia, where Rius was already repairing the damage. She announced it was time for training, and everyone nodded in agreement. 2 days passed since the church girls revealed their motives, and Issei sensed something was troubling Kiba. When he inquired, Kiba shared his frustration regarding the legendary blade Excalibur. Issei explained that destroying such a weapon was impossible, as it could be reforged by the church. Issei spent the day in the club room, conversing with everyone, while Kiba had left earlier. Issei asked Rius if the summons were going well, to which she confirmed that stray devil activity was at an all-time low, likely due to Kokabil's intimidating presence. Suddenly, Issei sensed a surge of holy energy approaching the church. Rius asked what was wrong, but Issei brushed it off, claiming he had something to attend to before departing. Meanwhile, Kiba was engaged in a fierce battle with Freed, who taunted him about the devils. Kiba, determined to destroy the blades, charged at Freed but was met with a swift counterattack. Freed managed to trip Kiba and send him tumbling off the church roof. Just as Freed prepared to deliver a finishing blow, Issei intervened, launching himself at Freed and kicking him away into the church. As Issei stood before Kiba, his dark red eyes glimmering, he warned Freed to leave. Freed, seemingly unfazed, expressed excitement about the impending confrontation with Issei, hinting at a greater conflict to come. With that, he decided to retreat for the time being. Until next time, devil scum, Freed yelled as he ran away. Kiba tried to get up, but the wound prevented him from moving. Issei, watching Freed escape, urged Kiba not to pursue him, explaining that he was fortunate Issei had arrived when he did, otherwise, he would have been dead. Using his symbiote, Issei healed Kiba's wound and instructed him to return to the ORC. Kiba summoned a magical circle and vanished from sight. Issei reminded Kiba that vengeance should not drive him, sharing that he himself was burdened by such feelings and still paying the price. Kiba, coldly acknowledging Issei's point, expressed the depth of his loss and his determination to destroy those responsible, even if it took a century. Issei warned Kiba that allowing his anger to endanger others would lead to consequences he wouldn't forget. Kiba nodded in understanding, his eyes returning to normal as he stood and walked out. Rius entered the room with Asia and Kaneko just as Kiba left. She asked Issei when he had returned, and he replied that it had been about 15 minutes, wanting to have a private conversation with Kiba. Rius inquired about the topic, and Issei revealed it was about Kiba's rage and his desire to destroy an unbreakable sword. He expressed concern that Kiba might attempt to confront Fried again after their earlier encounter. Rius quickly realized the danger Kiba was putting himself in and expressed her worry that he could get hurt or worse. Issei confirmed that he was aware of the risks and that Kiba's mindset was clouded by his past. Issei's serious tone conveyed his deep concern for his friend. In an unknown location, a figure with dark red glowing eyes sat on a throne, while Fried knelt before him. Fried reported that the devils were aware of their motives, but that wouldn't hinder their plans. He mentioned that the two girls sent from the church would soon fall into their hands. The figure inquired about the boy, and Fried revealed that he had encountered him and was surprised by the damage he had inflicted on Excalibur with just a kick. The figure mused about the boy's symbiote, recognizing it as a powerful entity from a race that had been destroyed when Knull was sealed away. He speculated about the nature of the symbiote the boy wielded. Valper, a man in a church outfit, entered and was instructed by Kokabil to prepare for the forging of 4 blades. Kokabil proclaimed that once the blades were created and the devil girls captured, he would instigate the next great war and ensure victory. Valper questioned Kokabil's interest in the boy, to which Kokabil responded that he had known the boy since childhood and believed he would ultimately be broken. Kokabil's ambition to dominate was clear as he laughed at the thought of bending all to his will. Meanwhile, Rius and Sona were alone in a spa, discussing recent events. Sona confirmed that her theory about the fallen angel working with the church was correct and expressed concern about their intentions. Rius reassured her that if they worked together, they could defeat him, noting that everyone on her side, including Issei, had been training hard. Sona was surprised by Issei's decision to reveal his powers after Cersex had wiped everyone's memory. Rius acknowledged Issei's strength and good heart, despite his reserved nature. Sona, trusting Rius's judgment, hoped the situation would improve before it worsened. Later, Issei sat on the school roof, gazing at the night sky. He confided in Knull that every time he saw Asia, he was reminded of his sister, Alicia Hairu. Knull pointed out that Asia was now technically a sister to him, noting Issei's emotional reactions to threats against her. Issei trained and fought to protect those he cared about and himself. Issei kept his head up as he made his way home, glancing back at his house. He jumped down and quickly ran through the woods, arriving at his front door. Upon entering, he found Asia and Rius in the kitchen. Issei, welcome home, Rius greeted him, wearing a pink apron, while Asia donned a white one. Yes, welcome home, Issei, Asia echoed, and Issei looked at their outfits with curiosity. What's with the aprons? He asked, puzzled. We wanted to make dinner for you. Your mother mentioned you hadn't eaten today, Rius explained, and Issei sighed. Of course she told you that. Yeah, sure, I can eat, he replied, and the girls smiled. Perfect, because we have food ready. Issei sat down as the girls brought the meal to the table. After removing their aprons, they joined him. As Issei began to eat, he was pleasantly surprised by the deliciousness of the food. It tastes amazing, he remarked, continuing to enjoy the meal. Yay, I'm glad you like it, Asia said to herself, watching him eat. How was your meeting with Sona, Rius? Issei inquired, and Rius paused for a moment. Nothing too crazy, just discussing the church girls and the potential threat of Kokabil, she replied, and Issei nodded. We also talked about battle strategies in case we need them. Well, whatever happens, I've got your back, remember that, Issei assured Rius. He noticed Asia looked uneasy about the topic. Are you okay, Asia? He asked, bringing her back to the moment. What? Oh yeah, I was just daydreaming. Can't really blame a girl, she responded quickly, and Issei nodded in understanding. What did you do today, Issei? Rius asked. Just some training and took some time for myself. Preparing for the worst if it comes down to it, he explained as he continued to eat. Yes, everyone else has been training hard as well. We're all working to improve ourselves for the future, Rius added as Issei finished his meal. Here, let me clean up, Issei offered, standing up to put away the dishes and tidy the table. How about we get some rest? It's getting late, Rius suggested, and the others agreed. They all headed to bed shortly after cleaning the kitchen. The next evening, Zenobia and Irina walked through the forest together. It seems we still haven't found the person behind the theft of the holy swords. If we don't locate him soon, things could get much worse, Zenobia said. Maybe asking for Rius's help isn't a bad idea, Irina suggested, surprising Zenobia. You don't remember how your encounter with her pawn went. He nearly attacked us because of my actions. I doubt they want to see us anytime soon, Zenobia explained, and Irina sighed. I guess so, but it would be better than wandering around aimlessly, Irina replied. Suddenly, Zenobia stopped and drew her blade, throwing it at a tree. An explosion erupted, and Fried jumped out. Hello, ladies. Good to see you have my new toys for me. Hand over the blades, and I'll take care of you. Fried shouted, prompting the girls to draw their weapons. I don't think so. We're taking the blades back to the church, Irina declared as Zenobia charged at Fried. Their blades clashed repeatedly. You're good, better than the devils I usually face, Fried remarked, kicking Zenobia away. Irina leaped behind him and kicked him to the ground. Get up, Irina urged as she helped Zenobia, only to be ensnared by a rope Fried had thrown. He pulled her towards him, knocking her on the head and slashing her arms. Irina! Zenobia yelled as Fried blocked Irina's attack and kicked her away, injuring her further. Enough, Fried. We have everything we need, Valper said as he appeared. Please let me finish them. I'm begging you, Fried pleaded, but Valper shook his head. I said no, now let's go. Kokabil has been waiting for us, Valper instructed as he jumped back, and the two departed. Damn it, Zenobia muttered, noticing the ORC was just behind the forest. She began walking towards the club room. In the club room, Rius addressed everyone. Okay, Aquino, you have 12, Kiba has 10, Kaneko has 5, and Asia has 5. She turned to Issei. You have 9, which is extremely impressive. I have been busy, Issei replied with a smirk. Yes, we've had a rise in requests recently, so I'm keeping track to ensure we handle as many as possible, Rius explained, and Issei nodded. Suddenly, Issei sensed a holy aura entering the club room. Rius asked what was wrong, but before he could respond, the door swung open, and Zenobia stumbled in, wounded. Zenobia! Issei caught her just before she fell. What happened? Where's Irina? He asked, using some of his magic to heal her with Asia's assistance. We were ambushed by the rogue priest with the Excalibur fragments. He took Irina's and left mine, Zenobia said. Sensing a surge of power, Issei rushed outside and found Irina injured. He picked her up and returned to the club room, healing her as best he could. Asia, please heal them both. I have a bad feeling about this. If they are making such bold moves, it can only mean one thing. What? She asked. Kokabil is in town right now. This is bad. If he's here, he's likely looking for you, Rius, Aquino warned, and Rius nodded, her expression serious. As Zenobia was healed, Irina remained unconscious. We need to prepare for battle, Rius. This is someone we cannot take lightly, Issei urged, and Rius agreed as they all gathered. Knull, what are my chances in a head-to-head clash? Issei asked the god, who considered for a moment. His experience gives him the edge. Other than that, you might hold your own for a short time. Just don't underestimate him. He was still a fallen angel general who had fought against God and the past devil kings and survived. Knull informed his host, who nodded in agreement. Issei understood that this would not be an easy battle, but he felt prepared to confront a threat like Kokabil. He instructed everyone to make their way to the battlefield, pointing out the dome that had enveloped the school and the floating throne outside the school grounds. He warned them that Kokabil was waiting. Outside the club room, a man sat on the floating throne, his red eyes and elf ears visible beneath his black suit. He greeted Rius Gremory with a smirk, acknowledging her presence. Rius responded with a polite inquiry about his identity, to which Kokabil confirmed, enjoying the sight of her companions. He taunted Zenobia about her friend, Irina, and her encounter with Freed, eliciting her anger. Freed, along with an older, heavy-set man, emerged from the shadows, announcing their arrival with a loud proclamation. As the group prepared for battle, Issei stepped forward, drawing Kokabil's attention. Kokabil expressed his pleasure in meeting the one who wielded the symbiote, surprising everyone. Issei questioned how Kokabil knew about him, suspecting Freed's involvement. Issei warned Kokabil to leave, but Kokabil welcomed the challenge. Kokabil summoned hellhounds that leaped toward the group, causing them to scatter. Kiba charged at Freed while the others engaged the hounds. Issei and Kokabil began trading blows, with Issei struggling to keep up with Kokabil's impressive skill. After a moment of intense combat, Issei managed to land a hit, but Kokabil quickly recovered, boasting about his superiority. As the battle raged on, Rius and the others dealt with the hellhounds, while Kiba continued to fight Freed. Kiba declared that the hopes of those tormented by Kokabil would finally be avenged. Issei, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a powerful punch, but Kokabil remained unfazed, revealing the truth about God's demise during the Great War. Issei remained undeterred by Kokabil's claims, but the fallen angel demonstrated his strength through a brutal series of attacks, sending Issei crashing into a barrier. Despite his injuries, Issei rose to his feet, determined to continue the fight. Kokabil, sensing weakness, turned his attention to Kiba, overpowering him and stealing his blade. In a shocking moment, he drove the weapon into Issei's arm, causing him immense pain. Zenobia rushed to Issei's aid, but Kokabil easily thwarted her attempt to help. He taunted Issei, asserting that he would never be strong enough to wield the power to slay gods. As Kokabil restrained the others with his magic, Issei pleaded for their release, insisting that the fight was solely between him and Kokabil. Kokabil, however, had other plans. He summoned Asia, threatening her with a dagger and demanding she reveal her true name. Issei's heart sank as Asia, in tears, revealed her identity, leaving him devastated. Kokabil addressed Asia, urging her to reveal her true name, and Issei noticed her gaze drop in sadness. With tears in her eyes, Asia finally spoke, revealing her name as Alicia. Issei's heart sank at the revelation. Confusion spread among the group as Rius asked who Alicia was, and Issei struggled to explain that she was his little sister, lost to him long ago. He had believed she had simply run away. Kokabil interrupted, revealing that he had taken her from Issei's family, seeking her sacred gear, but the church had intervened before he could claim her. Aquino confirmed the shocking truth that Issei and Asia were biological siblings. Kokabil then taunted Issei, suggesting he would witness Asia's demise once more. As he pointed a dagger at her chest, Issei's fear erupted into a desperate plea for Kokabil to spare her, offering himself instead. Asia called out to Issei one last time, expressing her gratitude. Issei, restrained and bleeding, was paralyzed by horror as he recalled their cherished memories. Kokabil drove the blade through Asia's chest, and she silently lost her smile, a single tear trailing down her face. The group erupted in despair, and Issei was left in tears, shattered by the loss. Kokabil approached Issei, who was overcome with grief. He proclaimed that he would break Issei, revealing that Asia's death was part of his plan. As he raised his blade to strike Issei, he acknowledged Issei's strength, hoping he would be remembered. With a swift motion, he stabbed Issei in the chest. Turning his attention to the others, Kokabil smirked, declaring that Issei would not be the only casualty that night. Weakly, Issei fought against the darkness closing in around him, calling out to Asia. He felt a surge of anger, vowing to avenge her. Knull, his inner voice, urged him to rise and embrace his power. Issei's crimson eyes ignited with fury as he declared his intent to make Kokabil suffer. Knull encouraged Issei to unlock the third seal of his power, and Issei took hold of All Black, breaking free from his restraints. As he stood, his armor formed around him, and Kokabil looked on in disbelief. Issei approached Asia's lifeless body, a symbiote forming over his hand and leaping onto her. He spoke in an ancient language, and the symbiote began to heal her wounds, restoring her color. With a final farewell, Issei turned to Kokabil, filled with rage over the pain he had caused. As the moon turned a dark red, Issei summoned All Black, declaring that Kokabil would pay for his actions. Kokabil realized the gravity of the situation as Fried attempted to attack, only to be met with Issei's overwhelming power. Issei shattered Fried's weapon and swiftly incapacitated him, summoning additional symbiotes to free and heal his friends. With newfound strength, Issei prepared to confront Kokabil, who was visibly shaken. Issei instructed Rius to keep Asia safe, asserting that Kokabil was his to defeat. Kokabil, realizing the threat Issei posed, attempted to defend himself but was met with a relentless barrage of attacks. Issei broke Kokabil's ribs and restrained him, determined to make him suffer for his actions. As Kokabil begged for mercy, Issei reminded him of the pain he had inflicted on others. He drove his claws into Kokabil's eye socket, ensuring he would feel the consequences of his actions. The intensity of Kokabil's screams forced the others to look away, unable to bear the horror. With a final act of vengeance, Issei severed Kokabil's head and crushed it underfoot, ensuring his demise. As the symbiotes consumed Kokabil's remains, Issei looked up to see a woman in white dragon armor approaching. He questioned her identity, still holding All Black, as she introduced herself as Albion. The woman felt paralyzed, staring at the embodiment of fear itself. She turned her gaze to the dragon, who mirrored her trepidation. Albion, the dragon, revealed the truth to his host, his voice trembling as he spoke of Knull, the god of the void. Vala's eyes widened in disbelief as she processed the information. Knull was the deity who had slain the heavenly dragons and had been sealed away by the 4 other gods of the universe. Issei, with his blade raised, demanded to know who she was. Vala's desire for battle surged within her, momentarily overshadowing her fear of Issei. Albion cautioned her against confronting Issei, warning that in her current state, she stood no chance. He urged her to take the churchman's body and leave immediately. Vala, intrigued, asked Issei if he was truly Knull. Issei shook his head, clarifying that he was Knull's champion, but that did not make him any less ruthless. Vala felt a chill run down her spine at his words. As she prepared to leave, she asked for his name, and Issei introduced himself. His armor deactivated as he returned to his companions, while Vala took Fried's body and flew away. Issei turned to Rius, who was still holding Asia, and inquired about her condition. Rius informed him that Asia was sleeping and that her vials were effective. Issei's appearance returned to normal, and he acknowledged the display of power he had just exhibited. Sona approached, explaining that her team had been working to disarm the barrier, and they were fortunate that Issei had done it for them. She noted that they had witnessed his capabilities. Issei warned Sona to keep their encounter a secret, and she assured him that his secret was safe with her. However, he suddenly felt dizzy and dropped to one knee. Rius, concerned, handed Asia to Aquino and checked on him. Issei reassured her that he was merely exhausted. Kiba reminded Rius that they still needed to manage the area, and Sona offered to handle it, expressing gratitude for their assistance against Kokabil. After the battle with Kokabil, Asia had been revived, and everyone was recovering. In Issei's room, he anxiously awaited Asia's awakening. He expressed uncertainty about how they would explain the situation to her when she did wake. Rius informed the group about an upcoming summit at the school, which piqued everyone's interest. The 3 factions were coming together to mend the past and confront a classified enemy. Zenobia remarked on the changes since God's demise, highlighting the tensions between angels, fallen angels, and devils. Rius confirmed that the summit aimed to find peace, emphasizing its importance for everyone. Issei welcomed Zenobia to the group but warned her to never threaten Asia again, his eyes flashing dangerously. Zenobia shivered under his intense gaze, realizing his protective nature. Issei expressed his deep bond with Asia, referring to her as his sister, someone he thought he had lost. Aquino shared that Asia had always seen Issei as an older brother. Issei's phone rang, signaling another summon. He donned a hoodie and instructed Rius to keep him updated on Asia's condition as he left. Zenobia questioned Rius about whether Issei would ever forgive her, to which Rius replied that she believed Asia would, and if that happened, Issei would follow suit. As Issei approached the door for his meeting, he noted the pleasant atmosphere. A handsome middle-aged man with black hair and blonde tips opened the door, wearing a black robe. The man welcomed Issei, sensing the strong aura surrounding him. He invited Issei inside, revealing he was looking for a drinking partner. Issei raised an eyebrow at the unusual request but accepted the offer of whiskey. The man introduced himself as Aazelle, the leader of the fallen angel faction, and expressed his desire to speak with the one who had defeated Kokabil. Issei's demeanor shifted as he narrowed his eyes, feeling defensive. Aazelle summoned his wings, but Issei reacted swiftly, slamming him against the wall by the neck, his blades summoned in a flash. Issei confronted Aazelle, accusing him of being responsible for Kokabil's actions and the near loss of his sister. Aazelle, sensing the danger, raised his hands in a gesture of peace, insisting he had not been involved in Kokabil's motives and had only sent in the White Dragon Emperor. Aazelle informed Issei that he had called her insane when she mentioned that the man who killed Kokabil was Knull himself. Issei, whose blade and armor returned to their symbiote form and merged back into his body, asked what Aazelle wanted with him. Aazelle rubbed his neck and coughed a couple of times before expressing his desire to meet Knull's champion, noting that Issei had been on guard since their encounter, indicating he could sense Aazelle's supernatural aura even while it was suppressed. Issei acknowledged that he had noticed and inquired about the summit called by Aazelle and the other leaders. Aazelle raised an eyebrow, surprised that Issei knew about it. He explained that Rius was Issei's king and that they wanted to come together to put the idea of war behind them, as all three sides had suffered losses during the conflict. Aazelle then asked who else was aware of Issei's power, to which Issei replied that only Cersex, Rius's group, and Sona knew. Aazelle warned Issei that once word got out, the supernatural world would descend into chaos, and there would be nothing he could do to stop it. He advised Issei to train and grow stronger, then posed a surprising question about whether Issei could communicate with Knull. When Issei confirmed that he could, Aazelle expressed interest, noting that their relationship seemed strong given Issei's ability to wield Knull's power. Issei explained that Knull trained him and he promised to seek revenge on the gods who had sealed him away. Aazelle revealed that 3 of the 5 gods who had betrayed Knull were dead, which caused Knull to react strongly in Issei's mind. Issei quickly asked which gods were gone, and Aazelle informed him that the god of the Bible, the god of death Overlord, and the god of nature, Selena, were the ones who had fallen. Knull commented that the most powerful of the 5 were still standing. Aazelle cautioned Issei about seeking revenge, stating that while he had proven strong by defeating Kokabil, the remaining gods were formidable opponents, and Issei was not ready to face them yet. Issei assured Aazelle that he was training with Knull to prepare for the inevitable confrontation. Aazelle then stood up and summoned a crimson gem, explaining that it was a power stabilizer that would help Issei control his abilities better. Issei took the gem, and upon calling to Knull, the god transformed into his symbiote form, took the gem from Issei's hand, and integrated it into his body. Issei felt an overwhelming surge of power. The next morning, Issei awoke to sunlight streaming into his room. He noticed that Aazelle and Rius were awake and chatting in the bathroom. After getting up, he walked over and knocked on the door. Rius opened it with a smile and greeted him, hoping he had slept well. Issei replied that he had and expressed his eagerness to have breakfast, wanting to tell his mom about Aazelle. They all headed downstairs together. Issei's mom greeted them warmly, expressing her hope that they had all slept well. His dad, sitting at the table, welcomed Issei back to consciousness. Issei then announced that he had something important to share with his parents. He hesitated before revealing that Aazelle was actually Alicia, which left his parents in disbelief. Issei encouraged Aazelle to show them her birthmark, which matched Alicia's. Upon seeing it, Issei's mom was overwhelmed with emotion, realizing that her daughter had returned after all these years. Aazelle reassured her parents that she was indeed their daughter, and they embraced her tightly, expressing their joy at having her back. Issei watched the heartfelt reunion, noting how happy his parents were, and remarked to Rius that he hadn't seen them that joyful in a long time. Rius agreed, acknowledging the significance of getting a child back. Issei reflected on how life was entering a beautiful new chapter. Later, Issei found himself at the school pool with the club members, expressing his frustration about having to clean it, especially since it hadn't been maintained since the previous year. Akino confirmed this, prompting Issei to step back in disgust. Zenobia questioned why they were responsible for the cleanup, and Rius explained that it was typically the student council's duty, but since they had helped with Kokabil, she had volunteered their group for the task. She added that they would get to use the pool afterward, which Issei found appealing given the hot weather. As they prepared to clean, Issei changed into more suitable clothing and noticed his physique had improved from his training. He observed that his muscles had become slightly larger and more defined, and he felt a surge of confidence. Knull informed him that his body was adapting to the new power he was gaining, nearing the strength of an ultimate-class devil, making him the fastest devil in history to reach such a level. Issei acknowledged that it wasn't enough and expressed his determination to continue growing stronger, knowing he needed to be ready for anything. Later, as they relaxed in the club room, Asia remarked on their enjoyable day at the pool. Kaneko agreed, appreciating the time spent together. Suddenly, a silver magical circle appeared, and Cersex and Graphia stepped through. Rius was shocked to see her brother and Graphia, while Akino showed her respect by bowing. Cersex greeted everyone warmly, pleased to see familiar and new faces alike. "My name is Zenobia," she told the Devil King respectfully as she stepped forward. Cersex smiled at her and acknowledged her presence, expressing his admiration for her choice to join his sister. Zenobia nodded in appreciation of his words. Rius, curious about her brother's visit, asked what brought him there. Cersex teased her, hinting at an upcoming event. Rius's eyes widened in surprise as she realized he was serious about the open house event, where their father would come to see her perform. Rius groaned, reminding him of his responsibilities as the Devil King. Cersex reassured her that his visit was work-related, as he wanted to witness the summit being held at the school. Just then, Issei entered the room, greeting everyone and expressing his respect for Cersex. The Devil King explained that he was there to support Rius and observe the school for the Leaders' Summit. Issei recognized the significance of the meeting and nodded in agreement. Cersex then made a request to Issei, expressing his desire to speak with Knull. The atmosphere in the room shifted as Graphia, breaking her usual calm demeanor, voiced her concerns about Knull's motives. Cersex, confident in his abilities, insisted that he could handle the situation. Issei informed Cersex that Knull would speak to him briefly, and as Issei closed his eyes, his demon features emerged, causing the air to grow cold. Knull greeted Cersex, who knelt before him, much to everyone's astonishment. Cersex expressed his honor in speaking with Knull, and Graphia followed suit. Knull inquired about the purpose of their meeting, and Cersex extended an invitation for him to speak at the summit. Knull's response surprised everyone as he stated that if Issei secured a seat at the table, he would agree to speak. Rius and Asia exchanged confused glances, struggling to comprehend the implications of Knull's request. Cersex assured his sister that if that was Knull's condition, it would be fulfilled. Issei warned Cersex that Knull expected respect and that testing his patience could lead to consequences. Cersex promised Issei that he would secure a seat for him without question. Later, Issei welcomed his family, including Rius, Cersex, and Graphia, into his home. Cersex complimented the warmth of their home, prompting laughter from Issei's parents. They discussed Issei and Rius's friendship at school, and Cersex expressed his happiness about their bond. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Issei's mother went to answer it, but when she opened the door, no one was there. Concerned, Issei called out to her, but received no response. He quickly followed her outside, only to find her necklace on the ground. Panic surged through him as he shouted for his mother, and the others rushed outside with him. Issei's father called out for his wife, while Rius yelled for Miss Hai. They all looked up to see Issei's mother being taken by 3 cloaked figures. Issei wasted no time. He summoned his blade and launched it at one of the attackers, causing him to fall. The blade exploded, taking down the others. Issei leaped into action, catching his mother as she fell. Holding her in his arms, he called out for her to wake up, but she remained unconscious. Graphia approached, using her magic to assess the situation. She informed Issei that his mother had been poisoned. Issei, filled with determination, confronted the remaining attacker, demanding to know who had sent them. Confusion filled the air as Issei's father tried to understand what was happening. Issei ordered his father to take his mother inside with Grafia, insisting that he would explain everything later. With a fierce glare, he intimidated his father into compliance. Turning back to the attacker, Issei reiterated his demand for information. When the man remained silent, Issei summoned his blade and drove it through the attacker's leg, eliciting a scream of pain. The man finally revealed that a devil was behind the attack. A mysterious figure had sent a group of men to kidnap a woman, and Issei's expression turned cold as he glanced at Rius and her brother. He demanded to know the name of the devil responsible, but the man could only cry out that he did not know, only that the perpetrator was indeed a devil. In a swift motion, Issei removed the blade from the man's leg, but before he could gather more information, he turned and ended the man's life with a decisive strike. He approached Cersex, who for the first time felt genuine fear. Issei warned him that if he discovered any connection to the leadership, he would unleash his wrath upon them. He also hinted at the possibility of breaking a final seal to summon Knull to his side. Issei then called for Grafia, who appeared moments later. She informed him that his mother was with his father and that she had given them a brief explanation of the situation. Issei instructed them to leave and not return until they could clear their names, giving them a deadline of 3 days. After teleporting them away, Issei returned home and went upstairs to find his father asleep. He expressed his hope for his parents' well-being and called upon Knull, who transformed into his symbiote form and leaped onto Issei's mother. Knull explained that the magic affecting her was powerful and of a devil, but he was working to counteract it, though it would take time. Issei reassured Knull that he would support him no matter what. Meanwhile, in the ORC, Rius and her peerage, along with Cersex and Grafia, were discussing the situation. Aquino questioned Rius about Issei's capabilities, expressing concern over his potential for destruction. Rius explained that Issei believed they were involved in the attack on his mother, which had been carried out by rogue devils, and he had given them 3 days to prove their innocence. Aazelle, worried about her mother, asked if she would be okay, but Rius informed her that they couldn't help her as Issei was not allowing anyone near. Grafia warned that they needed to prepare for the worst, as failing to clear their names could lead to war. Cersex emphasized the importance of clearing their names and avoiding conflict with Issei. Kiba suggested that if it came to a fight, they could potentially bring him down, but Rius reminded them of Issei's threat to unleash Knull, a force they could not hope to defeat. The gravity of the situation settled over them as they realized the dire consequences of their predicament. Cersex instructed everyone to stay away from Issei and to focus on clearing their names. As he and Grafia teleported away, Aazelle expressed her determination to speak with Issei, believing she could change his mind. Despite Rius's concerns, Aazelle left the room, clutching the necklace Issei had given her on their first meeting. In his room, Issei was meditating, preparing for the impending conflict. Knull, his symbiote, questioned whether Issei truly believed the others were responsible for the attack. Issei acknowledged the magic was powerful and devilish, but he needed them to clear their names before he could trust them. Knull reassured him that he was working to remove the magic from Issei's mother. Just then, Issei's father entered the room, struggling to process the supernatural events surrounding them. Issei comforted him, assuring him that Knull was close to clearing his mother's body of the magic. His father then inquired about Rius and the others, wondering why they had not come to help. Issei explained that the magic was indeed that of a devil, and they needed to resolve the situation quickly. Issei informed his father that they had 3 days to prove it wasn't one of their leaders. He returned to his meditation, but the question from his father made him sigh. When asked what would happen if they couldn't prove their innocence, Issei responded that they would face dire consequences. His father's eyes widened in shock, prompting Issei to insist he needed to meditate and send him back to his mother and father. Afterward, Issei prepared for a journey. He rolled back, pushed himself up, and grabbed his coat. As he walked down the stairs, Knull inquired about his destination. Issei replied that he was going to see Aazelle. He exited his home and quickly made his way through the forest, landing in front of his apartment. When he rang the doorbell, Aazelle opened it, surprised to see Issei. He mentioned not recalling summoning Issei, but the young man remained silent. Issei stated he was there to discuss the devils and acknowledged that Aazelle had not called for a summit. Aazelle invited him in, and Issei took a seat on the couch. When offered a drink, Issei accepted, and Aazelle brought them whiskey. Issei asked Aazelle about the weaknesses of the devils during the Great War and how they gained the upper hand. This question caught Aazelle off guard. He inquired about Issei's interest in such information, prompting Issei to down his drink and explain that his mother had been attacked by a group of devils wielding powerful magic. He had given Rius and her brother 3 days to clear their names or he would take action against them. Aazelle was taken aback by Issei's boldness, warning him that the devils were one of the strongest races and that even he couldn't defeat them all. Issei confidently mentioned that Knull would be by his side in the fight, causing Aazelle to react in surprise. Aazelle explained that fallen angels were once angels with the power of holy magic, which was dangerous to devils. Issei then requested Aazelle to summon a light spear. After Aazelle complied, Issei took the spear and called upon Knull, who infused the weapon with a dark essence and a brief golden aura. Issei smirked, realizing he could now confront their kings and anyone who stood in his way. Aazelle reminded Issei that the summit was in 3 days and warned him that if he attempted to attack there, they would have to fight too. Issei, undeterred, made a bold move by grabbing Aazelle by the neck and slamming him against the wall, asserting that Aazelle would not sign any contracts until he arrived. He warned Aazelle not to underestimate his abilities before releasing him and thanking him for the power boost. With a smirk, Issei left the room, declaring himself the King of Black. As he walked down the street, Knull commented that attacking Aazelle had been unnecessary. Issei insisted he would do whatever it took to ensure his mother's safety. Knull laughed, finding Issei to be a perfect host, reminiscent of his own younger self, powerful and ruthless. Issei then sensed someone nearby and called out, prompting Asia to emerge from the bushes. Asia asked if they could talk, and Issei questioned why she was out so late, suspecting Rius had sent her. She shook her head, and Issei's eyes flashed red as he read her vitals, confirming her honesty. Asia expressed concern about Issei's intentions to harm others if they couldn't prove their innocence regarding the magic. Issei explained that their mother was vulnerable and that he was trying to protect her and Asia from potential threats. Asia pleaded with Issei not to take away the friends she had left, reminding him of the boy who used to play with her and let her braid his hair. Issei, feeling the weight of her words, told her that boy had died long ago and insisted on taking her home. He teleported them back, and Asia was astonished to learn he could do that now. As they arrived home, Issei noted that their parents were aware of the supernatural, advising Asia to keep that in mind. He found their mother looking unwell, but he reassured Asia that Knull had neutralized much of the magic affecting her. After sending Asia to bed, Issei noticed Valle standing by the window. Valle approached him, expressing her condolences about their mother and inquiring about his confrontation with Aazelle. Issei sensed she had ulterior motives and asked if she had come for more than just sympathy. Valle admitted she wanted to join him if he decided to attack during the summit, revealing her desire for a piece of the action. Valle expressed her desire to test her strength, prompting Issei to narrow his eyes in response. He reminded her that the dragon within her likely advised against such a reckless idea, which left her astonished. Valle quickly inquired how he knew this. Issei asserted that he had his ways and that there was nothing she could keep secret from him. He claimed to know more than anyone could fathom. Valle then suggested that perhaps they could have a more personal meeting afterward, causing Issei to smirk as she blushed deeply. He reiterated his message, instructing her to return to Aazelle, assuring her they would meet again soon. After a moment of hesitation, Valle summoned her armor and took to the skies. In the underworld, Cersex sat with a black-haired girl and a green-haired man, discussing a boy who believed they were responsible for his mother's attempted kidnapping. The black-haired girl, Cersex, questioned how they could prove their innocence within 3 days. Cersex confirmed the urgency of the situation, and Cersex expressed skepticism about the boy's capabilities, doubting any single devil could take them on. The green-haired man, Ajuka, echoed her sentiments. Cersex explained that the boy possessed something incredibly powerful and destructive. When Ajuka inquired about the nature of this power, Cersex revealed that the boy had a symbiote, shocking everyone present. Cersex angrily demanded to know why this information had not been disclosed during the boy's battle with Riser. Cersex admitted he had wiped the memories of those who witnessed the fight as a gesture of gratitude for saving Rius. Ajuka slammed his fist on the table in outrage, emphasizing the danger of even a weak symbiote. Cersex clarified that the boy was bonded with Knull, a symbiote sealed away by the gods, and that Issei could communicate with Knull and access his power. The revelation left the room in stunned silence. Ajuka pressed for details on Issei's control over his abilities, and Cersex confirmed that he could fully utilize the symbiote, even summoning Knull's armor from the Great War. He also noted that Issei had single-handedly defeated Kokabil and could summon all black. Ajuka expressed his frustration over the secrecy, demanding to know Issei's whereabouts. Cersex informed them that Issei was with his mother, making it clear that anyone who approached her would face dire consequences. As tension filled the room, Cersex asked if they had a sample of the boy's magic. Before Cersex could respond, a chilling voice interrupted, revealing Issei perched on the ceiling. Cersex called out to him, while Ajuka and Cersex stood ready. Issei taunted them, remarking on their secluded hideout and warning them that time was running out. Cersex attempted to attack him with ice magic, but Issei effortlessly countered and struck her aside. He then turned his attention to Ajuka, who charged at him, only to be repelled as well. Issei seized Cersex by the neck, reminding him of the urgency before vanishing into a portal. Afterward, Cersex checked on his fellow Devil Kings, who acknowledged Issei's formidable combat skills. They agreed to focus on their task, with Ajuka instructing that a sample be taken to his lab for testing. Meanwhile, Rius sat with Asia and the others in the club room, expressing her frustration over Issei's refusal to listen. Asia noted that while their mother was improving, Issei's anger remained a barrier. Rius resolved to speak with him, insisting that as their leader, she had to ensure their safety. Despite Akino's protests, Rius teleported to Issei's home. Upon arriving, Rius found the house dark and noticed a photo of Issei as a child with his mother. She pondered what had happened to him when Issei suddenly appeared behind her, his crimson eyes piercing through the darkness. Rius felt a chill as she stammered his name. Issei demanded to know why she was there, threatening her if her answer did not satisfy him. Rius explained her intention to help his mother, but Issei's reaction was swift and fierce. Issei quickly asserted that everyone should stay away from her, summoning his dark power. Rius acknowledged his anger, expressing her understanding, but emphasized that they couldn't prove their innocence without a better sample of power. She pleaded with him, wanting to help, but Issei turned away, reluctant to relent. Rius stepped closer, gently placing her hand on his face, and he finally agreed to give her 1 minute. With that, they ascended the stairs to his mother's room, where she lay asleep. Rius inquired about the remaining power within her, and Knull informed Issei that there was 23% of the original magic left. Rius, in disbelief, touched Issei's mother, her body enveloped in her destructive power as she attempted to extract some of the magic. Rius revealed that the magic was ancient, belonging to a devil, and dated back to the Civil War. Knull explained that the conflict was between the new and old Satan, with one side seeking to use the devil's power to destroy other factions, while the other sought peace. He noted that there were others with the power of the Devil Kings beyond the current members. Issei pondered whether this magic could be tracked, and Rius confirmed it could, but only with the help of the devil. King Ajuka. Issei hesitated, then admitted that he had confronted 3 of the Devil Kings in the underworld. Rius, shocked, insisted they needed to return and inform their leaders, believing this could help them uncover the truth. Issei warned her that if she was wrong and it turned out to be a trick, he would not hesitate to take action. They arrived outside the Devil King's castle, where the guards recognized Rius but were alarmed to see Issei. They warned her to stay behind, as he was wanted for assaulting the Devil Kings. Issei, unfazed, cracked his knuckles and smirked, challenging them. Rius intervened, asserting that he was with her and they needed to speak to Lord Ajuka. After a tense moment, the guards lowered their weapons and led them inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by Ajuka, who immediately recognized Issei and questioned Rius about bringing him there. Issei warned Ajuka to stand down unless he wanted a painful lesson in history, which made the Devil King sit back down. Rius presented a strong sample of the demonic power, claiming it belonged to the old Satan faction. Ajuka examined the sample and confirmed that it was indeed magic from one of the Devil King's descendants. Rius felt relieved, realizing that the magic was not theirs. However, Issei demanded proof that it wasn't theirs, prompting Ajuka to summon a portion of his own power for comparison. The machine scanned it, revealing a different reading. Issei then requested to see all the other Devil Kings do the same before he would believe them. Ajuka assured him that they could arrange that before the summit. As Issei prepared to return home, he informed them he would see them in 2 days. Rius asked Ajuka if they could gather the samples in time, to which he expressed concern about facing Issei at full strength. He was curious about how Rius had managed to turn Issei into her pawn, given his immense power. Rius explained that Issei hadn't always been this strong. 3 of the 4 seals on Knull's powers had been broken. Ajuka was astonished to learn that Knull had a host and remarked on the return of the god of the void. Meanwhile, Issei checked on his mother, finding Asia at her bedside. She reported that their mother seemed fine and had not fallen ill again. Knull then informed Issei that the magic had been completely removed from his mother's body and that she would likely wake within the next 48 hours. Issei shared the good news with Asia, who leaped up and hugged him tightly in joy. She expressed her gratitude to both Issei and Knull, who chuckled and asked Issei to tell her he would do anything for her. As they celebrated, a voice called out, interrupting their moment. Issei and Asia watched as their father walked into the room, concern evident on their faces. Issei informed him that the magic was gone and that their mother was on the path to a full recovery. Their father smiled brightly and embraced his children tightly, expressing his relief. He then inquired if Issei had discovered who was responsible for the incident. Issei explained that they had a lead. One of the 4 Devil Kings had confirmed that it wasn't his magic, and they had 1 day left for the others to do the same. Their father sighed, relieved for everyone involved. Issei nodded, glancing at their mother, who appeared to be nearly back to normal. He vowed to hunt down whoever was responsible and bring them to justice. Suddenly, Issei sensed a powerful holy aura in the room, prompting Asia to ask what was wrong as she touched his arm. He instructed her to wait inside while he stepped out into the hallway. Opening the door, Issei was met by a handsome man with golden hair and blue eyes, clad in golden armor and adorned with angel wings. The man was examining an old photo of Issei. He introduced himself as Michel, the leader of the angel faction, and expressed his pleasure in finally meeting Issei. Issei, gripping his blade tightly, demanded to know who Michel was. Michel explained that he had come to meet the champion of Knull, noting how much Issei resembled him. He acknowledged Issei's power and the significance of wielding all black, suggesting that Issei was becoming a symbiote god in his own right. Issei, wanting to get straight to the point, asked Michel why he was there. Michel informed Issei that he sought a seat at the summit the following night, which Issei confirmed. Michel expressed that it was a wise choice, as they wanted to hear from both Issei and Knull, recognizing them as a formidable force in the supernatural world. He presented Issei with a golden ring featuring a red gem, explaining that it was the Ring of Samuel, a powerful artifact that would allow Issei to create any weapon of his choice from his own power. As Issei activated the ring, it transformed, and he created a dagger from a dark gray aura with red highlights. He questioned Michel's motives for giving him such a gift. Michel clarified that it was a peace offering, as the angel faction aimed to build a relationship with him, acknowledging his status as the new symbiote god. Issei smirked, recognizing his newfound celebrity status among the supernatural community. Grateful for the peace offering, Issei agreed to build a strong relationship with the angel faction, provided they respected his boundaries. Michel assured him that all his accommodations would be met, and they shook hands in agreement. Michel expressed his hope for Issei's mother's swift recovery before teleporting away. Issei reflected on the situation, determined to confront the devils responsible for his mother's illness. Time was running out, and he was aware that the summit was approaching. He sat beside his mother, keeping vigil as he contemplated the impending meeting. Asia entered the room to check on their mother, and Issei reassured her that their mother was doing well and would hopefully awaken soon. Asia asked if Issei would attend the summit, to which he confirmed, stating that he needed to see the 4 Devil Kings prove their innocence. He warned that if they failed to demonstrate their magical powers were distinct, he would take action against them. Asia questioned whether Issei's motivations stemmed from anger or fear, but he remained silent. He explained that his mother's perspective differed from his own. He intended to send a message that anyone who harmed those he cared about would face severe consequences. He held his mother's hand, urging her to wake up. Issei quietly expressed his concern to his mother, feeling the weight of her absence. Asia announced her intention to head to the club room, giving him a warm hug before leaving. Knull asked Issei if he was ready, and Issei affirmed his readiness to face whatever justice awaited them that night, gazing out the window at the school. In the club room, Cersex, Rius's brother, was present with the rest of Rius's peerage, except for Issei. He remarked on how enjoyable the open house was and noted Rius's significant increase in strength, suggesting it was time to release Gasper from his ceiling. Rius was taken aback by this revelation and questioned her brother about Gasper's power. Cersex reassured her, indicating it was indeed time for Gasper to return. He prepared to leave, stating he needed to have his power scanned for Issei before teleporting away. Asia, curious, asked Rius about Gasper. Rius led them down the hall to a door marked with yellow ceiling. She explained that Gasper was a human-vampire hybrid with a powerful sacred gear that allowed him to manipulate time. Due to his inability to control his power at such a young age, Rius had to seal him away. Today marked the day of his return. As Rius opened the door, revealing a box, everyone was surprised when 2 pink-violet eyes appeared from within. A shy voice greeted them, and Rius welcomed Gasper, noting he looked healthy. Issei, leaning against the wall with a confident demeanor, commented on Gasper being Rius's secret weapon, impressing everyone with his presence. Rius, startled by Issei's sudden appearance, instructed her members to stand down as Issei introduced himself to Gasper, who shyly waved back. Issei cautioned Rius to take better care of her peerage members before stepping through a yellow portal, leaving everyone in awe. Aquino remarked on Issei's unexpected entrance, and Rius encouraged Gasper to join them in the club room, reassuring him that he would be safe with them. After some hesitation, Gasper emerged from his box and joined the group. As the members of the ORC prepared for the summit, a large barrier enveloped the school. Rius reminded everyone of their roles, particularly emphasizing Gasper's importance to Kaneko. She displayed the meeting agenda on a screen, and Aquino expressed excitement as they teleported into the summit room, where leaders like Cersex, Serafal, Michelle, Aazelle, and Valley awaited them. Cersex informed the group that the meeting was about to begin, and Sona inquired about Issei's arrival. The atmosphere shifted as Issei prepared to enter. He kissed his mother's hand before summoning a portal and stepping through, dressed in a sleek black and red suit that caught everyone's attention. He greeted the leaders with respect and exchanged pleasantries with Valley, who acknowledged his proposal with a blush. Michelle welcomed Issei back, and Issei addressed Cersex and Serafal, demanding proof of their innocence regarding his mother's attempted kidnapping. Cersex produced a flash drive, and Serafal provided a computer to display the magical readings, which confirmed their claims. Issei accepted this as evidence of their innocence and signaled the meeting to commence. Rius took the floor, stating that her pawn had dealt with Kokabil, while Michelle sought input from Aazelle, who clarified that he had no involvement in Kokabil's actions, emphasizing that the rogue had acted independently after the war. Aazelle explained to everyone that he had sent in the White Dragon Empress to deal with the situation, but it turned out that Issei had already taken care of the matter. The atmosphere was heavy as the angel leader informed them that their war generals, along with God and the Devil Kings, were dead. Zenobia noticed Irina's reaction, realizing that she must have already received the news. Aazelle continued, expressing concern about a new complication. They were facing a force that was equal to, if not more destructive than, their own. He mentioned the White Dragon Empress and the Symbiote King, seeking input from the group. Valley was the first to respond, expressing a desire to fight someone as strong as himself. Aazelle reminded him that there were ways to engage with strong opponents without resorting to war, which Valley reluctantly acknowledged. Turning to Issei, Aazelle asked for his thoughts on the situation, noting that Issei's choices carried a heavier toll since he was the host of Knull. Issei's response was clear: he wanted peace, not just for himself but for his loved ones. He pledged his support for Azazel's decisions but warned that if anyone broke their pact and harmed an innocent, he would not hesitate to take action. His voice and aura sent chills through the room, and Valley observed him with intrigue. Aazelle then urged everyone to focus on their goal of achieving peace. Just then, Graphia noted that Rius's bishop had awakened an incomplete balance breaker. They looked outside to see rogue devils emerging from various locations. Zenobia asked Cersex what they should do, and he instructed her to free Gasper, providing her with a vial of blood for assistance. Zenobia nodded and took Rius with her back to the human world. As the situation escalated, Aazelle suggested that Valley greet their new guest. Valley teleported outside and soared into the sky, preparing for battle. She called upon her powers, and her body was enveloped in white armor as she activated her balance breaker. The devils attacked, but Valley effortlessly blocked their assaults with magical barriers. With a wave of her hand, she dispatched a large number of them, impressing Issei, who watched with a smirk. Knull commented on the potential destructiveness of a battle with Valley just as a woman emerged from a magical circle. Cersex confronted Kateria Leviathan, asking why she had come to attack them. Knull quickly warned Issei that she possessed the same magic used against his mother. Kateria declared that the old Satan faction was there for world domination now that God and the Devil Kings were gone. Aazelle laughed at her ambition, pointing out that those who sought such power often met their demise first. Kateria, angered, vowed to show her power as an orange aura surrounded her. Issei stepped forward, asserting his presence. Kateria, intrigued, asked who he was, to which Issei ominously replied that he was her damnation. She smirked, dismissing Cersex's concerns about her intentions. In a sudden move, Issei dashed forward and struck her, sending her crashing into the school walls. Claiming her as his opponent, Issei summoned his symbiote blade. Kateria emerged from the rubble, furious and demanding to know who he thought he was. Upon seeing the symbiote blade, she realized he was Knull's champion. Issei confirmed this, declaring that he would be her executioner. He lunged at her, but she blocked his attack and retaliated with a powerful wave of energy, pushing him back. Issei managed to create a shield to protect himself. Knull noted that Kateria was stronger than he remembered and sensed Ophus's magic. Issei quickly dodged her attacks and summoned spikes from the ground, forcing Kateria to fly into the air to evade them. Seizing the opportunity, Issei teleported behind her and delivered a powerful punch, causing a massive explosion upon impact. As the battle unfolded, Issei expressed his determination to make Kateria pay for her past actions. He unleashed a flurry of punches that she struggled to block. In a decisive move, he grabbed her by the neck and threw her across the ground, tearing her clothing in the process. Kateria, enraged, summoned her power and launched an attack at Issei, sending him crashing back into the school. However, Issei was quick to surprise her, using his powers to restrain her and stabbing her leg with his blade. As she cried out in pain, he struck her across the face, leaving a mark on the ground. He taunted her about the devil's inflated sense of self-worth and proceeded to inflict more damage, cutting her side and leaving her vulnerable. The battle continued, showcasing Issei's strength and determination as he faced off against Kateria, who was now at a severe disadvantage. On her knees, Kateria cried, feeling utterly defeated. Issei grabbed her hair and pulled her head back, taunting her about her current state. He declared that she was nothing but an embarrassment to her race, revealing that he hadn't even needed to use his armor against her. He proclaimed himself as the King in Black and pushed her head down before walking away. He offered her two choices: he could end her life or she could surrender her powers and become his servant. Knowing that survival was her only option, Kateria chose to serve him. As Issei touched her head, her aura faded, and he informed her that she was now a normal devil, stripped of her powers and authority. With a wave of his magic, he repaired her clothes, transforming her outfit to resemble Vala's, but in black and red, adorned with the red dragon symbol that Issei bore. The sky shifted, and Issei smirked, noting that Rius had completed her mission. Grafia observed the changing sky and remarked on the situation. Issei turned his attention back to Vale, who was now soaring in the sky, and asked if she was ready for a battle. Vale confirmed her readiness, and the two prepared to face each other. As Vale charged at Issei, she unleashed a barrage of magical attacks, but Issei skillfully dodged them and leaped back. He acknowledged her speed and strength, noting that she was indeed stronger than Kateria. Vale flew down to engage him, delivering a series of blows that Issei blocked. He countered with a powerful tornado kick that sent her flying back, damaging his armor in the process. Albion, Vale's partner, urged her to focus, reminding her that she was up against the champion of Knull. Vale regained her composure and prepared for another attack, charging her magic before launching it at Issei. He rushed forward, ready to counter, but Vale's clever maneuver caught him off guard, and she struck him in the chest, sending him crashing into the ground. As the others watched, Rius and her group rushed over to see the unfolding battle. Aazelle reassured them that it was just a fight between Issei and Vale. Issei emerged from the crater, his suit torn, revealing a striking tattoo on his back that resembled the red dragon on Knull's armor, which drew gasps from the onlookers. Vale, impressed by Issei's resilience, acknowledged his skill. She decided to take the fight more seriously, charging her magic once again. Issei, recognizing her determination, prepared to match her power. As Vale's wings transformed and her strength surged, Issei felt his own power being drawn away. Vale, now significantly stronger, declared that she would give it her all. Issei, in turn, activated his symbiote armor, his appearance shifting dramatically. The atmosphere grew tense as both fighters prepared for their next moves. Vale charged at Issei, attempting a series of punches, but he blocked her attacks and retaliated with a kick that sent her backward. She quickly recovered and launched an ice magic attack to restrain him, but Issei broke free and caught her punch, resulting in a massive explosion that blinded everyone. Rius called out for Issei, her concern evident, but Kateria reassured her that he was fine. Vale, panting and surprised by Issei's strength, questioned if she had succeeded in her attack. Issei seized the moment, pulling her in for a powerful gut punch that sent her flying. He teleported behind her, launching a relentless series of attacks, and summoned All Black, which clashed against her armor, shattering it completely. To finish the battle, he unleashed a devastating move, calling out Earth Striker, as All Black transformed into a powerful orb of symbiote energy. Cersex quickly instructed everyone to come together, sensing the intensity of the situation. The leaders combined their magic to create a protective barrier. Rius, feeling confused, asked what was happening. Michelle explained that Knull had used an attack that could have eliminated Draig and Albion, and if they didn't unite their powers, it could endanger them all. As Issei unleashed his power, the ground beneath them transformed into an abyss, and the school area erupted with symbiote spikes. The barrier cracked, sending a powerful shockwave through the air. Issei quickly acted his own barrier to shield everyone from harm. Searfall called out to check if everyone was okay as a new barrier enveloped them. Rius, her heart sinking at the sight of the destruction, asked about Vale. As the dust settled, they were relieved to see Issei emerging, carrying Vale in a protective manner. Aazelle questioned Issei, surprised that he hadn't harmed her. Issei explained that Vale was merely unconscious and that he had held back significantly. He reassured them not to worry about the area and handed Vale over to Kateria, who took her gently. With a swift motion, Issei plunged All Black into the ground, his eyes flashing a dark red as the area transformed, showcasing his control over Knull's power. Michael marveled at the display, while Kateria reflected on how she never stood a chance. In a matter of moments, the destroyed school was restored, and the symbiote returned to All Black. Issei approached Kateria, giving her a necklace similar to Asia's, which granted her the ability to teleport. He instructed her to take Vala back to Azazel's home and return. As Rius and the others approached, Issei expressed his regret for his earlier rudeness. Rius reassured him that his anger was understandable given the circumstances. Cersex and Searfall approached Issei to express their gratitude for the time he had given them. Issei acknowledged that it was the least he could do since Rius had given him another chance at life. Knull then called out to Issei, revealing that his mother was awake. Issei's eyes widened in surprise, and he rushed to find Asia, who joined him as they opened a portal to his mother's room. Upon entering, Issei saw his father sitting beside his mother, who was now sitting up. Asia rushed to her mother, embracing her tightly. Issei's father informed his wife that both he and Asia had been worried about her. His mother turned to Issei, noticing he was avoiding her gaze. She asked if something was bothering him, and he reluctantly approached her, sitting down beside her. Issei confessed that he felt he had failed her because she had almost died. His mother reassured him that he had not failed her. He was the reason she was alive. Issei was stunned to learn that she had spoken to Knull during her time in the abyss. Knull appeared, and Issei confronted him about not revealing their conversations. Knull reminded Issei not to blame himself for what had happened, emphasizing that he had done everything he could to save her. Just then, a portal opened, and Kateria stepped through, informing Issei that Valley was receiving medical treatment. She noticed Issei's mother and introduced herself. Missy, Issei's mother, welcomed Kateria warmly, teasing her about Issei's friendships. As Rius and her group entered the room, Issei was taken aback, questioning how they had gained access. Missy, however, quickly reminded Issei of his place, asserting her authority as his mother. Issei, bemused, wondered what Knull had done to make her so strong, while Knull simply advised him to be a good son. Issei smirked, teasing Knull about being intimidated by his mother, unaware of the bond they all shared in this moment of reunion and healing. Issei Hayu was a typical 17-year-old boy attending Kuo Academy, a place he had called home since birth. He lived with his loving parents, who had provided him with a wonderful life. One morning his father called out to him, urging him to wake up and get ready for school. Issei turned off his alarm, quickly dressed in his school uniform, and brushed his teeth before heading downstairs. His mother greeted him with a warm smile and handed him a lunch she had prepared. Issei thanked her, grabbed his backpack, and headed out the door. His parents wished him a good day as he walked down the street toward the school, which was conveniently close to his home. As he approached the school entrance, he overheard snippets of conversation from his classmates. They were buzzing about the latest high school drama, discussing a breakup and a recent fight. Issei chuckled to himself, thinking about the chaos of teenage life, before stepping through the main doors and into the bustling school. He climbed the stairs to his homeroom and settled into a seat at the back of the classroom. Suddenly, a handsome boy with blonde hair and blue eyes entered the room, causing a stir among the students. Issei rolled his eyes at the excited reactions of his classmates, wishing for a moment of peace as the teacher finally arrived and called for order. With the classroom settling down, Issei gazed out the window, admiring the beautiful sky, ready to face another day of school. Little did he know that his life was about to change forever. A powerful force awaited him, one that would awaken his hidden potential and set him on a path of destiny intertwined with the god of the void, Knull. Knull observed Issei's silence and remarked, "Oh, why don't you go ahead and tell your mother how tough you feel?" Rius greeted Miss Hayadu with a warm smile, expressing her happiness to see her awake. Missy beamed at the group and replied, "Oh, Rius, it's so good to see you, dear. I have missed you." Rius approached and embraced her. "Miss Hai, these are some friends of mine and your sons," Rius introduced, gesturing to the others. "It's a pleasure to meet you. My name's Aquino," Aquino said with a bow. "My name's Kiba." Kiba followed suit, bowing as well. "I'm Kaneko." Kaneko introduced herself with a bow. "It's so nice to meet so many of your friends, dear. I assume they are part of Rius's devil group." Missy's questions surprised everyone. "Oh, it's okay, guys. I already know about the supernatural," she added, reassuring them. "That makes sense now. Issei's father commented as Issei joined the group. Hey, guys, I want to apologize for being so cold the last couple of days. You didn't deserve that, and I'm sorry, Issei said, looking at their smiling faces. It's okay, Issei. We're just happy your mom's safe and that you're okay too, Akino replied. Yes, no hard feelings. It's good to have you back, Kiba added, giving him a pat on the back. You're not mad? Issei asked, surprised. What? No, man, we completely understand, Kaneko reassured him, prompting a smile from Issei. Thank you, he said to everyone. Rius noticed Issei walking toward the balcony and decided to check on him. How are you feeling? Rius inquired as Issei looked at her and then at the night sky. Better, much better now that my mother's safe, the pact is signed, and we can move on, Issei replied. He then asked Rius, isn't it beautiful? As he gestured to the sky. Oh yes, the night sky is quite beautiful, Rius agreed, smiling. I wasn't talking about the sky, Issei said, causing Rius to blush and adjust her hair with a smile. I'm sorry for being so cold and mean to you, he continued, looking sincerely at his king. You didn't do anything wrong. You acted on what you thought was best for your mother. Like you said, she is safe, the pact is signed, and we can finally start a new chapter in life, Rius reassured him. Issei, there is something I want to tell you. Issei turned his attention to her. I haven't shown my appreciation for you enough. Ever since Riser's defeat, I was given a chance to find a man I want to love, a thought I never imagined I would have. Because of I was freed. I never got to say thank you and truly show my appreciation for what you did for me that night, Rius confessed, taking his hand. Missy pointed out to her husband, and everyone turned to see the two. It's my job to keep you safe, and I will fulfill that responsibility to its fullest extent, Issei assured Rius. I just wanted to say thank you for everything, Rius said, her smile brightening. You're welcome, Issei began, but was interrupted when she quickly kissed him. Missy exclaimed, Oh dear, look, as everyone watched, and Issei was left in shock as Rius broke the kiss. Again, just a simple thank you for everything, Rius said, her smile radiant. For the first time, Issei found himself at a loss for words, his heart racing with a strong, unfamiliar feeling. Already making moves, Rius. No fair. Akino teased, causing laughter to erupt among the group. That was my first kiss, by the way, something women treasure, Rius informed Issei, who remained speechless. What am I feeling? My chest is pounding, and I feel strange, Issei thought to himself as Rius took his hand and led him back inside. You're growing into an amazing man, Issei. I am so proud of you, son, Issei's father remarked, and Issei smiled in response. Maybe this life isn't so bad after all, Issei mused, watching Rius and the others interact with his mom. Maybe I can be more than a dark god. Maybe I can be a beacon of hope, he thought, smiling. Time passed, and in the club room, Rius and the others were with Aazelle. Yes, your brother has given me the okay to teach you all and show you the better part of your abilities. The forbidden Baylor view, the mighty holy sword, the holy demonic sword, and the king in black. I can help you all mature with your sacred gears using my knowledge, Aazelle explained. So you can call me Mr. Aazelle. Kind of weird, man, not gonna lie, Issei remarked as he sat on the couch. Oh yes, another thing that Cersex would like to see happen. By order of the 4 sitting Devil Kings, they asked for all of you to move in with Issei immediately. What? Issei shouted, nearly hitting the ceiling. I don't have room for so many people, he thought seriously. This has to be a joke. Aazelle handed him a paper with the order and all their signatures. This is unbelievable, Issei thought, feeling overwhelmed. Oh my, Issei, quite the request that is being made, Akino teased as he buried his face in a pillow, feeling defeated. I am so screwed, Issei thought as Rius and everyone laughed at his reaction. In a scene change, Issei stood in front of what was once his house, now transformed into a huge mansion. Oh my god, how did they do this? I was at school for 8 hours. Issei exclaimed in disbelief. Isn't it lovely, honey? He heard his mother say as she and his father appeared at the door. Now everyone can move in, she announced as everyone carried boxes into the home. I haven't laughed like this in thousands of years, Knull remarked to his host as they all entered together. Rius expressed her frustration towards Aquino, feeling tired of her attempts to claim what was hers, and playfully threw a pillow at her. Aquino, not one to back down, tossed the pillow back, insisting that a little touch didn't hurt and teasing Rius for being stingy. Rius, exasperated, reminded everyone that they had just remodeled the house and infused the pillow with her destructive aura before hurling it again. Aquino countered by using her lightning to obliterate it. Issei, watching the playful exchange, placed his hands on his face, bemused by the chaos. Later, everyone gathered around the table, enjoying a meal with Issei's parents. They expressed gratitude towards Rius's father for his work as a construction worker, which had resulted in their beautiful new home. Missy, Issei's mother, commented on the spacious kitchen and inquired about their summer plans. Rius mentioned her intention to spend time with her family, looking forward to the fun ahead. Issei's father asked if Issei would join her, to which Missy confirmed he would. Issei excused himself from the table, grabbing a plate of food and heading upstairs to a quiet room where Kateria sat at a desk, gazing into a mirror. Concerned, Issei asked why she wasn't downstairs with everyone else. Kateria admitted she didn't want to intrude. Issei insisted she needed to eat and placed the plate in front of her, sensing something was troubling her. He probed gently, revealing her fear of being unable to protect herself and the weight of her past actions. Kateria shared her history of enemies and her attempts to seize power, feeling unworthy of life after her misdeeds. Issei reassured her, stating she was not a SLV and was free to make her own choices. He promised to protect her, which brought a smile to her face. When she asked why he was giving her a second chance, he explained that those who don't seek second chances often need them the most. As he stood to leave, Kateria, feeling grateful, quickly kissed him, vowing not to let him down. In a scene change, Rius informed everyone about an upcoming trip to the underworld for a gathering involving the three factions and Asgard. The group buzzed with excitement at the prospect of visiting the underworld. Zenobia expressed her eagerness to see the place, and Rius elaborated on the significance of the gathering, noting the presence of high-class devils. To everyone's surprise, Aazelle appeared, announcing his intention to join them as the leader of the fallen angels to sign a treaty with the Norse gods. With that, they prepared for their journey. On the magical train to the underworld, Asia marveled at the experience, and Issei and Zenobia agreed it was impressive. Rius explained that the royal train was typically used by those of high rank. Sona and Suji soon joined them in the main cabin, and Rius greeted her best friend warmly. They discussed the upcoming raiding games, both hoping to meet in the rankings. Suji approached Issei, who greeted him with a nod. Suji mentioned his busy schedule with training and student council duties, to which Issei responded with indifference, expressing that he could never manage such responsibilities. The two shared a moment of camaraderie, each understanding the other's path. As they arrived at the Gremory main building, Rius led the way, feeling a mix of pride and nostalgia. A young boy with red hair and blue eyes rushed up to Rius, hugging her tightly. Rius recognized Milikas, noting how much he had grown since their last meeting. Issei, curious, asked who the boy was, and Rius introduced him. Milikas confidently introduced himself, charming everyone with his manners and enthusiasm. Milikas, excited to meet Issei, revealed that he was a huge fan of him and Knull, the god of symbiotes. His admiration left Issei momentarily speechless, and Milikas expressed his desire to see Knull's legendary sword, forged in the abyss. The group shared smiles at Milikas's infectious enthusiasm, feeling a sense of warmth and connection in the moment. It was said to be more powerful than any sacred gear or man-made sword. Milikas expressed his excitement as Issei glanced at Rius, both sharing a smile. Issei raised his hand to his side, and a dark blade began to form. Milikas jumped with enthusiasm, asking if Rius could see it. Rius confirmed that she could, and Issei knelt down to present the blade to Milikas, who was thrilled to meet Knull in his mind. Milikas proclaimed himself Knull's biggest fan, which brought laughter from everyone around. Afterward, Issei took back the sword, and the group made their way down the hall until they reached a door. Graphia's voice came from the other side, inviting them in. Milikas rushed inside, announcing Rius's return. A woman, Rius's mother, embraced the young prince warmly. Everyone except Issei bowed in respect to Lady Gremory, who introduced herself as Venelana. She recognized Issei and expressed her honor in meeting the king in black, prompting Graphia to bow as well. Issei insisted that they didn't need to bow to him, but Venelana playfully suggested that he could take Riser's place as Rius's husband, causing Rius to blush and protest while Issei shared in her embarrassment. Venelana then suggested they all go eat, and everyone agreed. At dinner, Rius's father welcomed everyone and hoped they were enjoying the feast. Issei, relishing the food, expressed his appreciation for the meal. He noticed Kaneko sitting quietly, seemingly troubled, and wondered what was bothering her. Rius's mother inquired if they were ready for the upcoming gathering, to which Rius confirmed they were prepared for the significant event where their factions would join forces with the Norse gods. Later, Issei reflected on Rius's parents' cheerful demeanor while worrying about Kaneko's distracted state. Just then, Zenobia and Asia peeked through the door, asking if they could sleep in the same room as Issei. He agreed, and the two girls settled in beside him, quickly falling asleep. Meanwhile, Rius and her parents discussed Cersex's absence due to his duties, and Rius acknowledged how helpful Aazelle had been. Venelana asked about Issei's mother, and Rius shared that she was well and had embraced the supernatural, surprising the adults. In her room, Kaneko was determined to grow stronger, pushing herself through rigorous training. After a long session, she finally rested, hoping to conquer the side of herself she struggled with. The next morning, Aazelle announced the start of a 20-day training program, which Issei found promising. He outlined specific training needs for each member of the group, emphasizing strategy for Rius, control for Akino, long-distance healing for Asia, strength for Kaneko, social skills for Gasper, mastery of sword birth for Kiba, and willpower for Zenobia with her Durandal. Akino confronted a man in battle armor who had come to train her at Azazel's request. Despite her anger and resentment toward him, she prepared to begin their training. Meanwhile, Asia practiced her healing powers in a dark room, Gasper nervously navigated downtown, and Kiba honed his skills in a pond with an unknown figure. Kaneko was in a gym, diligently working on her technique. Aazelle explained to the group that their training would last for 20 days, and by the end, they would be ready for the upcoming gathering. The group was filled with enthusiasm, eager to begin. Time passed, and Issei found himself in the mountains of the Gremroy territory, training alone. He acknowledged that he had been away from the others for a week, but he believed this was essential for his growth, not just for himself but for Rius and everyone else. Knull, observing Issei in meditation, noted how naturally he had adapted to his new life, encouraging him to take pride in his progress. Issei felt a sense of gratitude towards Knull, appreciating their partnership. 13 days later, Aazelle announced the conclusion of their training, commending the group for their significant improvements. He pointed out that Issei had trained with Knull and likely focused on his own development. Rius expressed her happiness at the progress everyone had made over the past 20 days. Aazelle then mentioned he needed to prepare for a meeting, which piqued Asia's curiosity. Rius explained that it was a gathering of high-class devil clans to discuss changes in the underworld. She reassured everyone that they would be in the VIP section for the event and suggested they rest up for the following day. Later that night, while on the balcony, Issei asked Rius about Kaneko and how she came to be with him. Rius recounted the tragic tale of Kaneko's past, revealing that she and her sister had lost their parents in a battle. The older sister had been captured and subjected to experiments, gaining immense power before going rogue. Rius had taken Kaneko in after her brother found her in the woods. As they spoke, Kaneko appeared, revealing her cat-like features. Rius gently scolded her for being awake, but Kaneko apologized for worrying them. Rius shared that Kaneko was from a powerful Nikomata clan, a direct descendant of a sage. Issei, impressed by Kaneko's heritage, vowed to protect her, promising that no harm would come to her or anyone else. He invited Kaneko to sleep with them that night, and though surprised, she agreed, and they all settled in for the night. The next day, Rius reminded everyone to behave and dress nicely for the Young Devils Summit, where the Norse god Odin would be present. She inquired about Issei's whereabouts and learned from Kiba that he was training in the arena. Rius found Issei engaged in a fierce battle with a clone of himself, showcasing his skills. After defeating the clone, Issei greeted Rius, who noted his dedication to training before the summit. They shared a light-hearted moment before Issei went to change into a suit for the gathering. At the event, the room was filled with numerous devils, and Rius looked stunning in her red and black dress, while Akino wore an outfit reminiscent of her battle attire. Issei, dressed sharply in a red and black suit, caught their attention, and they complimented him on his appearance. Issei felt confident and appreciated their kind words, enjoying the atmosphere of the gathering as they prepared to engage with the other attendees. Finally, everyone started to notice Issei, and the whispers among the devils filled the air. They spoke of him as the King in Black, commenting on his striking appearance and the powerful aura that surrounded him. Rumors circulated about his incredible strength, claiming he had faced a Satan-class devil and emerged victorious. Rius acknowledged Issei's newfound fame, standing between two beautiful women. Issei, crossing his arms, remarked that they likely hadn't seen him angry yet. Just then, Sona and Saji approached, and Rius greeted Sona warmly, inquiring about her training camp. Sona blushed at the sight of Issei, which did not go unnoticed by Akino, who playfully teased her about having a crush. Saji greeted Issei with enthusiasm, and they exchanged a fist bump. Issei asked about Saji's training, to which Saji proudly shared that he was now in possession of all 4 parts of Vritra's sacred gear. He expressed his determination to surpass Issei one day, and Issei encouraged him to keep training. Cersex informed the group that Michelle would be arriving soon, and Aazelle mentioned he had placed Barakiel in charge of security, given the potential threats from Norse gods and the Chaos Brigade. Cersex sighed, acknowledging the persistent existence of such groups. As Rius and the others walked down the hallway, she informed them they would need to wait in a room until the ceremony began. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the wall in front of them, revealing a girl and a teenage boy engaged in a fierce battle. The girl confronted the boy, who smirked defiantly. Zenobia and Kiba entered the room, questioning the commotion. Rius sighed, having anticipated trouble. A muscular young man with black hair and purple eyes entered, greeting Rius. She introduced him as Cerorg, her cousin and the strongest youth devil. Issei approached Cerorg, who sensed Issei's formidable aura and felt a chill run down his spine. They exchanged words about possibly sparring in the future. Zephyro, the boy from the earlier fight, made a crude comment about Rius, prompting Issei to glare at him. Rius firmly rejected Zephyro's advances, maintaining her dignity. In a sudden burst of anger, Zephyro charged at Rius, but Issei intervened, swiftly tackling Zephyro and driving him into the wall, creating a significant impact. Asia was knocked back but was caught by a handsome young man, who ensured she was all right. The attention shifted back to Issei and Zephyro, as Issei issued a chilling warning, threatening to unleash his wrath if Zephyro insulted Rius again. The atmosphere grew tense as Issei's dark aura enveloped him, causing everyone to feel the weight of his power. As Issei's eyes glowed ominously, he demanded an answer from Zephyro, who stammered an apology. Issei released him but not before delivering a powerful blow that sent Zephyro crashing through the wall, leaving everyone in shock at the display of strength. Once Issei's aura subsided, the group regained their composure, expressing their astonishment at his power. Rius, concerned for Issei, approached him as he walked toward the fallen Zephyro. She urged him to take a deep breath, reminding him that he had made his point and that Zephyro had already suffered for his words. Rius held Issei's head, making him look into her eyes. The crimson red of her gaze met his sea blue, and slowly, the anger on his face faded away. Issei expressed his frustration toward Zephyro, declaring that if he spoke like that again, he would face dire consequences. Kiba shared his thoughts with the group, noting the overwhelming strength of the King in Black, who seemed to wield his power effortlessly. Akino explained that when someone has the potential to surpass Lucifer himself, they can display such power with ease. The group was left in awe at the revelation that Issei might possess the potential to be stronger than the first Lucifer. Ravel, Riser's younger sister, approached Issei, greeting him with a hint of nervousness. She invited him to the Phoenix house for tea, her cheeks flushed. Issei found it a bit unusual but agreed. Ravel then presented him with a phoenix tear, known for its remarkable healing abilities. As she left, she called him the champion of Knull, leaving Issei intrigued. Issei noticed Kaneko exiting the main room and decided to follow her outside, wondering where she could be headed. Rius, having just opened another door, asked if he had seen Kaneko. He pointed toward the exit, informing her that Kaneko had just walked out. Rius suggested they go find her, and they both stepped outside. Meanwhile, Kaneko was running through the forest, searching for someone. She stopped when she spotted Kuroka lounging on a tree branch. Kaneko confronted her sister, who greeted her with a playful tone. Kaneko, however, was wary and demanded to know why Kuroka was really there. Kuroka admitted she had sensed a powerful energy and was curious about it, which led her to Kaneko. As Issei and Rius ran through the forest, Issei expressed his concern for Kaneko. Rius recalled a conversation they had the previous night, where Kaneko had confided her fears about her powers and the possibility of becoming like her older sister. Rius reassured Kaneko that she would never be like Kuroka and that she had the support of her friends. Back in the present, Issei sensed that Kaneko was nearby. They soon spotted her in the distance, and Kuroka approached her, claiming she had come to pick her up. Rius recognized Kuroka as Kaneko's older sister. Kaneko then noticed Biko, who emerged from hiding, teasing Kuroka about her presence. Rius and Issei stepped forward, and Kuroka sensed Issei's immense power. Rius firmly stated that Kaneko was part of her household and that she wouldn't allow Kuroka to take her away. Kuroka laughed, asserting her claim as Kaneko's sister. Issei, with a mischievous grin, asked Kuroka about Vale, knowing they were part of the same group. Kuroka, intrigued by Issei, learned he was the champion of Knull, which surprised her. Kaneko expressed her loyalty to Rius, declaring that she was now part of Rius's family. Rius reiterated that they wouldn't let Kuroka take Kaneko away. Kuroka, losing her patience, warned them to leave, her demeanor shifting as the tension in the air thickened. Would be the only warning Issei would give. Kuroka smirked, ignoring him completely. She declared her intent to take Kaneko by force if necessary, prompting Rius to prepare for a fight. Issei, feeling energized, powered up his summoned all-black, expressing his excitement for the impending confrontation. Biko noted that this would buy them some time as Kuroka erected a barrier around them. Issei shouted that the barrier was pointless, launching all-black into the sky, causing the barrier to shatter unexpectedly, leaving Kuroka and Biko in shock. Biko acknowledged the blade's unstoppable nature as Issei caught it as it fell. Rius noticed Kaneko stepping in front of her, and Issei urged her to return, emphasizing how much they all cared for her, which made Kaneko blush and step back. The atmosphere shifted as everyone sensed a dark aura approaching. Tanin, the previous Dragon King, appeared above them, and Issei greeted him warmly. Tanin warned Kuroka and Biko to leave before they angered Issei, stating that it was a battle they would not win. Biko, undeterred, summoned his monkey cloud and charged at Tanin, who retaliated with a fire breath attack, igniting their battle. Kuroka demanded the return of her sister, but Rius launched an attack that was deflected by Kuroka's aura. Kuroka threatened them, claiming she would kill them if they refused. A purple mist enveloped Rius and Kaneko, causing them to collapse to their knees. Kuroka explained that the mist was poison but would not kill them immediately, noting its ineffectiveness on hybrids. Issei's hair fell over his face as he sensed the rising tension. Tanin sensed Issei's anger escalating and warned Kuroka, who was slowly forced to her knees by Issei's overwhelming aura. The ground trembled, and the sky flickered with ominous colors. Kuroka felt as though she was facing death itself. Issei vanished and appeared before Tanin just as Biko charged at him. Summoning his armor, Issei unleashed a powerful attack, causing an explosion that shook the forest. Kuroka cried out for Biko as she watched Issei advance toward her, grabbing her neck and slamming her against a tree. The impact caused her to cough up blood, and her poison mist dissipated, allowing Rius and Kaneko to regain their strength. Issei warned Kuroka that his patience was gone and threatened her if she ever came after Kaneko again, instilling fear in her. After she acknowledged his warning, he released her, and she gasped for breath. Tannen inquired about the magic Issei had used, and Issei explained that he had trained with Knull to harness more of his magic. Kuroka checked on Biko, who struggled to stand, using his staff for support. He lamented the injury Issei had inflicted and suggested they retreat, as Loki was likely already in the meeting room. Rius's eyes widened at the mention of Loki, and Issei quickly gathered Rius and Kaneko, summoning a portal to return to the hall and head to the meeting room. Back at the ballroom, Asia asked if anyone had seen Issei, while Zenobia noted the absence of the president. Concerned for their well-being, Aquino expressed hope that nothing had gone wrong. The leaders stood together, and Aazelle praised Barkeel, catching Aquino's attention as she noticed her father. Odin, the All-Father, greeted Aazelle, and Cersex approached to acknowledge Odin's presence. Serafal bowed to Odin, who commented on her serious attire, suggesting she should dress more casually for the occasion. In response, Serafal transformed into her magical girl outfit, which amused Odin. However, the woman accompanying Odin reminded him of his responsibilities, leading to a light-hearted exchange about her seriousness and lack of a romantic partner, which left the devils looking on with mixed expressions. Odin expressed his frustration to the Devil Kings, noting that the one he wished to speak to was nowhere to be found. Serafal reassured him that the individual was currently with the other young devils and promised that he would soon have the opportunity to speak with Lord Issei. Odin reflected on the title, realizing that if the Devil Kings referred to him as Lord, then the young man's strength must be formidable. He acknowledged that this young man possessed Knull's powers, which set his expectations high. Michelle then arrived, greeting Odin warmly and expressing relief at seeing him healthy. Irina joined them, and the group welcomed her with smiles. Asia remarked on the unusual gathering of devils, gods, and fallen angels, highlighting their shared history and the hope for peace. Cersex addressed the group, emphasizing the importance of their new alliance with the Norse gods and urging Odin to sign the pact. As Odin approached the pact, a booming voice interrupted, and a Norse magical circle opened, revealing a man in a white suit with blue hair. He introduced himself as Loki, the Norse god. Aazelle smirked at the unexpected guest, noting his absence during the earlier speech. Michelle asserted that Loki had no right to interfere with the pact, which only seemed to anger Loki further. He expressed his discontent over his father's decision to ally with other mythologies. Odin commanded Loki to return to Valhalla and promised to forgive his behavior, but Loki dismissed the request with disdain. Tension escalated as Loki declared that making a pact with other factions would prevent the onset of Ragnarok. Aazelle pointed out Loki's connection to the Chaos Brigade, to which Loki confirmed his allegiance but insisted it was his own choice. With a snap of his fingers, Loki summoned a massive wolf with blue fur and spikes, which let out a powerful roar. The young devils quickly took defensive positions. Loki taunted the group, claiming they were no match for his son. As the wolf lunged into the air, parts of the ceiling began to collapse, but Aquino swiftly used her lightning to destroy the debris. The wolf turned its attention to Aquino, roaring as it charged at her. In a dramatic moment, a voice echoed through the room, summoning hundreds of spiked symbiotes that surrounded Aquino, protecting her from the wolf's attack. The arrival of Issei, Rius, and Kaneko shifted the atmosphere as they joined the fray. Loki's gaze locked onto Issei, recognizing him as the King in Black. Issei's voice was cold as he warned Loki to leave with his son or face dire consequences. Loki, undeterred, challenged Issei, who responded with a swift and powerful kick that sent Loki crashing to the ground. The tension in the room heightened as the two prepared for a clash of power. Loki, enraged, proclaimed his status as a god, while Issei summoned his symbiote, ready for battle. The atmosphere crackled with energy as Issei charged at Loki, who attempted to block the attack with his magic. However, Issei's quick thinking allowed him to ensnare Loki's ankle, pulling him down with force. As Loki called upon the wolf Fenrir, it turned its attention to Rius, prompting Issei to act quickly. He formed a protective barrier and leaped to shield her, ensuring her safety. After confirming that Rius was unharmed, Issei turned back to face Loki, his demeanor shifting as a dark aura enveloped him. The room felt heavy with tension as Issei's eyes glowed ominously. Loki, sensing the overwhelming power, began to tremble. Issei summoned his armor and all black, asserting his dominance. Odin observed the scene, realizing the true extent of Issei's power and the fear it instilled in Loki. As Loki struggled against the dark energy surrounding him, Issei prepared to demonstrate why he was the king in black. With determination, he stabbed all black into the ground, ready to confront the Norse god and protect those he cared about. Issei unleashed a powerful roar, his eyes glowing as the room transformed, enveloped in symbiote that morphed into the abyss. Everyone watched in disbelief as he charged forward, delivering a flurry of punches to Loki before seizing him by the neck and driving him down into the ground. Fenrir lunged at Issei, who swiftly turned and dashed forward, raising all black and slicing off one of the wolf's horns. Fenrir howled in pain, kicking against the wall as he struggled to regain his footing. Loki, desperate and struggling to move, called out in shock as Issei appeared behind him, driving the blade into his back. The sound of Loki's anguished scream echoed through the room as Issei knelt beside him. Issei declared the vast difference in their powers, asserting his identity as Issei Haidu, the god of the void and the slicer of worlds. He ripped the blade from Loki's back and lifted him into the air by the neck, vowing to end their conflict once and for all. Summoning all black once more, he plunged it into Loki's chest. Loki, gasping and pleading for mercy, coughed up blood. Issei, unmoved, stated that mercy was not among his qualities. He withdrew the blade and let Loki fall to the ground. With a fierce shout, he stabbed the blade into the ground, restoring the area to its previous state. The onlookers were left in shock, their fear palpable as they gazed at Issei. Rius called out to him, her voice trembling as he walked past her, the crowd parting to let him approach Odin. Issei warned Odin that any further attempts by his people to harm his friends would result in dire consequences, just as Loki had faced. Odin, visibly shaken, had no questions to offer in response to the teenage boy's threat. Issei confronted Cersex, expressing his anger over the near tragedy involving Rius. Cersex acknowledged the need for better security in the future. Issei powered down, his demeanor shifting as he turned his attention back to Loki, who weakly called for Fenrir and teleported away. In a moment of desperation, Issei hurled all black at Loki, severing his hand, but Loki managed to escape. Frustrated, Issei slammed his fist into the table, splintering it in half. He coldly instructed Odin to find his son before he did. As Issei approached his group, he checked on them, ensuring they were all right. Akino joked about being spooked, while Kaneko remarked that Loki had received his due punishment for targeting Rius. Issei reassured them, and as the leaders gathered, he instructed them to stand down, pointing all black at them. Searfall, intimidated, explained that they only wished to collect a sample of Loki's power from Rius's wound. Issei lowered the blade, allowing them to take their sample. They agreed to reconvene the next day to discuss Loki's fate. After healing Rius, Issei expressed his concern for her well-being, despite her reassurances. As they left the meeting room, Issei and Rius shared a moment, but the computer suddenly flashed a warning about an anomaly. The next day, Aazelle informed Rius that Odin was heading north to seek his son, Hammer, for the upcoming battle. Despite Issei's near-fatal encounter with Loki, Aazelle warned that Loki would recover quickly and return with a vengeance. Issei confirmed that as a god, Loki could heal rapidly. Aazelle cautioned that confronting Loki directly would be risky, as it could provoke another war, which would only serve Loki's interests. As discussions continued, Rius proposed a diversion strategy, believing that together, they could defeat Loki. Cersex reminded her that he could only send them once, emphasizing the gravity of their situation. There would be no reinforcements, Ajuka informed Rius, who was about to respond when Issei entered the room. The leaders stood respectfully as he made his way to his seat. Issei apologized for his tardiness, explaining that he had been checking on something. He then mentioned that he had a plan to locate Loki with the help of his scans. He looked at the leaders expectantly, demanding an answer. Rius expressed her desire to send her team to confront Loki. Cersex finally spoke up, confirming her intentions. Issei's expression shifted to disbelief as he glanced around the room. He questioned whether they had witnessed Loki's actions at the meeting, where he had nearly harmed Rius and Aquino. He found it absurd that they would consider sending their team in without reinforcements. Searfall interjected, stating that others had also volunteered. Just then, Sona, Tsubaki, and Saji entered the room. Rius asked Sona if she was there to represent them, and Sona nodded in affirmation. Michel then announced that he would also be sending someone, and Irina appeared from the back. Zenobia expressed her surprise at Irina's presence, while Rosweiss stood up, declaring her intent to join the fight for Asgard. Issei's frustration boiled over as he slammed his fist on the table, cracking it down the middle. He warned them that none of their volunteers could match Loki's power and reminded them of the near-fatal incident involving Rius. He glared at the leaders, emphasizing that he would not allow anyone to be put in danger again. Saji attempted to reassure Issei, insisting that they could handle the situation. Issei challenged them, asking how they planned to defend against Loki's chaos magic, speed, and summoning abilities. When no one could provide an answer, he declared that he would confront Loki alone, rising as his battle armor enveloped him. Rius stepped in front of him, pleading for him not to go. Issei insisted that he had to do this, as Loki had already tried to kill her and Aquino. He turned to Odin, vowing that Loki's son would face the consequences of his actions. The leaders had no objections as Issei prepared to leave, assuring Rius that he would return soon. After Issei departed through a portal, Rius expressed her concern to the leaders. They explained that they could not stop him, as he operated outside their rules and wielded immense power. Aquino questioned their authority as faction leaders, but they reminded her of Issei's recent victory over a god, warning her of the potential consequences if he unleashed his full power. Meanwhile, Issei tracked down Loki, who was sitting on a rock. Issei called out to him, and Loki acknowledged him weakly. Issei stated his purpose, and Loki confirmed that he was aware of it. Before the confrontation could begin, Loki summoned his dog and children, accompanied by a thunderbolt. Knull informed Issei that the creature was one of the 5 dragon kings. Issei challenged Loki, dashing forward and unleashing a wave of magic from his blade. As the dragon retaliated with a thunderbolt, Issei narrowly dodged and countered by kicking Fenrir, sending it flying. However, the Dragon King struck back, sending Issei crashing through the mountain walls. Determined, Issei unleashed his magic, causing spikes to erupt from the ground, wounding one of Fenrir's dogs. He quickly dispatched it, but Fenrir retaliated, slashing Issei and sending him crashing to the ground. Loki taunted him, but Issei rose, determined to fight back. With a new spell, Issei enveloped himself in a black and red aura and charged at Loki, delivering a powerful punch that sent the god crashing down. As the dragon unleashed its breath attack, Issei flew through the flames and struck its neck, causing it to cry out in pain. Despite his efforts, Issei found himself overwhelmed and restrained by chains. Loki shouted in frustration, demanding to know who had sealed his dog. Just then, Kuroka and a man in a suit appeared, introducing himself as Arthur from the Valley team. As Arthur dealt with Loki's dog, Kuroka playfully blew a kiss to Issei. Seizing the opportunity, Issei grabbed Loki and slammed him into the ground, creating a massive explosion. When the dust settled, Issei held the defeated god, who warned him of eternal consequences. Issei interrupted with a punch, knocking Loki out and expressing his hope that Odin would be grateful. Returning to the main room, Issei was met with shock as everyone saw him carrying Loki. Asia noticed the blood running down his abdomen and eye. Issei instructed Odin to take his son and, before departing, sealed Loki's powers, ensuring he could no longer harm anyone. Odin expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that he would be forever in Issei's debt. Issei clutched his side as Asia approached him. She offered to heal his wounds while he sat down, and she began to work her magic. Saji asked if he had managed to defeat his opponent, and Issei smiled in response. He explained that he had not fought alone. He had faced Fenrir, his sons, and the Serpent Dragon King alongside him. This revelation shocked everyone around him. Odin expressed his admiration for Issei's victory, while Michelle raised concerns about Loki's potential allies. Odin reminded the leaders that times were changing, and they needed to adapt as well. Later, Milikas asked Rius if she had to return home. Rius smiled and confirmed that school was approaching, and summer was nearly over. Grafia, standing behind Milikas, reminded him that they couldn't keep their friends to themselves. Milikas, surprised, referred to Grafia as Mom, which astonished everyone. Issei pointed out the obvious connection between Grafia and Cersex due to their shared features. Milikas then asked Issei if he would see him again, to which Issei assured him that he would. Rius waved goodbye as they all departed together. On the train ride home, the group settled in, but Issei chose to sit alone, which did not go unnoticed. Zenobia inquired about Issei's well-being, and Asia admitted she hadn't seen him like this in a long time. Aquino approached Rius with a request to spend the day with Issei the following day. Rius raised an eyebrow but agreed, suspecting Aquino wanted to share her story with him. Aquino confirmed her intentions, noting that Issei's recent battles had left him distant and emotionally withdrawn. As time passed, Asia and Zenobia worked on their school assignments in the living room. Suddenly, Issei's frustrated voice echoed through the house as he slammed his work table in anger over his schoolwork. He lamented his situation, questioning why he, a god, was burdened with such tasks. Aquino appeared at the door with tea, and Issei, initially silent, eventually acknowledged her presence. She had prepared 2 cups, and he invited her to join him on his bed, explaining that his work table was currently under construction. Aquino asked if he was struggling with his studies, and Issei admitted he was exhausted from his recent fight and lacked sleep. He quickly drank the tea, prompting Aquino to remind him to savor it. Issei smiled, appreciating the drink, and Aquino suggested they hang out later that day. Issei agreed, and they decided on a time to meet. When the time came, Issei waited outside, dressed casually and hoping Aquino would arrive soon. She appeared in a cute sweater and leggings, and Issei complimented her. Aquino blushed and returned the compliment. They set off for a date, visiting the downtown aquarium and enjoying the sights of the fish. Afterward, they grabbed food and strolled through the park. As they enjoyed each other's company, Issei suddenly sensed familiar auras nearby, causing him to exclaim in surprise. Rius and the other girls were hiding nearby, observing them. Kaneko instructed Gasper to stop time if he noticed anything, but Gasper struggled with his bag over his head. Realizing they were being watched, Issei suggested they escape, and Aquino took his hand, leading him away. Rius and the others pursued them, but Issei and Aquino managed to lose them after a brief chase. Issei noted their change in surroundings and urged Aquino to leave before anyone misinterpreted their situation, aware that Rius would not be pleased. Issei called out to Aquino, feeling confused. She suggested they could go in if he wanted, leaving him shocked by the He hesitated, expressing his doubts about the idea. Aquino reassured him, saying she would be okay with it. Issei found himself in an unfamiliar situation and turned to Knull for guidance, seeking help. Knull chuckled and advised him that he might not like the answer, but encouraged him to go for it. "The living room is bigger than my entire first floor," Issei remarked as he walked around in disbelief. He reminded himself that he was helping Rius with her belongings. In an unknown location, a man dressed in a silver and blue suit sat in a dark dungeon. "Sir, we have word that the crash of the Supernatural Summit was a failure," one of his subordinates reported. "Who stopped it?" the man inquired, his bright gold eyes narrowing. "There are reports that Knull has found a champion who defeated Kateria." The news piqued the man's interest. "So, my arch-nemesis returns at last. Perfect. Now it's only a matter of time before we meet again. I will eliminate your champion just as I sealed you away, Knull. Your end is near. The supernatural realm will be filled with light, and the abyss will cease to exist," he said with a smirk. Meanwhile, Issei lay in his new bedroom, which was almost as large as the entire first floor of his old house. He had a huge bed, a massive TV, a sectional sofa, and much more. Why did they have to make it so big, he wondered. Then he glanced over and saw Rius sleeping peacefully. I guess the extra room can't hurt anyone, he reassured himself. Suddenly, he was startled to see Aquino under the blanket beside him. Aquino, when did you get in my room? He asked, confused as she moved closer. Well, you see, Rius has been getting so much attention that I thought I would try to change things up, Aquino whispered playfully. Issei thought to himself that they were indeed too attractive not to be touchy. Aquino complimented him, saying he had quite the physique, and her gaze lingered on his abs. Their eyes locked, her dark violet meeting his emerald green as she moved even closer. Just then, Rius entered the room, looking at the two of them with surprise. Aquino, when did you get into Issei's room? She asked curiously. Morning, Issei replied, while Aquino sat up on top of him. I'm just spending some quality time with my Issei, Aquino said, teasingly running her finger down his stomach. My Issei? When did you become the master of his soul? Rius questioned, sitting up. I may not be the master of his soul, but as his senior, it's my duty to take care of him, Aquino replied with a smirk. Rius acknowledged Aquino's cleverness but pointed out that she had exposed herself. Knull, observing from a distance, laughed at the unfolding scene. In another moment, Issei expressed his frustration to a god. You're no help at all, he said, feeling exasperated. Odin, the god in question, appeared before him. Quite the opposite place I would think to find you in, boy, he remarked. Lord Odin, Aquino exclaimed, surprised to see him. We have never properly met. I apologize for the troubles Loki caused you, Odin said to Issei. Running behind him was Rosweiss, who caught her breath. Lord Odin, of course, I would find you here. Please do not run off, sir, I am your guide, she added, glancing at Aquino's father, Betrayal, who was equally shocked to see his daughter. Later, Odin sat with Issei, Rius, and Aazelle in Issei's home. After this little Loki issue, I have come to a realization. To withstand further attacks, we must strengthen our forces. It's crucial to build new relationships with the gods of this country, he concluded. That's why we had Betrayal escort him around. He knows the place best, Aazelle chimed in. Issei and Aquino sat next to each other, with Betrayal in front of them. I would like to discuss something with you, he said to Aquino. Cut to the chase. My time is precious, Aquino replied sharply. Issei thought to himself that Aquino's response was a bit brutal, considering her father's concern. Betrayal asked her why she had been walking around with Knull's champion in such a questionable area. I can do whatever I want. What gives you the right to judge my actions? Aquino shot back. Because I am your father, Kino. Some father you are. Why weren't you around when we needed you most? You left mother to suffer alone. Aquino snapped, her emotions spilling over. I enjoy spending time with Issei because he's nothing like you. You will never be my father, and I despise you. With that, Betrayal stood up and left the room. Issei tried to comfort Aquino, but she hugged him tightly. Please just hold me for now, she requested, and he complied, feeling her distress. In another scene, Asia, Zenobia, and Rosweiss sat together. How are you so good at this, Rosweiss? You're smart, strong, and beautiful, Asia complimented her. Yes, you're truly amazing, Zenobia added. If this is all true, why can't I find a lover? Rosweiss pondered sadly. Meanwhile, Issei lay in his bed, staring at the wall. He wished he could help Rosweiss but felt uncertain about how to do so. Knock, knock, knock. Issei welcomed Aquino as she entered the room and took a seat beside him. She wanted to explain why she had reacted so strongly to her father. Aquino shared her story, revealing that her mother, the priestess Shuri, had discovered an injured fallen angel while living in a Shinto shrine. They fell in love, and Aquino was born. Due to the scandal, their clan cast them out, forcing them to start anew with her father. When Aquino's wings manifested, she never anticipated the hatred from their neighbors. Her mother had tried to shield her from that animosity. Issei listened intently as Aquino continued, recounting how her mother had died protecting her. Aquino had spent her days fleeing from danger until her body and mind eventually broke down. It was then that she met Rius, who offered her a new home. Akino expressed her frustration about her father abandoning them in their time of need, and her anger boiled over as she shouted about wanting to forget everything. Issei calmly reminded her that her father was not entirely to blame and suggested that she might regret her feelings if she continued down this path. Akino realized the truth in his words and thanked him for his support before quickly leaving the room. Meanwhile, Odin shared a light-hearted moment with Aazelle and Betrayal, reminiscing about a recent event. Just then, Akino emerged from the room, carrying a box for her father. She expressed her hope for his safety before Issei asked her to step aside so he could speak. With Betrayal alone, Betrayal apologized for his earlier behavior and accepted responsibility for his actions. Issei offered to show him something important, and as he did, Betrayal experienced a flood of memories he had missed in Akino's life. Overwhelmed with emotion, Betrayal thanked Issei and vowed to honor his wife's sacrifice and protect Akino. As he joined Odin and Aazelle, Issei returned to the kitchen where Akino was preparing food. She inquired about his conversation with her father, but Issei reassured her that he had shared the memories Betrayal had missed. Akino was touched and, after wiping her tears, allowed Issei to taste her cooking, which he praised enthusiastically. They enjoyed the meal together, sharing a moment of warmth and connection. As the chapter concluded, Issei found himself back in class, reflecting on his summer filled with battles and adventures. His thoughts were interrupted by the news of a new student arriving. When Irina walked in, Issei was taken aback, wondering why she was there instead of with Michelle. Irina introduced herself to the class, and Issei's classmates couldn't help but notice her charm. Irina called out to Issei, revealing their friendship, which sparked curiosity among the other students. Asia and Zenobia were happy to see Irina again, who greeted them with a smile. Issei, feeling overwhelmed, expressed his frustration by hitting his head on the table, lamenting how difficult school had been. Later, in the club room, everyone welcomed Irina back. She shared that since becoming an angel, the supernatural world had become simpler for her, leaving everyone in awe when she summoned her angel wings and halo. Zenobia quickly inquired about how this transformation had occurred. Irina explained that it happened shortly after the summit, mentioning that she was Michael's Jack, contrasting the angel's system with the evil pieces used by others. Rius and Akino entered the room, expressing their joy at seeing Irina and asking about her first day of school. Irina confirmed it had gone well, just as Aazelle appeared to check on the new member of their team, sent by Michael to bolster their ranks. During gym class, the teacher announced a three-legged race, and when Asia was asked if she had a partner, Issei stepped in, volunteering to team up with her. Despite Asia's hesitation, Issei insisted, wanting to support her as an older brother. They spent the PRD practicing together, determined to win the race. After gym, while shopping for supplies, Asia thanked Issei for his support, confident they would succeed. Suddenly she stumbled, but a man in a white cloak with green hair caught her. He introduced himself as Diodora Astaroth, revealing he was the first person Asia had healed with her sacred gear. Issei recognized him from the Underworld Summit and felt protective, warning Diodora to leave before things escalated. Diodora expressed hope for a future reunion before walking away, leaving Issei feeling unsettled. Back in Issei's room, Rius explained Diodora's connection to Ajuka Beelzebub, his older brother. Asia was surprised to learn of the connection, and Issei quietly contemplated the implications. Rius noted that Diodora might have been overly excited to see the girl who saved his life, but Issei's cold demeanor suggested he was not convinced. When Rius asked if Issei had anything to add, he inquired about finding Ajuka's home, surprising her. Asia, concerned, urged Issei to talk to her if he was troubled. Issei assured her that he would intervene if necessary, his expression turning serious as he warned of the consequences if Diodora did not back off. Feeling guilty, Asia sat next to Rius, believing she had caused the tension. Rius reassured her that Issei was simply protective, recalling how fiercely he had acted in the past. She reminded Asia that Issei only wanted what was best for her, and Asia nodded, taking comfort in Rius's words. "Thank you, Rius," Asia said as she hugged her. Inside the Occult Research Club, Issei, Asia, and Rius were surrounded by a pile of cards on the desk. Rius explained that they contained money, love letters, keys, and jewelry, all from Diodora. Issei, visibly uncomfortable, expressed his disdain for Diodora's behavior, labeling him a creep. Rius attempted to calm Issei, assuring him of her protective feelings for Asia, whom she regarded as a little sister. However, Issei's frustration boiled over as he swept the letters off the table, causing a loud crash. He coldly confronted Rius about the inappropriateness of the situation, insisting that she should dispose of the letters. Rius complied, summoning a magic circle to make them vanish. As everyone entered the room, Issei asked if they were all okay. Rius seized the moment to discuss their upcoming topics, revealing the idea of a rating game tournament meant to test the next generation's strength. She explained that the tournament had been delayed due to Loki's attack. Issei's curiosity piqued when he learned they might face Cersex, the current champion. Rius confirmed that they would indeed be battling Diodora Astro, which stunned the group. Issei reassured Asia, who was trembling, that he would protect her. Kaneko and Akino echoed his sentiments, emphasizing their support and the strength of Issei as a guardian. Asia felt comforted by their words, grateful for their backing. In a lighter moment, Issei and Asia participated in a three-legged race during class. Issei enjoyed the peace that had come with Diodora's absence and teased Asia about her height. They focused on their race, working together to improve their teamwork. Later, the group watched the first battle of the tournament between Cersex and Zephyrdor. The intensity of the match captivated them as Zephyrdor vowed to fight fiercely, but Cersex effortlessly countered his attacks. Issei, impressed by the display of power, declared that he would prove himself as the strongest devil, regardless of the tournament's outcome. Suddenly, a magical circle appeared, and Diodora emerged, greeting everyone with a smile. He proposed a bishop trade, aiming to acquire Asia. Gasper, frightened, pleaded not to be taken. Rius firmly rejected Diodora's proposal, stating that Asia was part of her peerage and like a sister to her. Issei silently agreed with Rius's stance. Diodora, undeterred, attempted to take Asia's hand, claiming it was destiny. Issei intervened, asserting his role as her older brother and demanding a serious conversation. Diodora's arrogance only fueled Issei's determination, leading to a tense standoff as he leaned in to confront Diodora directly. Issei smiled as he felt his symbiote merge with him. He observed Diodora, whose neck veins darkened as he struggled with pain, his head twitching in distress. Issei's crimson-red eyes pierced through Diodora's fear as he delivered a stern warning. If Diodora ever targeted Asia again or sent any more unsettling messages, Issei promised to unleash unimaginable consequences. This was his final warning. With a swift motion, he teleported Diodora out of the room. Asia called out to her brother, who had powered down. Issei reassured her that he was fine, explaining that he needed to send a message that Diodora couldn't ignore. He instructed everyone to head home while he took care of something important. Rius asked if they would see him that night, and Issei confirmed that he would, needing to prepare for what lay ahead. As he exited the club room, Knull inquired if it was time for a significant move. Issei affirmed that it was, determined that no one would stand in their way. In the abyss, Issei and Knull trained intensely, preparing for the ultimate reawakening. Issei unleashed a powerful attack, sending Knull crashing to the ground. Knull advised that they had trained enough for now, reminding Issei of the stakes involved not just for Rius, but for Asia as well. Issei was taken aback by Knull's mention of a powerful dragon god's presence. He vowed to remain vigilant. After their training session, Issei emerged from the abyss and walked to a warm lake, where he took a moment to relax. He reflected on Knull's words, realizing that the upcoming raiding game held more significance than he initially thought. He was determined to protect those he cared for. Suddenly, Kuroka appeared on a branch, teasing Issei about his state. She had come to see if she could catch her sister with him, but instead, she found him alone. Valle joined her, commenting on the unexpected view. Issei, unfazed, reminded them of their past encounters and the chaos they had caused. Valle warned him about the upcoming raiding game, mentioning the Astaroth heir. Issei emerged from the water, drawing their attention. As he dried off, he playfully engaged with them, but Valley and Kuroka explained they had to return to their base. Issei bid them farewell as they teleported away, amused by their reactions. Meanwhile, the girls gathered at the table, enjoying their meal. Asia expressed concern about Issei's absence, while Aquino reassured her that he was busy with last-minute training. Rosweiss remarked on the challenges of being a devil, and Irina inquired about Rius. Aquino informed them that Rius was strategizing for the raiding game. Asia was startled but comforted by Zenovia's reminder that Issei would always protect her. The girls shared their gratitude for Issei's unwavering support. As they discussed him, Issei entered the house, greeted warmly by the girls. He was delighted to see they had saved him food. After sitting down to eat, Asia noticed his wet hair and asked about it. Issei explained that he had bathed in the lake and had received a warning from Kuroka and Valley about Diodora. He expressed the need to speak with Rius. Before he left, the girls each gave him a kiss on the cheek, wishing him well. Aquino expressed their gratitude for everything Issei did for them, and he smiled in response. He then looked upstairs and noticed Rius standing at the ledge. Rius smirked and asked Aquino what she was doing. Aquino explained that they were simply showing their love and appreciation for Issei. Rius, however, walked away into her room, prompting Issei to decide to check on her. As he went upstairs, he reassured Rius that she didn't need to worry. He was momentarily taken aback when he saw her in an eye-catching outfit. Rius spun around and asked him what he thought. Issei complimented her, and she smiled, taking his hand. Rius teased him about smelling like river water, inquiring if he had gone swimming. He admitted he had just wanted to clean up after a long day. Issei then shared a warning he received from Valley and Kuroka about Diodora and the upcoming raiding game, which made Rius thoughtful. She assured him they would remain vigilant but insisted that it wouldn't change anything between them. With that, she playfully pushed Issei onto the bed. Knull, watching from a distance, smiled, confident that Rius would eventually give in. Issei reminded Rius that the others were downstairs, but she used her magic to close and lock the door. As she crawled onto the bed, she explained that Aquino and the others were showing their appreciation, and she wanted to do the same. Issei hesitated, asking if she was sure about this. Rius, with her sea-blue eyes locked onto his emerald green ones, affirmed her decision. She wanted him to be her first. As they shared a kiss, their connection deepened, and Rius began to explore more intimately. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as they continued to kiss, each moment intensifying their feelings for one another. Rius expressed her enjoyment, urging Issei not to stop as they lost themselves in the moment. They were caught up in a whirlwind of emotions, and Issei felt a mix of exhilaration and nervousness. Rius encouraged him, and they both reveled in the pleasure of their closeness. After a while, they paused to catch their breath, both amazed by the experience they had just shared. Rius playfully teased Issei about his earlier comments, and he couldn't help but smile at her confidence. They decided to take things slow, ensuring that their first time together was memorable. As they continued, Rius expressed how good it felt, and Issei couldn't help but agree. They were lost in each other's presence, the world outside forgotten. Their connection deepened with each passing moment, and they both knew they had crossed a significant threshold in their relationship. Eventually, they took a moment to rest, both feeling a sense of fulfillment and joy. Rius, with a playful glint in her eye, expressed her desire to continue, and Issei was more than willing to oblige. They shared another kiss, ready to embrace whatever came next in their journey together. Issei continued to move as he held her hips, groaning from the sensation. He expressed his amazement at how tight she was, and as they continued, the atmosphere filled with her cries of pleasure. He warned her that he was close, and with a few more powerful moves, he pulled her back firmly, feeling a rush of joy as they reached their peak together. Rius reacted joyfully, overwhelmed. By the moment, and after a brief pause, Issei pulled away. He was taken by surprise when she turned around, showing her eagerness. The moment was intense, and Rius encouraged him to let go whenever he was ready. After a moment of shared bliss, Issei felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. They both took a moment to catch their breath, and Issei used his magic to clean up, feeling grateful for the experience they shared. Rius expressed her happiness about being with him, and they shared a quick kiss. Meanwhile, in the basement, Zenobia was focused on her swordsmanship, determined to improve for the upcoming raiding game. She looked up to see Issei entering the room. Concerned, she asked what he was doing up so late. Issei explained that he needed to speak with Aazelle but wanted to check on her first. Zenobia acknowledged her own limitations but was committed to improving. Issei reassured her that she was doing great just as she was, which brought a smile to her face. She thanked him for his support and reminded him that he could always talk to someone about his stress. After a brief exchange, she headed upstairs to rest, and Issei prepared to meet Aazelle. In Azazelle's location, he spoke with Cersex through a magical circle about the recent death of the Glacialabila's heir and the concerning rise in Diodora's power. Cersex suggested that these events might be connected, and they discussed the implications of Rius's report regarding Vala's warning. They agreed to proceed with their plan, acknowledging the risks involved, especially concerning Issei's potential reaction if he learned the truth. As Issei entered the room, Aazelle invited him to sit down. Noticing the lingering presence of Rius on Issei, Aazelle expressed surprise at the recent turn of events. They shifted the conversation to the upcoming raiding game, where Aazelle revealed that they believed the two incidents were linked to the Chaos Brigade. Issei's demeanor changed as he learned that they intended to use the raiding game to draw out their enemies. Issei reacted strongly, expressing his anger at the idea of putting his friends in danger. He made it clear that if anyone were to be harmed due to their plan, he would not hesitate to hold Aazelle accountable. After a tense moment, Issei left through a portal, leaving Aazelle to ponder the situation. Back home, Issei felt a surge of emotions as he entered the dark house, overwhelmed by anger and pain. He questioned how Aazelle could put Rius and the others at risk and felt regret for allowing the plan to proceed. In a moment of frustration, he threw a table against the wall, startling everyone awake. Concerned voices filled the air as his friends rushed downstairs, finding him visibly shaken. Rius stepped forward, worried about him, but Issei remained silent, lost in his turmoil. As she approached, her heart sank at the sight of him, sensing the storm of emotions he was battling within. Rius looked at Issei, noticing the tears in his eyes as he struggled to hold back his emotions. She reached out to cup his face, but he turned away, shaking his head. Issei expressed his distress, shuffling in place, insisting he couldn't let others see him like this. Rius, filled with concern, asked him what was wrong, pleading for him to open up. She could sense the fear emanating from him, and it frightened her. Issei revealed the names of those he felt he couldn't show weakness to: Aquino, Zenobia, Irina, Asia, Gasper, Rosweiss, Kiba, his parents, Kateria, and even Rius herself. Weakness was not an option for him, especially with everything at stake for the following day. Tears streamed down his face as he lamented the loss of a friend and the fear of losing more. Rius, heartbroken at his state, urged him to talk to her, desperate to understand his pain. She could see he felt utterly alone, and the emotions in the room were palpable. Issei explained that powerful figures were planning to use a raiding game to draw out the Chaos Brigade, believing that Diodora's recent power surge was connected to them. Aquino reassured Issei that they would be ready for the challenge, emphasizing their training and unity. Kiba echoed her sentiment, encouraging him to believe in their collective strength. Issei, however, felt the weight of his responsibility, admitting that he had encouraged others to follow through with a dangerous plan. Rius pressed him to share his true fears, and Issei revealed his terror of failing to protect them. He had maintained a facade of strength, but inside he felt like a mess. He struggled with guilt over his mother's and sister's injuries and feared he might not be strong enough to keep everyone safe. In a moment of anguish, he cried out, overwhelmed by his emotions. Rius knelt beside him, pulling him into her embrace, assuring him that he was not alone. Issei resisted at first, but eventually he surrendered to his feelings, crying into her chest. Kiba and Asia joined them, offering their support and reminding him of the lives he had saved. They expressed their gratitude for his strength and reassured him that he didn't have to shoulder everything alone. As the weight of his burdens began to lift, Issei's body grew heavy, and he eventually fell asleep. Rius, noticing his exhaustion, decided to take care of him. She used her magic to tidy up the surroundings before gently lifting him and bringing him to his room. After laying him down, she joined him in bed, whispering that he would never be alone again, and kissed his cheek before drifting off to sleep. The next day, Rius gathered everyone in the club room, ready to face the challenges ahead. Irina and Rosweiss informed Aazelle of their assignments, and with determination, they teleported to the battlefield. Upon arrival, they found themselves in an unfamiliar location, raising concerns among the group. Rius noted the presence of magical circles that did not belong to their family, urging everyone to remain vigilant. As Kiba and Zenobia readied their weapons, Rius revealed that the circles were associated with the old Satan faction of the Chaos Brigade. Suddenly, Issei appeared, fiercely protective of Rius, declaring he wouldn't let anyone take her. Just then he spotted Diodora holding Asia captive, realizing the extent of the villain's scheme. Diodora taunted Issei, provoking him with the threat to his sister. In a desperate attempt to protect Asia, Issei charged forward, but Diodora used her as a shield, injuring Issei in the process. Fueled by rage, Issei demanded Diodora face him, vowing to fight back against the cowardice he saw in his enemy. Diodora informed Issei and the others that if they could make it through his peerage, they would have a chance to rescue Asia before teleporting away. Issei felt a surge of panic as his heart raced, and the world around him began to spin. Rius called out to him, concerned about what was happening. Aquino noticed the men drawing their weapons and warned Rius that they couldn't protect both Issei and themselves. Rius insisted that they wouldn't let Issei be taken, as he was their only hope to get Asia back. Just then, a gray magical circle appeared, and Odin stepped through, announcing his arrival. Rius recognized him and expressed her relief that he had come in time. Odin confirmed that he was aware of their plan and declared himself the All-Father of the Norse, challenging anyone who could take his head to become a warrior of legends. The men around them transformed, but Odin smirked, confident in his power. With a tap of his staff, a massive wave of energy swept through, eliminating the men in an instant. He instructed Rius and her group to take Issei and escape. Grateful, Rius thanked Odin and lifted Issei, urging everyone to follow her as they ran. Suddenly, a magical circle appeared near Rius's ear, and Azazel's voice came through, confirming that he was aware of their situation. He informed Rius that they had set up an ambush for the men, who had fallen into their trap. Rius insisted they couldn't leave because Diodora had Asia. Azazel was shocked to learn that Issei was poisoned by a vial Diodora had injected into him, causing him to lose consciousness and his body to tremble. Rius described the vial's color, and Azazel warned her that it was designed to counteract the symbiote within Issei, which was harming his human body. If the poison reached his heart, he would die. Azazel instructed Rius to get to the castle quickly, as Lord Michel had a vial that could counteract the damage. Rius rallied her friends, determined to save Issei and Asia. As they ascended the stairs, they encountered members of Diodora's peerage, who vowed to block their path. Rius, with a fierce determination, warned them to step aside or face dire consequences. Her aura flared around her, surprising her friends. Rius unleashed her power of destruction, swiftly taking out several of the girls while Kiba and Zenobia engaged the knights. Aquino and Kaneko were tasked with dealing with Diodora's bishop, while Rius focused on the rooks. The leader of the girls taunted Rius, but she was undeterred, declaring that her lover's life was at stake. Rius unleashed her power again, and in a swift motion she took down the leader, clearing the way. Once the immediate threat was neutralized, Rius checked on her friends, who confirmed they were okay. With the path clear, they pressed on, determined to confront Diodora. As they reached the main area, they were met by Fried, who had somehow returned. He revealed that he had been revived and empowered by the Chaos Brigade, seeking revenge. Kiba stepped forward, asserting that Fried was his opponent. In a flash, Kiba struck, defeating Fried with a single blow. As Fried lay defeated, he warned them that the true mastermind behind their troubles was still at large. Kiba dismissed his threats, and just then, Diodora's voice echoed through the chamber. Rius demanded to know Asia's whereabouts, and Diodora revealed himself seated on his throne, holding Asia captive. Zenobia cried out to her friend, while Diodora mocked their efforts to save her, claiming that Issei's condition made him vulnerable. Rius's anger surged as she realized the stakes were higher than ever. Diodora smirked as he taunted Rius, claiming Asia was still innocent. Rius, furious, snapped back at him. Diodora reveled in the thought of defeating them all and taking Asia for himself, mocking her brother's attempts to save her. As Asia looked to Issei in fear, Diodora explained that he had merely given him a sedative for a painless end. Asia was horrified, pleading with him to reconsider. Diodora dismissed her concerns, insisting he would treat her better than her brother ever could. In response, Zenobia launched an attack at him, but he countered it effortlessly. Aquino joined the fray with her lightning, and Kiba took the opportunity to kick Diodora away. Enraged, Diodora shouted about being a descendant of Satan as Kaneko seized him and hurled him into his throne, shattering it. Kaneko told him to be quiet as he regained his footing. Diodora declared it was time to reveal his true power, unleashing a massive attack that sent everyone reeling. He taunted them, claiming they could now watch him with Asia. The atmosphere shifted as Issei suddenly appeared, standing defiantly with a weapon piercing through Diodora's back. Issei expressed his disgust for Diodora, lifting him off the ground and vowing to bring destruction. As the dust settled, Irina appeared with a vial, perfectly timed to assist Issei. He threw Diodora to the ground, and the battle escalated. Diodora screamed in agony as the symbiote within Issei began to tear at him from the inside. Issei proclaimed that Diodora's suffering had only just begun, launching him into the air. With a fierce roar, he demanded everyone witness Diodora's downfall. The room fell silent as Issei decapitated Diodora with a swift motion, leaving everyone in shock. As Issei descended back into the room, his allies rejoiced at his return. Issei rushed to Asia, using his strength to free her from her restraints. She fell into his arms, overwhelmed with joy at his survival. He reassured her that he was there for her, just as he promised. Meanwhile, Zenobia alerted everyone to the escape of their enemies, but Issei was determined to pursue them. He swiftly grabbed his weapon, unleashing a powerful attack that transformed the battlefield into a chaotic abyss. The cries of their foes echoed as Issei's power annihilated them. Aazelle and Cersex observed the scene, noting Issei's impressive abilities. Ophis appeared, teasing Aazelle and hinting at her knowledge of the Chaos Brigade's plans. As Issei rejoined his friends, they celebrated his return. He shared a heartfelt moment with Rius and Asia, promising to protect them. Asia decided to pray before they moved on, and as she knelt, a brilliant light enveloped her, leaving everyone momentarily blinded. When the light faded, Asia was gone. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their moment of peace, introducing itself as Shalba Beelzebub, the true descendant of Beelzebub. Rius, enraged by the mention of Asia, confronted him, but Shalba remained unfazed. As Zenobia attempted to attack, she was repelled by his power, leaving her in pain. Issei, devastated by the loss of Asia, fell to his knees, prompting Rius to comfort him. Shalba taunted Issei, revealing that Asia had been sent to the dimensional gap, intensifying the stakes of their confrontation. To put it simply, the situation was dire. Issei felt a wave of despair wash over him. Aazelle and Cersex stood firm as a man in a black outfit with elk ears emerged. Cersex recognized him immediately. "Cursory Asmodeus?" he called out. Cursory acknowledged Cersex, his eyes narrowing with intent. He expressed his eagerness to confront him, revealing a dark determination. "I don't think so," Cersex replied, preparing himself for battle. Meanwhile, Issei slowly regained consciousness, both in the human world and within the abyss. "It's time, Knull," he stated with resolve. Knull questioned Issei's willingness to take such risks, reminding him of the dangers associated with the Codex. "I have nothing left to lose," Issei replied, his voice heavy with sorrow. "She's gone. But I will not allow him to escape justice." His anger surged as he spoke. "Then I will honor your wish," Knull declared. As Issei approached the throne, the codex materialized and linked to all black. Knull unleashed it, encircling Issei in flames in the real world. My time has come, all will witness the power of the god of the void. Rius, filled with fear, questioned what was happening as Issei transformed. He grew taller and more muscular, his hair shifting dramatically. In the abyss, Issei took his place on the throne, now clad in armor and wielding all black. I am free, Knull proclaimed, his aura erupting and sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Cersex sensed the overwhelming darkness surrounding them. This aura can't be, Aazelle remarked, looking towards the castle. Issei, Knull is free, Cersex warned, chills running down their spines. Rius cried out in alarm, desperate for answers. Knull reassured her that Issei was fine, merely under his control. He turned his attention to Shalba, who stood frozen in fear. Knull taunted him, sensing another presence nearby. He summoned Cursory, enveloping him in his dark energy. Cursory, realizing the gravity of the situation, expressed his fear. Knull assured Rius that this confrontation would be swift, as he summoned all black and charged at the Devil Kings, sending them crashing through the roof. Rius urged everyone to help Issei as they flew outside to witness the two devils struggling to rise. Is this all it took to bring you down? How sad your race has become, Knull remarked, his tone mocking. Aazelle confirmed the truth of Knull's words, while Ophis leaned forward, intrigued. Cursory, filled with rage, unleashed his magic at Knull, who countered by summoning a symbiote in the form of a tiger. The creature lunged at Cursory, causing him to cry out in pain. Knull swiftly appeared before him, delivering a powerful blow that sent him to the ground. You're a nuisance, Knull stated, summoning another symbiote. He commanded it to attack Cursory, who writhed in agony as it invaded his body. Knull then confronted Shalba, declaring that his fate would be far worse than Cursory's. He prepared to unleash his power, but Shalba retaliated with a fiery attack. Knull effortlessly overpowered it, using his void magic to counter and strike Shalba down. In the dimensional gap, Valley and Arthur felt the dark aura wash over them, sending shivers down their spines. Is that a person? Arthur exclaimed, pointing. Back in the underworld, Shalba screamed in pain as Knull continued his assault, blocking Cursory's attack with ease. Knull's power surged, and he prepared to deliver a final blow. You will face the god of the void, he warned Shalba, who trembled in fear. Cursory charged at Knull, but he was swiftly countered and sent crashing to the ground. Knull summoned another symbiote, commanding it to finish the fight. Cursory's cries echoed as he suffered a gruesome fate. This guy is truly terrifying, Gasper remarked, witnessing the chaos unfold. Valley and her group arrived, catching everyone's attention. Rius was shocked to see her. I came to observe Knull, Valley explained, revealing that they had rescued Asia from the dimensional gap. Knull, sensing Asia's presence, turned his focus to her. He prepared to deal with Shalba, but as he did, he sensed Issei's concern for Asia. Issei, look, Knull said, allowing Issei to see Asia. Issei's heart raced as he called out to her. Knull, having dealt with Shalba, turned his attention back to Issei, who was slowly returning to his human form, injured but determined. Where's Asia? Issei asked, spotting her with Zenobia. Issei called out to Asia as she turned back and ran to him, tears streaming down her face. She was relieved to see him safe and expressed her happiness. Issei winced slightly as she hugged him tightly, reminding her to be gentle on his stomach. Asia offered to heal him, using her magic to mend his wounds. Valley appeared, drawing attention as a portal opened, revealing a massive red dragon. He introduced the dragon as Great Red, the Revolution Dragon, and declared his ambition to defeat it and become the White Dragon God Empress. Knull, seated on his throne, acknowledged the dragon, noting the time that had passed since their last encounter. Ophis then materialized with the group, catching everyone's attention. Zenobia inquired about Ophis, and Valley introduced her as the Dragon God of Infinity. Ophis expressed her intent to reclaim her home, her gaze landing on Issei as she approached him. She playfully ran her finger down his chest, leaving him confused. Ophis addressed Knull, feigning hurt at his silence, and complimented Issei as a remarkable champion. She indicated her desire to stay and observe his development. Issei, feeling overwhelmed, protested that he had no space for her, but Ophis dismissed his concerns, assuring him that she had seen enough room in his house. The atmosphere lightened as everyone smiled, relieved that the immediate threat had passed. In an unknown location, a man watched a screen in frustration, throwing his glass to the floor. He cursed Knull, vowing that freedom would not be his for long. Approaching a table, he grabbed a spellbook and began a sealing ritual, declaring that Knull would regret breaking free. As he summoned his magic, Issei suddenly screamed in pain, clutching his chest as a codex materialized. His friends rushed to his side as he struggled, blood spilling from his mouth while his symbiote features flickered. Issei managed to gasp that something was wrong, and Knull explained that the seal was resisting, trying to imprison him once more. Rius held Issei tightly, urging everyone to help him. Aazelle rushed over, calling out to Issei, who continued to scream in agony as his body weakened. Knull, desperate to reach Issei, was pulled back to his throne as the codex was removed. The man watching laughed, confident that Issei would not recover easily. He turned to Loki, suggesting that she would have a say in Rius's fate. Back at Issei's house, everyone gathered around his unconscious form. Aazelle informed Cersex and Yasaka that it had been 3 days without any improvement. They speculated about the cause, with Aazelle revealing that Issei had been poisoned by the symbiote Reaper serum. Irina had provided the antidote, but Aazelle suspected deeper issues were at play, particularly since Issei had broken the final seal. Rius expressed her concern about Issei's words before he lost consciousness, recalling that he mentioned a god attempting to reseal Knull. The gravity of the situation settled over the group as Ophis warned that time was running out to save him. Rius asked Aazelle if there was anything they could do, but he explained that only the 5 gods of the universe understood the seal's origin, and they had limited knowledge. Asia felt guilty, believing she was to blame for the situation. Zenobia reassured her that Issei would not want her to carry that burden. Gasper pointed fingers at the Chaos Brigade, while Issei's mother sat beside him, heartbroken at the thought of losing another child. Ophis inquired about Issei's emotional state, noting that his feelings could influence the Codex's power. The group recalled Issei's recent mental breakdown, with Rius describing how he had felt isolated and overwhelmed. Ophis explained that the Codex's design was affected by Issei's emotional stability, and if the gods had used an offset spell, his life was in serious danger. She warned that the remaining gods were dangerous, and if they knew about Knull's resealing, they would likely target Issei. Ophis revealed that she had witnessed Knull's sealing and the final battle against the 6 gods. She sensed the influence of Loki, indicating that something was amiss. The room fell silent as they absorbed the weight of her words, realizing the challenges ahead. Rius looked at Issei, concern etched on her face. She felt a weight in her heart, knowing he had not been the same since the battle. She regretted not being there when he needed her most, wishing she had fought alongside him as she had promised. Missy approached Rius and hugged her, reassuring her that it wasn't her fault. She reminded everyone that Issei was strong and that Knull would protect him no matter what. Aazelle then turned to Asia, asking if she had been training with her sacred gear as he had suggested. Asia confirmed that she had. Rius, confused, inquired about Azazel's plan. He explained that he believed Issei's subconscious could be reached through Asia's sacred gear. If she could harness its healing power, it might awaken Issei. Rius hesitated, concerned for Asia's safety, but Aazelle admitted that no one could predict the outcome. Asia, determined, declared that she had to try. Issei was her brother, and she wouldn't let him suffer any longer. Aazelle warned that they had no idea how powerful Asia's magic could be and suggested it might be unwise for them to be in the same room. Aquino questioned Rius about allowing Asia to proceed with the plan, but Rius acknowledged that this was their only chance to bring Issei back. In the room, Asia focused on Issei, her magic enveloping him as she recalled their shared memories. She urged him to fight, reminding him of his strength as the King in Black. As her power surged, the room trembled, and she noticed Issei's eyes twitching. Issei groaned as he slowly opened his eyes, disoriented. He saw Asia asleep beside him and called her name. Startled, she jumped up, excited to see him awake. Issei, still confused, asked where they were, and Asia happily informed him that they were home. She offered to take him to see everyone else. As they entered the room, everyone rushed to Issei, relieved to see him. Kiba helped him to the couch, where Rius, Aquino, Zenobia, and Irina surrounded him, ensuring he was comfortable. Later, Issei lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. It had been a day since he woke up, and although his body was healing, he felt emotionally drained. He expressed his frustration at feeling helpless without Knull, fearing he wouldn't be able to protect those he cared about. His mother entered the room, asking if he had slept. Issei admitted that he hadn't and explained that he stayed home to avoid causing trouble. She noticed his mood and encouraged him to open up, reminding him that everyone wanted to help. Issei felt that no one could bring Knull back and insisted that they stay away from him to keep them safe. His mother questioned the logic behind his thinking, emphasizing the pain his loss would cause to those who cared for him. Issei reluctantly acknowledged her point, hoping they could find a way to bring Knull back. He sensed a new threat looming and wanted to be prepared. In the ORC main room, Rius concluded their meeting, noting Issei's absence. Aquino wondered if he would truly rest, and Rius expressed her own desire for him to be there. Exhausted, she decided to take a nap. However, she was surprised to find Issei waiting for her when she opened the door. Issei explained that he had come to check in on everyone, and Rius was glad to see him feeling better. She shared that the group was doing well, but she sensed something was off with him. Issei brushed it off, mentioning the difficulty he faced in trying to reach Knull. Rius reassured him that they would figure something out and invited him to sit down. As they shared a moment, Rius leaned in, but Issei instinctively moved away. Rius called out to Issei, shocked to see him smirking. Issei acknowledged her with a compliment as he revealed a dark red gem. Rius's expression turned cold as she recognized the presence of Loki. He informed her that she would have no cover for what was to come. Using the gem, he took control of Rius's mind, instructing her to approach Issei, use the gem to remove the first seal, steal his power, and then reseal it. Rius, devoid of emotion, agreed to his command and left the room. Kino noticed. Something was off about Rius as she returned, staring blankly at them before teleporting away. Kiba expressed his concern, noting that Rius had never acted like that before. Meanwhile, Issei sat in a rocking chair, enjoying the sunset and appreciating the beauty around him. He was surprised when Rius appeared from a magical circle. He greeted her warmly, embracing her and asking about the others. Rius reassured him that everything was fine, but Issei sensed something was wrong. He noticed her cold demeanor and reached out to touch her arm, expressing his concern. Rius, however, insisted she was fine and concealed the red gem behind her back. As Issei turned away, Rius revealed the gem, causing him to feel a tightening in his chest. Confusion washed over him as he called her name, but she remained unresponsive. Suddenly, he felt his strength returning, and his symbiote features began to reactivate. Rius then drove the gem into his chest, stealing his power, leaving Issei in shock and disbelief. With a sudden shift, Issei saw himself standing beside Rius. The others rushed into the room, shocked to find Issei on the floor. Aquino realized the truth, declaring that it was not Rius but Loki. Issei weakly called out to Loki, who commanded Rius to reseal him. As the gem glowed ominously, Issei felt his power fading. Aquino unleashed her lightning at Rius, but Rius countered with her power of destruction. Kaneko retaliated by striking Loki, sending him crashing away. Rius approached Loki, who urged her to complete the task. Just then, Aazelle burst into the room, demanding to know what was happening. Aquino informed him of the situation, revealing Loki's true identity. Realizing the danger, Loki attempted to escape, summoning a magical circle and vanishing, leaving everyone in shock. Issei struggled to his feet with the help of his friends, hearing Knull's voice in his mind. He confirmed Knull's presence, much to the surprise of the others. In a different location, Cersex and Aazelle discussed the situation as holograms. Issei informed them that Rius had been under a spell and that he had made contact with Knull. Cersex expressed concern about Loki's motives and the need to find Rius quickly. Issei revealed that Abner intended to use Rius to steal Knull's powers and eliminate him, as only a specific weapon could achieve that. Determined to save Rius, Issei insisted on finding Kuroka and Vale for assistance. Cersex hesitated, citing the risks involved, while Ophis urged him to reconsider. Tensions rose as Issei argued for Rius's safety, but Cersex remained firm in his stance, fearing the consequences of involving the Chaos Brigade. Aquino proposed that they take matters into their own hands, asking Ophis where Abner would take Rius. Ophis explained that he would likely take her to the Dimensional Gap, a dangerous place where Knull's powers could be used against Issei. Cersex warned that this could lead to catastrophic consequences. Issei resolved to go alone if necessary, unwilling to let Rius suffer. Kaneko called out to him, suggesting she had a way to contact Vala's team. Issei paused, intrigued by her offer. Later, under the night sky, Issei and Kaneko stood outside as Kaneko prepared to summon help. A purple magical circle opened, and Kuroka appeared, teasing them about her mixed messages. Issei approached his sister with a serious expression, asking for her help. Kuroka, curious, inquired about the nature of his request. Issei explained that he needed her team to speak with Vale. Kuroka agreed but insisted that Kaneko return to her. Issei firmly refused, leading Kuroka to declare that negotiations were off and to walk away. He quickly caught her arm, pleading for her to reconsider, emphasizing the urgency of the situation as his king's life was at stake. Kuroka noted Issei's growth, then summoned Vale and her group with a magical circle. Vale asked Issei what he needed, and he revealed that Rius was under the control of Loki and a god named Anber, and he needed to rescue her before it was too late. When Vale asked where Rius was, Issei informed her that she was in the Dimensional Gap and that he required Arthur's help, as his holy sword Kallbrand could cut through dimensions. Vale questioned Issei's intentions, noting that he seemed to possess only a fraction of his former power. Issei declared that he would resort to force if necessary, summoning his blade and taking a battle stance. Vale, intrigued, asked if he was willing to fight 4 powerful beings to save Rius. Issei expressed his determination, stating that Rius had given him a second chance at life and the love he had long rejected. He was prepared to face even Great Red if needed. Vale called upon Arthur, who raised his sword to the sky. The holy sword Kallbrand glowed with a golden aura as the group gathered. Aiko warned Issei that even as a god, he might not withstand the sword's power. Issei remained resolute, insisting he would do anything to bring Rius back. Aquino rallied the group, and Arthur brought the blade down, opening a golden dimension. They stepped into the Dimensional Gap, with Aquino expressing concern about their limited time. As they ventured deeper, Aisha questioned whether Rius was truly there, noting the vastness of their surroundings. Aquino reassured her that Rius would sense their powers. Knull, the god within Issei, cautioned him about his diminished strength and the danger of Rius using his power against him. Issei remained undeterred, determined to rescue her. Suddenly, a red magical circle appeared, and Rius emerged with her devil wings. The group cheered, but Rius remained emotionless. Aquino noted that Rius did not seem responsive, and when Rius unleashed her power of destruction, the group took to the air to evade the attack. Kaneko pleaded with Rius not to fight them, but Rius summoned more power. Aquino countered with her lightning, but Rius retaliated, sending Aquino flying back. Issei rushed to support her, calling out to Rius, urging her to fight against the control she was under. Their eyes met, and though Rius's face was devoid of emotion, tears streamed down her cheeks. Aquino observed that Rius was responding to Issei, and they realized they could bring her back. As Rius summoned a gem infused with Issei's power, an explosion of energy sent them all reeling. When their vision cleared, they were shocked to see Rius clad in armor resembling Issei's, though it covered only part of her body. Her eyes glowed a dark red, and her crimson hair was streaked with white. Rius charged. Another powerful attack, sending the group flying back. Kaneko attempted a surprise attack but was injured by Rius's power. Issei rushed to her side, while Aquino also fell victim to Rius's assault. Asia tried to heal them, but nothing seemed to work. Akino urged Issei to fight Rius, insisting he was their only hope to bring her back. Despite his hesitation, Issei gathered everyone together, instructing them to focus on Rius and not to attempt to save him. He then took to the air, ready to confront her. Issei stood before Rius, expressing his concern for her well-being. He understood that she was in pain and wanted to help her heal. Knull, the entity within him, urged him to take action. With a heavy heart, Issei prepared for battle, tears streaming down his face as he activated his battle armor. Rius descended from above, her aura clashing with his as she launched an attack. Issei managed to block it, but the force sent him reeling. He realized just how powerful she had become. As Rius kicked him away, Issei felt the impact but quickly healed himself and retaliated. Their energies collided again, and he pushed her back, but she countered with a destructive force that sent him soaring into the air. Knull reminded Issei that he needed to fight back, but as Rius struck him hard, he felt the weight of their shared memories. He recalled their first kiss, a moment he cherished deeply. Issei pleaded with Rius to awaken from her trance as she grabbed him by the neck, her power intensifying. He remembered the peaceful moments they shared, the beauty of the sky, and the promises he made to protect her. Desperate, he knelt before her, expressing his sorrow for the pain he had caused. As Rius unleashed a flurry of attacks, Issei struggled to find the strength to fight back. He acknowledged his role in her current state and begged her to return to him. To his surprise, he noticed a flicker of hope in her emotionless eyes. Encouraged by Asia's words, he decided to deactivate his armor, leaving himself vulnerable. He believed that a battle would not bring her back. Issei summoned All Black, the powerful weapon, and offered it to Rius, hoping it would help her find her way back. As she caught the blade, he urged her to end his suffering and return to their friends. Rius charged at him with the blade drawn, and despite the warnings from those around him, Issei stood still, closing his eyes and accepting his fate. He professed his love for her, and in that moment, a final memory brought a smile to his face. The blade was absorbed back into him, and Rius's eyes returned to normal. Overcome with emotion, she embraced Issei tightly, realizing it was truly him. Their friends rejoiced at her return, but Amber, watching from afar, was furious that his plan had failed. He vowed that while Issei had won this battle, the war was far from over. As Rius apologized for the trouble she caused, her friends reassured her that it was okay. They prepared to leave, and as they stepped through a dimensional rift, they encountered Valley and her team. Valley welcomed Rius back, and Issei exchanged a fist bump with her, acknowledging their shared victory. Later, in the abyss, Knull spoke to Issei about the challenges ahead. He revealed that Amber, the god of light and his rival, sought to cleanse the world of darkness, but his methods would be ruthless. Issei realized the gravity of the situation and understood the need for vigilance and training. Knull encouraged Issei to wake up, and as he opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by Rius and their friends. Issei was taken aback but felt a sense of relief. Rius expressed her confusion about her actions, and Issei reassured her that she had not been in control. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead. When the time came for Issei to return, he did, and now they could move forward together. Issei expressed his feelings to Rius, who smiled warmly in response. They shared a moment of connection, affirming their bond. Later, Rius invited Rosweiss to join her team. Rosweiss agreed, mentioning that Odin had suggested she find a new group to be with. Rius performed the ritual to make Rosweiss a bishop, completing the process with a cheerful welcome. Aazelle noted that Rius now had a full set and assured her that she would face challenges head-on from now on. Rius confidently affirmed her readiness. In a different setting, Cersex and Grafia discussed Rius's safe return home. Cersex expressed his gratitude to Issei for bringing his sister back unharmed, recognizing Issei's growth into a mature figure, something they hadn't seen in a long time. Grafia agreed with her husband, acknowledging the truth in his words. In an expansive garden filled with blue flowers, a handsome young man with blue hair and eyes rested, a white coat wrapped around his waist and a spear with a glowing blue tip beside him. A silver-haired young man approached, commenting on the fall of Shalba and questioning whether the hero faction should take action. The blue-haired boy, holding the spear, replied that it wasn't time yet, though they would need to make a move eventually. He contemplated the spear, wondering if it would lead him to the void. As the season concluded, Issei had successfully brought Rius back. A new enemy had emerged, and new powers had awakened. The unfolding events promised more excitement in the next chapter. Issei found himself in a moment of confusion as Akino, dressed in a white robe, expressed her feelings for him. She lamented the thought of him leaving for a school field trip, feeling lonely at the prospect of being apart for 2 days. Akino moved closer, expressing her desire for a deeper connection. Just then, Rius appeared, commenting on Akino's boldness. Akino defended her actions, but Rius was not pleased. Kaneko joined the scene, suggesting they use healing sage art together, while Zenobia also expressed her determination to stay close to Issei. The situation became chaotic as the girls vied for Issei's attention, causing him to struggle for breath amidst the overwhelming warmth. Rius, frustrated, called out to the girls, but they all insisted that Issei belonged to them. As the scene shifted, Issei sat at his desk, feeling exhausted from the morning's events and the girls' antics. He shared his fatigue with Knull, who reminded him that having a harem was not a bad thing, as it showed that they loved him for who he was. Issei smiled at the thought, gazing out the window. In the ORC, Rius gathered everyone to discuss their upcoming plans. To inform them about visiting the Gremory house to give their regards, and the group expressed excitement about the trip. Irina checked on Issei, who admitted he was feeling overwhelmed. Rius mentioned that they would also spend time with her family during their visit. In the underworld, Irina expressed her gratitude for being invited to a high-class devil dinner, and Rius's parents welcomed her warmly. The atmosphere was filled with camaraderie as they all gathered in the dining hall of the Gremory territory, ready to enjoy the evening together. Rosweiss expressed her desire to establish a Norse magic school in the Gremory territory, aiming to raise Valkyrie devils. The elder devils listened intently, with Rius's father showing interest in her proposal. Rius's mother then inquired about Issei's upcoming school field trip, to which Issei confirmed they were planning a trip to Kyoto. Rius's mother reminisced about the delicious fruit Rius had brought back from her last trip and hoped for more this time. Issei assured her he would bring some back. Rius was surprised to learn from her father that her older brother, Cersex, was in the guest suite. Upon entering, Rius, Issei, and her cousin Cerorg found Cersex, who greeted them warmly. Cerorg mentioned he was also visiting and complimented both Rius and Issei. Cersex informed Rius that Cerorg had brought his family's famous fruit and discussed the rules for the upcoming raiding game, revealing Cerorg's intention to remove all field rules for the battle. Rius was taken aback, but Issei quickly expressed their readiness to accept the challenge, prompting Cerorg to express his eagerness to fight Issei, whom he considered a formidable opponent due to his unique powers. As they prepared for battle, Rius's queen voiced her concerns about the matchup, acknowledging Cerorg's strength but also recognizing Issei's exceptional abilities. Rius explained Cerorg's relentless pursuit of worthy challengers, with Issei being at the top of his list. Cersex then signaled the start of the match, and Cerorg readied himself for the fight. Issei summoned his blade and dashed around the arena, while Cerorg matched his speed. Realizing an ambush would be futile, Issei opted for a direct approach, landing a powerful punch that sent Cerorg flying. Cerorg, undeterred, quickly returned to the fray, demonstrating his own strength with a swift counterattack that forced Issei to defend himself. Despite sustaining an injury, Issei's resilience shone through as he healed quickly and prepared to escalate the battle. The two combatants exchanged blows at incredible speeds, leaving the spectators in awe. Rius and Kiba struggled to follow their movements, only catching glimpses of the black and red blurs as they fought. The intensity of the battle peaked when Issei executed a series of powerful strikes, culminating in a devastating knee to Cerorg's chest that sent him crashing into a pillar. As Cerorg recovered, he acknowledged Issei's impressive fighting skills, admitting he had underestimated him. He decided to pause the match, realizing he needed more training to compete effectively in the raiding game. Issei encouraged Cerorg, praising his defensive capabilities and acknowledging the strength he displayed despite not using his family's renowned power. Cersex expressed his respect for Issei, who reciprocated the sentiment, recognizing Cerex's worthiness as a challenger. Their mutual respect solidified a bond between them as they prepared for future encounters. As the battle concluded, Issei looked forward to their next meeting in the raiding game. Later, Rius, her brother, and Issei returned to the Gremory household, where Rius's mother welcomed them back. Milikas, Rius's younger brother, eagerly asked when Issei would visit again. Issei promised to return soon, encouraging Milikas to keep growing stronger. With that, Rius gathered everyone, and they teleported away, looking forward to their next adventure. Issei lay in bed, restless and unable to sleep, contemplating the events of the day. Issei felt a thrill of excitement for the trip. He never imagined he would look forward to getting away from home. He glanced over and saw Rius lying on the bed, her expression playful. She teased him about his eagerness to escape, but he reassured her that it was simply a new experience for him. Rius, sitting up, reminded him of his ordinary upbringing and shared her enthusiasm for the beauty awaiting them. As she wrapped her arms around him, Issei felt comforted and content, finally able to drift into sleep. At the train station, Rius distributed IDs to the group, explaining that all devils needed them to enter Kyoto and enjoy its sights. She noted that Issei, being a symbiote hybrid, did not require one. With a warm smile, she expressed her love for them and wished them well. The group responded with enthusiasm, and as they prepared to board the train, Asia inquired about Rius's plans. Rius bid them farewell, watching them depart with a sense of pride and anticipation for their adventures. Kiba promised to bring back souvenirs, and with a smile, he joined the others. Issei turned to leave, but Rius caught his arm, revealing her vulnerability. She admitted that, like Akino, she would miss him while he was away. Issei reassured her that their friends would be there, but she still seemed saddened by his departure. Before he left, Rius approached him and shared a gentle kiss, a gesture of affection to send him off. Issei returned the kiss, surprising her, and expressed his love for her as he turned to walk away. On a nearby rooftop, Amber observed the scene, noting the significance of Rius to Issei. He sensed something unusual about her, detecting two distinct auras. With a determined glint in his eye, he vowed to confront the King in Black and reclaim the world for himself, turning away from the scene as Issei moved on. Issei felt a mix of surprise and concern as he boarded the train, watching Rius stand at the station, her expression reflecting her thoughts. Inside the train, Issei sought solitude in the bathroom, eyes closed, trying to gather his thoughts. Suddenly, Zenobia entered, startling him. She reassured him that she meant no harm, and they settled down together. Issei expressed his surprise at her entrance, while Zenobia explained that she wanted to check on him since he seemed lost in thought. She promised to be more considerate next time, and with a light-hearted exchange, she left him to his reflections. Kiba joined us, commenting on his impressive group and inquiring about his training. Issei nodded, mentioning a new addition to his battle armor, though he kept the details a secret for now. Kiba expressed his anticipation for Issei's reveal and asked if he was excited about the trip. Issei admitted that this was his first time outside of town, aside from the underworld, and Kiba assured him that he would enjoy the experience. As they arrived at the hotel, Issei marveled at its beauty. Rosweiss called for everyone's attention, emphasizing the importance of behaving and staying together. She designated Issei's room as their emergency meeting place, and he quickly understood her intentions when she gestured with her hands. After a brief moment of embarrassment at her loudness, Issei and the others were given free time to explore. While wandering through Kyoto, Issei and his friends admired the scenery, with Zenobia noting how stunning it was compared to the pictures. Issei found himself wondering about Rius and the others. Irina called out to him, urging him to catch up, and as he did, he thought he saw something unusual on a rooftop but dismissed it as a trick of his mind. Asia suggested they explore the forest walkway, and as they descended into the park, Issei was captivated by the lush trees. Suddenly, chaos erupted as a blue fireball narrowly missed him. He looked up to see a group of individuals in traditional robes, their fox ears and tails marking them as something otherworldly. A young girl resembling Kaneko confronted them, demanding the return of her mother. The tension escalated as the group prepared for battle. Issei summoned his weapon and engaged, using his skills to defend against the attackers. The fox people retreated, leaving Issei bewildered by the encounter and questioning their motives. Later, Aazelle inquired about the attack, and Issei recounted the strange encounter with the fox girl and her companions. Frustrated, he expressed his anger at the ambush, but Aazelle advised him to remain calm and keep the incident under wraps until they understood the situation better. Issei agreed, and after a long day, he returned to his room, exhausted. The next day, Issei and his friends set out to enjoy Kyoto once more. Irina asked if there were any updates from Aazelle, but Issei had heard nothing. They arrived at a picturesque park, where Asia excitedly called everyone for a group photo. They posed together, and as they admired the picture, Issei received a call from Akino. She informed him about the attackers being yukai, creatures that lurked in the shadows of Kyoto. Before Akino could explain further, Issei felt a surge of anger and summoned his weapon, vowing to confront the yukai. Just as he prepared to unleash his power, Rosweiss appeared, having been sent by Aazelle to gather the group. Issei turned back to face the yukai, ready to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. Issei questioned why he would stop the spell as he deactivated it. As the scene shifted, Issei and his companions strolled through downtown Kyoto at night, where the streets were mostly empty. He turned to Rosweiss and asked where they were headed. "All will be revealed soon," she replied as they walked alongside the yukai woman Issei had nearly attacked. "You better," Issei said, spotting Aazelle and Cersex ahead. "Hello, everyone," Cersex greeted them, dressed in a Kyoto robe. Issei approached them, his curiosity piqued. "Aazelle, Cersex, what's going on?" His gaze fell on the girl who had tried to attack him. "You," he said coldly, clenching his fist, his aura beginning to leak from it. "I brought them all," the female yukai stated before vanishing in a burst of blue flames. "Issei, please calm down, let her explain herself," Aazelle urged, and Issei's aura dissipated. "Talk fast," Issei replied, maintaining his cold demeanor. "I lead the yukai who dwell in the light and shadows of Kyoto," the girl introduced herself. "I am Knull, the daughter of Yasaka. I apologize for my actions yesterday. I attacked you without understanding your situation." She bowed her head in apology. "Please forgive me." "It's fine," Zenobia reassured her. "I'm glad we cleared up the misunderstanding. It's important for angels to learn to have hearts big enough to forgive," Irina added with a warm smile. "Yes, peace is always best," Asia chimed in. Knull looked at Issei, her fear evident. "King in Black, I want to specifically apologize for trying to attack you yesterday," she said, bowing with tears in her eyes, knowing he was her only hope to save her mother. Issei knelt down to her level. "Can I call you Knull? You're scared for your mother's safety, aren't you?" he asked gently. "Yes, I am," she admitted, her voice trembling. "Then a mistake like that is understandable. You apologize because you realized you were wrong. I can't see how I could not accept your apology," Issei said with a soft smile. "I would also be scared and worried if my mother were in danger. Come inside, and I will explain everything," Cersex instructed as they all entered a meditation room. A few weeks ago, Yasaka left to meet with a servant of Sakura of Mount Meru, but she never arrived for the meeting. After hearing this, they searched all of Kyoto for any suspicious groups and encountered the Red Dragon Emperor's party. First, Cersex and I came to speak with the yukai of Kyoto. We explained that the underworld was not involved in Princess Yasaka's disappearance. Judging by the situation, there is a high chance this was an attack from the hero faction of the Chaos Brigade, Aazelle continued. "Them again?" Issei thought to himself. "Governor General, Lady Satan, please help us bring Princess Yasaka home. We have had ties to the Nine-Tailed clan for a long time," an elder pleaded, producing a scroll. "This is what the princess looks like." Issei examined the photo and noted the resemblance to Knull. "I beg you. For my mother, please lend us your strength to save her," Knull implored. "That's the information. Enjoy your trip as much as you can for now. Be ready for anything," Aazelle advised. "We will help get your mother back," Issei promised Knull. "Whoever is behind this will pay." Her smile brightened at his words. The scene shifted to a spa where Akino expressed concern over Issei's quick hang-up. I'm sure everyone is fine. Issei is there, so there's no need to worry, Kaneko reassured them. Yes, we have to have faith in him, Rius added, but she suddenly felt lightheaded. Akino caught her as she stumbled. Be careful. What's going on? I don't know, I've been feeling lightheaded for no reason lately, Rius confessed. Keep an eye on that, Akino advised. My head hurts, I'm always hungry, and I get lightheaded a lot, Rius admitted, finally regaining her strength. Rius, Akino began, prompting Rius to turn. You're naming off a lot of PRGNCY symptoms. Rius's eyes widened at the realization. Your night with Issei before the raiding game could be what's causing this. I'll get a test tomorrow, but promise me you won't say anything to Issei, Rius requested urgently. We promise we won't tell him, that's something you can share, Akino assured her with a smile. The scene changed again, and Rosweiss instructed everyone to stay within the town limits. Come on, everyone, let's go look at the ancient temples. Asia called out. I would like to join, Knull said. In case we encounter the people who took my mother. Sure, just stick with one of us, Issei replied as she walked up and took his hand. I'll stick with you then, Knull said, smiling back at him. So, what's your favorite part of Kyoto? Issei asked as they walked through the ancient temples. The Crossway Bridge. It's beautiful and offers a stunning view of the lake, Knull replied. Everyone gathered together for a photo. Asia exclaimed, prompting everyone to come together. I'm too short, Knull said, and Issei lifted her onto his shoulder. Not anymore, say cheese, he encouraged, and everyone smiled for the perfect shot. That's going on our wall of photos, Asia declared as they continued to enjoy the day, marveling at the various attractions around them. This place truly is beautiful. I never expected it to be this nice, Issei thought, appreciating the moment. Issei looked around, marveling at the enchanting scenery. It felt like something out of a fantasy. Knull, the symbiote king, shared his thoughts, expressing that it was the most beautiful place on the planet. Issei agreed, taking in the trees, leaves, parks, and clear water streams. Knull's excitement was palpable as she pointed out the Crossway Bridge. They all walked together to the bridge, gazing at the river below. The water was so clear that they could see the fish and other sea creatures swimming about. Knull mentioned that this was a place she and her mother frequented, her tone tinged with sadness. Issei reassured her, promising they would find whoever was behind her mother's disappearance. Just then, Asia suggested they get some pho, but their plans were interrupted as purple smoke began to envelop the bridge, transforming the vibrant arena into a gray, desolate zone. Confusion washed over Issei as he exclaimed his surprise. Knull explained that the magical smoke was called Dimension Lost, a power of a Longinus. Suddenly, Aazelle rushed toward them, calling out to ensure the kids were okay. Knull, frightened, revealed that investigators had mentioned the same purple fog during the attack on her mother. As Issei turned back, he noticed 7 shadowy figures emerging from the smoke. The figure in the center launched a spear that created a massive explosion, sending Aazelle reeling despite his attempt to counter it. A handsome young man with blue hair and striking blue eyes introduced himself as Koko, a descendant of the famous Koko from the Three Kingdoms. Knull, filled with anger, demanded to know if he had taken her mother. Koko responded that her mother was assisting them with an experiment. Knull was confused by this revelation. Koko then expressed his desire to engage in combat with Aazelle and the King in Black, which Aazelle accepted, insisting they first return the princess. Koko coldly challenged them to try and take her back, commanding a boy named Leonardo to release some anti-monsters. A wave of purple magic surged from the ground, summoning several creatures. Aazelle, shocked, recognized the power of the Longinus that could create any monster the user desired. As the battle commenced, Zenobia summoned her blade and charged forward, cutting down 2 of the creatures. Kiba strategized, urging everyone to act quickly. Issei took charge, distributing blades that could absorb light magic and assigning roles to his friends. With determination, Issei confronted Koko, declaring he would be his opponent. As they clashed, a powerful shockwave rippled through the area. Meanwhile, Kiba and Zenobia encountered a man named Siegfried, an ex-priest notorious for his betrayal against the church. Siegfried acknowledged their recognition and expressed his eagerness for a challenge. Kiba attempted to attack, but Siegfried swiftly countered, revealing his mastery of legendary demon blades. Irina joined the fray, flying down with her angelic presence. The battle intensified as Issei and Koko exchanged blows, each showcasing their strength. Koko acknowledged Issei's prowess and the impressive teamwork of the Gremory family. When Aazelle demanded to know Koko's motives, he explained that they sought to prove humans could be just as formidable as anyone else. Suddenly, a massive armored figure emerged from the water, shocking everyone. Aazelle recognized it as Gogmagog, a destructive weapon created by ancient gods. A girl named Lefry, a witch on Vala's team, appeared, warning Koko to stay out of her way. The colossal robot slammed its fist into the bridge, causing chaos as Koko retaliated with the true Longinus spear, striking it down into the water. The unexpected turn of events set the stage for an epic confrontation, and the battle was far from over. Koko informed the group of devils that they would be conducting a special summoning at Nijo Castle that night, and the princess would also be present if they chose to join. He leaped back to his comrades and urged them to move on, disappearing in a swirl of purple smoke as the bridge returned to normal. Issei expressed his frustration at Koko's escape. Back at the hotel, Issei reflected on their previous battle, noting that it hadn't gone well. Aazelle reassured him, reminding him that it was his first fight against Koko and his allies, encouraging him not to be too hard on himself. Zenobia inquired about how they could match their opponent's power. Aazelle explained that there were more members in Koko's group, including Jean and Hercules, who possessed formidable abilities. He emphasized the importance of finding their own strength and working together as a family. He outlined the plan. Saji would hold off Yasaka, Issei would focus on Koko, while Zenobia and Kiba would concentrate on Siegfried. Irina was tasked with dealing with Jean, and Rosweiss and Asia would focus on Hercules. The group nodded in agreement. Issei promised Knull that they would bring her mother back, and Aazelle instructed everyone to prepare for departure in 10 minutes. While the others got ready, Issei meditated in a candlelit room. Knull, his host, asked if he was ready for round 2, to which Issei affirmed that he was prepared to showcase their new enhancements and demonstrate why the King in Black should not be underestimated. As he sensed someone approaching, Issei opened his eyes. Rosweiss entered and informed him that it was time to leave. He stood up, determined to retrieve the princess. Arriving at their destination, Issei gazed at the imposing mountain range and the grand temple before them. Rosweiss confirmed that this was indeed the place and warned the group to be ready for anything. As they descended the range, purple smoke enveloped them, and Koko emerged from the shadows with his team, revealing Yasaka in cuffs. Knull cried out in fear upon seeing her mother, who appeared drained of energy. Issei demanded Koko return her, but Koko coldly explained that he needed Yasaka to activate the Dragon Eater and summon Great Red. The group gasped at this revelation. Issei questioned Koko's intentions, asserting that summoning Great Red would lead to their destruction, but Koko merely chuckled, suggesting that one would never know until they tried. With a tap of his staff, Yasaka transformed, surrounded by a blue-flamed aura. Issei called out to Saji as he activated his Juggernaut drive. Koko acknowledged the presence of one of the 5 great dragon kings as Issei summoned All Black, while Zenobia revealed her upgraded sword, now called Exdurandal. She charged a powerful beam and unleashed it, obliterating the surrounding area. To everyone's shock, Koko and his team emerged unscathed from the rubble. Koko complimented Zenovia's impressive attack, noting that it would have been lethal to most. As Issei charged at him, Zenobia and Kiba engaged Siegfried, while Rosweiss confronted Hercules. Issei demanded Yasaka's return, and Koko challenged him, stating that if Issei wanted her back, he would have to defeat him. Issei, fueled by determination, coated his fist in his aura and unleashed a powerful strike, sending Koko flying back. Siegfried declared his intention to reveal his full power, transforming and sprouting additional metal arms. Kiba and Zenobia prepared to clash with him, while Jean complimented Irina on her fighting skills, expressing her pleasure in battling such a strong opponent. Irina, determined to defend Kyoto, accepted the challenge. As the battle intensified, Issei summoned a massive wave of power in the form of a drill, launching it at Koko and forcing him back. Koko, now bleeding, acknowledged Issei's strength and prepared to retaliate with a more severe attack. Their fierce exchange continued, with Issei struggling against Koko's spear, which inflicted significant pain. Despite the injury, Issei's resolve remained strong as he focused on protecting Knull. When Koko aimed his spear at Knull, Issei leaped to shield her, but Koko's attack sent him crashing to the ground. As he braced for impact, he checked on Knull, ensuring she was unharmed. She expressed her gratitude, and together they prepared to face the challenges ahead. Issei looked up just in time to see Koko attempting to stab Knull. He leaped into action, kicking Koko away as he was propelled backward. Performing a backward roll, he landed in a superhero pose, his foot striking a boulder as he positioned Knull safely behind him. Glancing back, he confirmed that Knull was okay, and she nodded in response. Issei's voice boomed as he confronted Koko, declaring that while he was ready for a fight, attacking innocent children was unacceptable. His battle armor quickly enveloped him, a helmet forming and locking into place as he summoned the ring Michel had given him, transforming it into a dagger. Aazelle warned Koko that he had made a grave mistake. Koko, shocked, recognized the ring as the ring of Samuel just as Issei surged forward, slashing at him. Koko managed to block a few strikes, but Issei's relentless assault soon had him reeling. With a swift kick to Koko's chest, Issei sent him crashing into a boulder. He then charged, using his void magic to enhance his leg as he propelled Koko through the boulder, sending him skidding across the ground. As Koko struggled to rise, Issei rushed him again, but Koko retaliated, throwing him into another area and slamming him back down with his forearm. Issei declared that he would make Koko pay for his actions, especially for attacking an innocent child fighting to reunite with her mother. He pulled his blade from its sheath and drove it toward Koko. Koko screamed in pain as Issei threw him to the ground and kicked him away. Hercules intervened, punching Rosweiss aside before attempting to ambush Issei. However, Issei countered by jumping and delivering a powerful kick to Hercules' chest, sending him flying back. Hercules slowly got to his feet, bewildered by Issei's fierce demeanor. He wondered how they would defeat such a formidable opponent as Koko struggled to regain his footing, clutching his chest. Koko acknowledged Issei's impressive skills, admitting that he truly lived up to his reputation. Meanwhile, his injuries began to heal thanks to the power of the true Longinus. Issei, however, had no intention of letting Koko off easy. He declared that it was time to end Koko's childish antics and unleashed a devastating attack, driving all black into the ground. The battlefield transformed into the abyss as he commanded Saji and the others to assist. As Issei restrained the nine-tailed fox, Koko shouted for his team to be vigilant. But Knull appeared, taunting them about their chances of finding Issei in this realm. Issei launched himself at Hercules, delivering a series of blows that sent him crashing into a wall, bound by symbiote restraints. Determined, Issei moved swiftly, targeting Jean and her dragon. He struck the dragon's back, causing it to roar in pain before he turned his attention to Jean, knocking her back with a powerful blow. Siegfried challenged Issei to face him directly, and Issei obliged, jumping down to confront him. Siegfried attempted to block Issei's strikes with his four blades, but Issei summoned his dagger, injuring Siegfried before executing a scissor takedown and narrowly avoiding Koko's attack. With a smirk hidden beneath his helmet, Issei declared that Koko was next. He vanished again, leaving Koko searching for him. Issei reappeared a distance away, taunting Koko to put up a better fight. Knull warned Koko that his team was finished and urged him to surrender, but Koko refused, charging at Issei. In a swift maneuver, Issei slid beneath Koko's legs, blocking his spear move aimed at his face. Issei countered with a slash to Koko's eye, sending him staggering back. He seized all black and rushed at Koko, who raised his spear defensively. As the abyss began to fade, the two clashed, Issei's blade coated in his aura. Their weapons collided with such force that Koko's spear shattered, sending both combatants flying backward. Koko, in disbelief, stared at his broken weapon, while Issei stood tall, holding his blade confidently. He informed Koko that his weapon had never stood a chance against his own. Issei warned Koko to leave and take his team with him, declaring that their next encounter would be his last. As Koko and his team teleported away, Issei watched them go. Saji rushed over to Issei, excitedly announcing that they had rescued Yasaka. He complimented Issei's impressive helmet, which Issei appreciated before asking to be taken to Yasaka. Knull called out to her mother, who lay unconscious on the ground. Issei instructed Knull to take his hand, placing his other hand on Yasaka's head as his symbiote enveloped her. Her eyes glowed a dark red as Issei encouraged Knull to speak to her. As Yasaka slowly regained consciousness, she called out to Knull, who joyfully leaped into her arms. Issei welcomed Yasaka back, and she looked up at him, recognizing him as the infamous King in Black. He confirmed his identity but insisted she could call him Issei. Grateful for her rescue, Yasaka expressed her debt to him, but Issei waved off her gratitude, reminding her that friends help each other in times of need. She praised him for his impressive abilities, leaving Issei with a satisfied smile. Our battle will shake heaven and hell itself. Amber watched from the mountain range as he vanished in a bright golden blur. Time skip. The King in Black has made a significant leap in power again. Inside a dimly lit room, Cersex was doing push-ups. His queen informed him that he had fought the wielder of the true Longinus spear and survived, which made him smirk. I would expect nothing less from the symbiote king. Besides, it would be a shame if he didn't keep his promise, Cersex remarked to his queen. Rumor has it he broke the spear. Cerex's eyes widened in disbelief. Unbelievable. Our battle will be one for the ages. I can't wait, Cersex declared, his eyes filled with determination. Chapter 46 done. Sir Aazelle, the King in Black, expressed his gratitude to everyone in the Gremory family for their assistance. He announced that he could now attend his meeting with Lady Leviathan and would be opening Kyoto to all devils who wouldn't need a card to enter. Yasaka shared this news with the group as Aazelle smiled. We will accomplish great things together, Yasaka, Aazelle said, shaking her hand. King in Black, Knull called to Issei, who looked down at her. Please call me Issei, he replied, noticing her blush. Issei, will you come visit again? The young princess asked the symbiote king, who smirked in response. Of course I will come and visit you all again. You don't have to worry about that, Issei assured the young fox, who smiled brightly. I will be staying a little longer to enjoy the week with Yasaka. Also, remember everyone, stay safe and don't do anything reckless, Cersex advised the group, and they all smiled in agreement. We will be taking our leave now, Issei announced as he and the others boarded the train to head back home. Don't worry, Knull, he will come back. I am sure of it, Yasaka reassured her daughter as she and Cersex walked away. Back home. Rius, Issei and the others entered the room, where they found her sitting on the couch with Akino, Gasper, Kaneko and Rosweiss, along with Aazelle. It's good to see you all again, Rius greeted them as they embraced her. It's wonderful to see you healthy again, Issei, she added, smiling at him. I believe that's my line to you, Issei replied, returning her smile. Or Issei, where is my love? Akino asked playfully, putting on a mock-sad face. Issei walked over and kissed her cheek. I wouldn't forget you at all, he assured her, then kissed Kaneko's cheek as well. It's good to be back home. I heard some shocking news about your battle. You broke the true Longinus? Rius inquired, and Issei nodded. Yes, I honestly didn't expect it to break, but it couldn't withstand all black, Issei explained. Time skip. Everyone, the King in Black is in the pitch, a female announcer called out as a large crowd of children and parents gathered in front of a massive stage. Now send the King in Black your strength. All together, she urged. King in Black. The children shouted in unison. Ah! Issei exclaimed as he shot up from under the stage in his armor. He made sure to wear his helmet and kept his hands in a non-threatening position to avoid scaring the kids. I have grown stronger by the words of all the young ones, he declared to the crowd. Haha, the result will be the same no matter how many times we fight. Kiba shouted, dressed in black armor, while Rius appeared in a princess outfit, playfully tied up. You can never defeat me, Darkness Knight Fong. Kiba proclaimed, brandishing a fake sword. Save me. My beloved King in Black, Rius said in a feigned soft voice. The Gremory family was participating in a hero show for the school festival in the underworld. Ah! Issei used all black to battle Kiba as the kids watched in excitement. You rascal! Kiba teased as Issei pushed him back, sending him soaring through the air, laughing as strings on his costume helped him float. Kiba raised his blade and pretended to strike the ground, creating a purple beam that acted like an attack, with smoke swirling around Issei. Haha, do you admit defeat? Rosweiss, Asia, Zenobia, Kaneko, Aquino, and Gasper all watched from the back room. What a fantastic performance! The use of special effects from the human world is really impressive, Aquino remarked, and the others nodded in agreement. It's over, King in Black, Kiba said triumphantly. Oh no, if only the princess were by my side at a time like this. Issei lamented in a dramatic tone. My beloved, Rius appeared next to Issei. I am here to lend you strength, she said, placing a gentle gesture on his helmet. Super kisses. The children cheered as Issei's eyes glowed a dark red. I am overflowing with power. Issei shouted, enveloped in a vibrant red and black aura. Enough nonsense, Symbiote King, Kiba yelled as he flew down, and Issei shot up to meet him. Symbiote kick. The two clashed, resulting in a massive, simulated explosion as Kiba was sent tumbling to the ground. The King in Black did it by gaining the power from the princess, the announcer proclaimed before she fell, with Rius next to Issei, waving to the crowd. Scene change. All those kids loved you, Sei, Kiba said, brushing his hair back, mirroring Issei's gesture. Please, you had all the girls looking at you. We made a great team, Issei replied. Issei, Irina peeked through the door, looking a bit embarrassed. Irina? What's up? Issei asked, noticing her shyness. They don't ask questions, just come with me, Irina urged, and Issei nodded, following her to another room. Why are you all dressed up? Issei inquired, noticing Irina in a pink outfit as she struggled to zip the back. The first announcer fell off the stage, and they asked me to be the replacement. Could you help me with the zipper? Irina requested, and Issei, feeling frustrated, attempted to assist her. Got it. Issei finally managed to zip it, but the sudden movement caused Irina to stumble back against him, her hand resting behind his head. Ow, that hurt, Issei groaned. Wait, why are you not wearing a bra? He asked, noticing her outfit. I thought it would fit the outfit better, Irina replied. Hey, this situation. Things like this always happen with you, Issei. She sat up and closed her eyes, praying. My wish to have children with the King in Black joining the heavens is proof of my continuing faith, she said aloud as she leaned against Issei. She expressed her intention to fall, but before she could continue, the door swung open, revealing Zenobia. The knight exclaimed that it was unfair for Irina to act that way in such a place as the other girls joined in. Asia, frustrated, protested that Irina couldn't do that with Issei, while Aquino added that jumping the gun was unfair. Irina insisted she wouldn't be the first, claiming Issei belonged to everyone. The girls began to argue playfully, lifting their tops in a light-hearted competition for Issei's attention. Asia shouted at them, trying to get her brother's focus. Issei, overwhelmed, called for a moment of discussion just as Rius entered the room. The girls turned to see their leader, and Issei's voice was muffled by an unexpected interruption. Rius commanded them to prepare for their part of the show, prompting them to rush out of the room, leaving Issei in a state of disbelief. As he walked through the hall, Issei reflected on the chaos he had just experienced. He paused when he heard a child crying, realizing the young boy was disappointed because the event's tickets were sold out. The boy's mother explained the situation, and Issei, noticing the child wearing a hat with his symbol and holding a toy version of himself, felt compelled to help. He approached the boy, who was starstruck, and deactivated his helmet to reveal his face. He knelt down and asked the boy's name, learning it was Ash. Issei signed the boy's hat and offered some encouraging words about being strong for his mother, which brought a smile to the child's face. The mother expressed her gratitude as they walked away, leaving Issei feeling fulfilled. Finally, Issei found a moment of solitude as he sat down to drink water. Rius entered the room, still in her princess outfit, and acknowledged that she had witnessed his earlier interaction. She found it sweet and reminded him of her own experiences with her mother. Rius cupped his face and complimented his handsomeness, which made Issei chuckle as he teased her about using his own tricks. He mentioned an upcoming meeting with her cousin about the raiding game, and Rius confirmed it was a rest day after their recent performances. She planned to speak with her mother and promised to see him at home before leaving with a kiss. Issei wondered about the upcoming battle, feeling a surge of excitement as he anticipated an all-out war. Back at school, Rius welcomed Ravel, the newest member of the Occult Research Club, expressing her happiness for Ravel's presence. Ravel thanked Rius for the opportunity, admitting it had been a different experience for her. Issei, lounging on the couch with Kaneko on his lap, remarked on the perks of being in the club. He reassured Ravel that interacting with humans was not as daunting as it seemed, though she appeared embarrassed by his words. Issei playfully advised her to smile and be polite, which shocked Ravel, who insisted she was not a pervert but a member of the Phoenix family. Issei laughed at her reaction, finding young devils amusing. He suggested Kaneko help Ravel adjust since they were in the same classes, and Rius agreed. Kaneko reluctantly accepted, calling Ravel fried chicken, which caused Ravel to fume. The playful banter continued, with both girls exchanging light-hearted insults until Issei intervened, raising his voice slightly to restore order. Rius then announced that they should prepare for the Halloween party, igniting excitement among the group as they began to collaborate on decorations. As they worked, Issei felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, causing him to kneel. Rius rushed to assist him back onto the couch, concerned for his well-being. Issei expressed his discomfort, feeling as though he had been winded. He reached out to Knull, inquiring about his condition. Knull informed him that the recent battle had drained his powers, and his body was in the process of recovering. Issei was advised to take it easy over the next few days to avoid overworking himself and risking injury. He assured the god that he would be fine, despite the headache he was fighting through. Rius, having just finished a call, informed Issei that Cersex butler had reached out and requested their presence to see his mother. She squatted down in front of him, checking if he was okay to go. Issei nodded, and Rius helped him to his feet. Rius mentioned that a car was waiting outside to take them to the Baal territory. She turned to Aquino, asking her to ensure everything went smoothly in their absence and to call if needed. With a determined expression, Issei expressed hope that their visit would not lead to anything troubling as they walked out of the club room together. During the car ride, Issei inquired about the reason for their visit. Rius explained that her mother had been the Baal heir before marrying her father, which made her and Cersex cousins. She elaborated that Cersex' mother was from one of the 72 remaining pillars, symbolized by a lion. Issei reflected on the significance of the lion, recognizing it as a fitting representation of Cersex' ambition to grow stronger. Upon arriving at the Baal house, Issei and Rius were greeted by the butler, who led them inside. They entered a room where a middle-aged woman lay in bed, connected to medical equipment. The butler requested their assistance, revealing that he had called them without Cersex' knowledge. He explained that they needed the strength of the symbiote king to help the woman, who was in a deep coma. Rius shared the story of Cersex' birth and the disappointment that followed when he did not inherit the power of destruction. His mother had been left to raise him in the shadows, and despite offers of help from Rius's mother, Lord Baal had refused. The butler informed them that Lady Misla had been in a coma for nearly 4 years due to a rare disease that affected devils, leaving her barely alive. Issei felt a surge of determination and asked how they could help her awaken. The butler explained that Knull had the ability to communicate with people in their subconscious. Rius, with a pleading look, expressed hope that Issei could reach her aunt's mind. Issei agreed to try, closing his eyes as his aura enveloped him. He reached out to connect with her but struggled to make contact, feeling the strain on his body. Despite his efforts, Issei found himself unable to reach her, and as he pushed himself further, he felt the toll it was taking. Rius rushed to his side, concerned for his well-being. She reassured him that he had done enough and reminded him of his recent battle, emphasizing that he still needed time to recover. Later, Issei expressed his frustration at not being able to help. Rius comforted him, reminding him that he had done everything he could. Just then, Cersex entered the room, expressing gratitude for their efforts. Issei, sensing Cersex's frustration, insisted that he hadn't done anything worthy of thanks. Rius explained the situation to Cersex, who smirked, determined to prove himself in their upcoming battle. Issei looked forward to the challenge, eager for a chance to test his strength against Cersex. They shared a fist bump, both excited for the clash that awaited them. As everyone prepared for the upcoming raiding game, Issei observed the intense training taking place around him. Kiba noted the importance of being ready for anything, acknowledging that Cersex was known as the strongest for a reason. Issei contemplated the possibility of changing his armor, considering a new set to enhance his abilities. Issei pondered whether it would make him stronger or slower as he observed Rius and Aquino engaged in conversation. He decided there was only one way to find out and prepared to train, but Rius stopped him. She informed Issei that training was cancelled for the day due to an upcoming press conference, emphasizing the importance of not overworking themselves to avoid appearing weak. Issei was intrigued by the idea of being on television and was reminded to behave appropriately. Later, in a stylish hotel, Rius and the others were getting ready, applying makeup and donning new outfits. Kiba asked Gasper if he would wear his girl's uniform, to which Gasper nervously agreed, feeling overwhelmed by the thought of so many people watching him. Issei reassured Gasper that he would do just fine, although he sensed something was troubling Rius. Her unusual aura made him wonder what was on her mind, and he hoped the event wouldn't lead to any conflicts. Zenobia expressed her concerns, but Aquino reassured her that it was merely a conference to discuss feelings and expectations. A maid entered the dressing room to announce it was time for Rius, and the group followed her out. As they walked down the hall to the press conference room, Issei spotted Saji, who greeted him with a fist bump. Saji explained that his team, led by Sona, was also having a press conference for their upcoming raiding game. Issei admitted he preferred a more low-key approach, and Saji wished him luck before heading off. Rius instructed everyone to prepare as they approached the conference room. Issei excused himself to use the restroom, and Rius reminded him not to take too long, giving him a quick kiss on the cheek before he dashed away. When Rius and the others entered the conference room, they were met with a sea of reporters and saw Cersex and his peerage seated nearby. Each had name cards in front of them, except for one that was blank. The announcer welcomed both parties and asked how they felt about the upcoming raiding game. Cersex expressed his excitement for the battle, while Rius confidently stated her honor in facing Cersex and her readiness to win, despite his top ranking. Meanwhile, Issei was in the restroom, trying to calm his nerves. He reminded himself that it was just a press conference when he was confronted by Amber, who leaned against the wall in a black suit. Knull alerted Issei to Amber's presence, and Issei quickly summoned his dagger, glaring at the god. Amber taunted him, and when Issei rushed forward, Amber easily blocked his attacks. He retaliated with a punch that sent Issei crashing into a stall, followed by a knee to his chest, sending him through it. Amber warned Issei not to underestimate him before introducing himself and hinting at a secret Rius had. With that, he vanished into a portal, leaving Issei confused and frustrated. Knull advised Issei to focus on the conference and not mention the encounter to anyone. Issei cleaned himself up and returned to the conference room. The announcer thanked both kings and opened the floor to questions. A reporter asked Rius about rumors regarding Issei's participation in the match, noting the concerns about his power levels. Cersex confirmed that he had requested the removal of all rules to allow Issei to compete. As Issei entered the room, the atmosphere shifted, and the crowd buzzed with excitement at his presence. A male reporter inquired about Issei's plans for the raiding game, and Issei declared that he would be fighting alongside Rius Gremory as his respective piece. The room erupted with questions, and another reporter turned to Cersex, asking how he felt about facing the King in Black. Cersex expressed his honor in going head-to-head with the champion of Knull. It would be a battle remembered for centuries, Cersex informed the group with a confident smirk. Someone called out to the King in Black, asking if he had something special prepared for the fight. Issei exchanged a knowing glance with Cersex, smirking back. He mentioned that he and Knull had been training to master a new technique that would surpass anything he had previously shown. The crowd erupted in excitement, bombarding him with questions. Issei chuckled to himself, finding the situation amusing. Later, Cersex addressed Rius and Issei, along with the others present. He remarked on the interesting developments and warned them to be prepared for their next encounter in the arena. He challenged Issei to give it his all, smirking as he did so. Issei responded with determination, insisting that Cersex better bring his best or it would be a one-sided match. They exchanged a fist bump before Cersex walked away. Curiosity piqued, Zenobia asked Issei about the new power he had been working on. Issei revealed that he had discovered a way to potentially enhance his armor and strengthen his connection to Knull, teasing them about the power's capabilities. Gasper exclaimed that Issei would be overpowered, prompting laughter from Issei. He speculated that Cersex might have something special planned for him, and as he watched Rius walk away, he wondered what was on her mind, sensing something was off. Meanwhile, Rius found herself in the bathroom, nervously holding a BGMI test. With determination, she used her power to draw a drop of blood for the test. After a few tense minutes, the result appeared, and she gasped in disbelief she was PRG. Time passed, and Issei enjoyed a moment of relaxation in the sauna, feeling the heat envelop him. When Rius entered, he was surprised but welcomed her presence. She seemed unsteady and as she swayed, Issei quickly caught her. Concerned, he asked if she was all right. Rius assured him she was just tired but felt compelled to share something important. Taking his hand, she placed it on her stomach and revealed her PRG. The news hit Issei with overwhelming shock and excitement. Rius expressed her uncertainty about how to tell the others, and Issei suggested they gather everyone to explain together. Grateful for his support, Rius thanked him, and Issei reassured her of his commitment to stand by her side. Later, the group of devils gathered at Rius's request, all curious about the reason for the meeting. Rius announced her PRG, and disbelief washed over the room as she smiled and held her belly. Gasper asked if she was really carrying a baby, and Issei confirmed the news, eliciting a mix of shock and joy from everyone. Aazelle, leaning against the wall, congratulated the young couple but reminded them they needed to prepare for their upcoming journey to the underworld for the raiding game. In a private moment with Issei, Aazelle asked if he was ready to be a father. Issei admitted he hoped to be a good one, like his own father. Aazelle cautioned him about the responsibilities that come with parenthood, and Issei vowed to do right by Rius. As they traveled to the floating city of Agrias, Asia marveled at its beauty. Aazelle explained the significance of the location, noting that the Bale family had wanted the battle to take place in their domain. Kiba raised concerns about the political implications, but Aazelle reassured them that it wouldn't affect Cersex politically. Issei expressed his frustration with the political focus surrounding their ambitions, and the group nodded in agreement. Finally, they arrived at the main city, standing before the massive arena where their battle would soon unfold. To think they had plans for all his members except for his pawn. Issei felt a sense of foreboding, suspecting that the pawn would be the Bale heir's trump card as they walked into the main hall. "This place is beautiful, to say the least," Zenobia remarked while they strolled down a side hall. Suddenly, they encountered a group of skeletal figures in black cloaks, holding up another figure clad in godlike armor, wielding a staff topped with a skull. "Sir Hades, the god who rules over the dead in the underworld. It's surprising to see you here, considering your disdain for the three factions," Aazelle commented, eliciting a laugh from Hades. "You crows have been squawking around incessantly lately, so I have come to investigate," Hades replied, his gaze shifting to Issei. "King in Black, I miss seeing you run wild in the depths of hell. Be sure to put on a good show tonight, and try not to die. I didn't come to collect your souls." With that, Hades was taken away by the skeletal figures. "That guy's intimidating," Gasper said, clearly frightened by Hades. "Don't worry, he's just here to watch, along with his two brothers, Lord Zeus and Lord Poseidon," Aazelle reassured the group as they made their way to their room, stretching and warming up. Suddenly, Riser entered, announcing his presence. "Oh no, Riser," Issei thought, shocked to see the high-class devil. "Brother, why are you here?" Riser's little sister asked as he approached Rius. "This game is attracting the attention of a professional," Riser explained to the red-haired devil. "You need to remember your greatest strength." Rius appeared a bit nervous. "I'm not as smart as Sona and definitely not as strong as Cersex," Rius admitted, prompting a sigh from Riser. "That's not what I mean, that is," Riser said, gesturing to everyone standing together. "You have the power to unite people and bring out their best. Strength and strategy are important, but if you can't keep your team's morale high, it's all for nothing. Be the great master you are and ensure victory." Riser's words brought a smile to Rius's face. "Thank you, Riser. I appreciate your encouragement," Rius replied, and he nodded in acknowledgement. "King in Black, I hope we can fight again someday," Riser said to Issei, who smirked in response. "Maybe you'll need to become a lot stronger before that happens," Issei replied, giving Riser a fist bump as he moved toward the door. "Also, Cersex wishes to see you, Issei," Riser added, piquing Issei's curiosity about the reason for the visit. With Cersex, Issei approached the Great Satan, who was seated in front of a television. "What did you want to discuss?" Issei asked. "You have a video message from your fans," Cersex said, turning on the TV. The screen displayed a group of children holding toys of Issei's armor and hats, featuring the dragon symbol on his chest plate. "We can't wait to see you fight Symbiote Hero. We all want you to win and show everyone your strength. We'll cheer you on all the way," the children exclaimed before the video cut off. Cersex handed Issei a basket filled with letters. "I called you here to ask for one favor. Fight for the dreams of the children and your own as well. So many look up to you as the ultimate hero. Show them why their hopes and dreams mean something," Cersex urged, and Issei smiled and nodded. "There will be adult politics in this arena. It can't be helped, so I wanted to ask you personally," Cersex explained to the Symbiote King. "I think I have an idea for my entrance," Issei replied, prompting a smile from Cersex. Time skipped to battle entrance. "Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've all been waiting for. Please give a warm welcome from the East Gate, the Cersex family," the announcer declared as Cersex and his group emerged, waving to the cheering crowd. "I heard Irina is in the hero section and that they have a surprise for the children," Asia informed Zenobia, who nodded in agreement. "And coming from the West Gates, the Rius Gremory family." Rius turned around to see everyone and smiled. "Thank you all for staying with me for this long. I love all of you," Rius expressed as they began to walk out, the crowd cheering loudly. However, when the children noticed that the King in Black was absent, confusion spread among them. "Rius, where is Issei?" Aquino asked, realizing he was not with them. "Where is Issei?" Milikas inquired of his father, who stood in his battle armor alongside Graphia. Aazelle, seated next to the head advisor for the Cersex team, also wondered about Issei's whereabouts. "This isn't good," Rius said, and just then, a ring of Issei's symbiote outlined the battle arena. Everyone turned to the West Gate, where Issei burst through, leaping over the crowd and driving all black into the ground, his eyes glowing a dark red. Downfall reanimation. The entire area was enveloped in darkness as the children witnessed a version of Knull, adorned with a new helmet made of his symbiote, rise from his throne, raising his blade to the sky as flames erupted into the air, turning the sky a vibrant orange. The children erupted in excitement as Issei pulled his blade from the ground, and the arena gradually returned to normal. "Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the King in Black," the announcer shouted, and the children screamed with joy, joined by the rest of the audience, while Cersex smirked. "Issei, you made it," Rius said to the god, who smirked as he returned to his normal state. "I had to give the children a little something before the game," Issei replied to Rius as they made their way to the players' seating area. "Showtime," he thought to himself, glancing at the screen where Aazelle and the other advisor were seated. "Time to find out what I'm really made of." The game was held under dice figure rules, where all participants were assigned a value between 1 and 12 based on the evil piece system. Each side was given a die to roll to determine the order of play, with all fights taking place in various battlefields. The announcer explained the values. A pawn was worth 1, a knight and bishop were worth 3, rooks were worth 5, and the queen was worth. Multiple players could be sent out as long as their numbers matched the number rolled on the dice. With the rules relaxed for this battle, Issei was ranked as an 8, taking his rightful position as Rius Gremry's only pawn for the game. However, players could not be sent out consecutively, so caution was necessary. The game would conclude when one of the kings was defeated. The rankings of both kings were as follows. Cersex was worth 12, and Rius Gremry was worth. Fortunately, the Phoenix family had provided 1 Phoenix tear to each group. The announcer declared the start of the game as Rius and Cersex stepped forward to grab the dice. The announcer announced the beginning of the rating game between Cersex and Rius Gremry, instructing the kings to roll their dice. When they did, Rius rolled a 2, and Cersex rolled a 3, totaling 3 points. Due to the pawn structure, both sides could only send in a knight or bishop. A golden dome formed over them, and a blue magical circle covered their mouths, preventing others from hearing their discussions. Kiba expressed his eagerness to fight, assuring Rius that he would win. Rius nodded, and Kiba stood up, while Issei encouraged him not to lose. Moments later, Kiba was teleported into the battle arena. As the announcer informed everyone that Rius had chosen her knight, Kiba, Cersex sent in his knight, who appeared in medieval armor atop an armored horse. The knight introduced himself as Beluga Furkas, a servant of Lord Cersex. Kiba responded, identifying himself as Rius Gremry's knight. The battle commenced as Beluga charged at Kiba, who skillfully dodged and attempted to counterattack. Kiba unleashed a wave of blades from the ground, but Beluga leaped with his horse, giving Kiba the opportunity to strike and defeat him. With Beluga defeated, Grafia announced the outcome, and Rius smiled, proud of Kiba's performance. Kiba expressed hope for the remainder of the game, but the announcer interrupted with a surprising request from Cersex. He had elected to challenge the king in black to single combat with his pawn to determine the winner of the rating game. Gasps filled the arena as everyone processed this unexpected turn of events. Kiba questioned Rius's reaction, and she was taken aback by the challenge. Issei assured her that he would not go in alone, expressing his concern for her. Rius affirmed her trust in him, and Issei promised to win. Rius accepted the challenge, and Issei was teleported into the battle arena to face Cersex and his pawn. Cersex taunted Issei, eager to see who was the strongest. Issei sensed the aura of the Nemean lion within Cerex's pawn, realizing the significance of this power. He acknowledged the incredible sacred gear, shocking everyone present. As the pawn transformed into his Nemean lion form, Issei prepared for battle, donning his battle armor and summoning all black. The clash began as Issei charged forward, landing a strike on Cersex, but the blow had little effect. Cersex retaliated with a powerful punch, sending Issei back. Regulus, Cerex's pawn, attempted to attack, but Issei countered with a fierce punch. The two opponents worked in tandem, trying to overwhelm Issei, who leaped into the air to evade their assaults. He unleashed a wave of magic in the form of a lion, engulfing both opponents in a massive explosion. Cheers erupted from the audience, rallying behind Issei. Cerex's pawn urged him to use a powerful ability, but Cersex dismissed the suggestion, reserving it for extreme measures. Issei encouraged Cersex to give his all, believing it was only fair. After a moment of contemplation, Cersex agreed, enveloped in a golden aura that resulted in a tremendous explosion. When the dust settled, Cersex emerged clad in golden lion armor. The final battle was now underway, with both warriors prepared to showcase their true strength. As a golden, red, and black blur clashed, the two began to trade blows. The announcer exclaimed that they were going head-to-head as Cersex caught Issei's left hook and struck his chest, breaking his armor and sending him flying backward. Issei thought to himself that Cerex's strength had nearly quintupled. He examined his armor, realizing the gravity of the situation. Knull warned Issei that he needed to stay sharp. Cerex's power was significantly stronger, and his attacks were surpassing Satan class. Issei had no time to respond as he leaped into the air to evade an ambush from the devil. However, Cersex managed to grab Issei's leg, bringing him down with him. Rius encouraged Issei, urging him to persevere as everyone awaited the outcome of the battle. Issei unleashed a powerful attack, bursting through the smoke at Cersex and cracking his armor. Cersex retaliated by grabbing Issei's arm and delivering a kick to his chest, breaking more of his armor. Despite this, Issei held on, and Cersex managed to kick him in the face, causing his armor to shatter and sending him flying back. Issei struggled to his feet, blood trickling from his left eye. Cersex taunted Issei, reminding him that he wasn't giving it his all. As Cersex dashed toward him, Issei dodged and coated his foot in his aura, kicking the devil back a few feet. Issei then communicated with Knull, indicating it was time to unleash their true power. Rius watched in astonishment as Issei's face transformed into Knull's, and his body grew in size, merging their powers. With his helmet forming and mask activating, they declared their true strength to Cersex. As Issei charged from the smoke, he unleashed a rapid series of attacks on Cersex, who absorbed the hits but managed to land some blows of his own. Issei blocked one of Cersex's hooks and countered with a punch to the face, followed by a spinning back kick that sent the devil staggering. Issei proclaimed that this was his true power, his aura enveloping the entire arena. Cersex welcomed the challenge, his own golden aura exploding around him as they both charged at each other, exchanging fierce blows. Issei summoned a hammer made of his magic, swinging it down on Cersex, who braced for the impact, damaging his armor. Cersex retaliated with a punch to Issei's gut, causing him to stagger back. The crowd cheered for Issei as he weakly pushed himself up. Knull reminded him that their transformation had already weakened his body and that they had limited time left. Issei growled in determination, but Cersex kicked him away. Undeterred, Issei coated his fist in his aura and struck Cersex's chest, then slammed his head into the devil's, finally cracking his armor and sending him flying back. Issei resolved to keep attacking, refusing to give up. He charged forward, unleashing another flurry of punches infused with his magic. Coated in a void dragon, he unleashed an attack named Void Style, Exploding Lotus, which caused Cersex's armor to explode from the force of the impact, though Issei was also sent flying back. The crowd erupted in excitement as the dust settled, revealing Issei struggling to rise while Cersex returned to his human form, seemingly exhausted. To everyone's shock, a ghostly figure of Cersex's mother appeared beside him, encouraging him to rise and show his true potential. With renewed vigor, Cersex stood up, his power surging. The two warriors charged at each other once more. Issei grabbed Cersex's arm and struck his chest, but Cersex countered with a kick to Issei's face, causing him to stumble. Cersex declared his determination to defeat Issei and prove his worth. Issei smirked, confident in his abilities, and declared that it would end there. Both warriors charged their final attacks, and as they unleashed their powers, their fists collided, creating a massive explosion that shook the arena, leaving everyone in awe. As the dust cloud enveloped the arena, the crowd awaited the outcome. When the dust finally settled, both men were still standing, though Cersex soon fell forward while Issei dropped to his knees, breathing heavily. The announcer declared Issei the winner of the match, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Issei was teleported out alongside Cersex as everyone rushed to congratulate him. Kiba joyfully exclaimed that Issei had done it, while Rosweiss praised the incredible fight. Rius rushed in to embrace Issei, expressing her gratitude and belief in his victory. Issei reflected on the intensity of the battle, grateful for the opportunity to fight Cersex. The children continued to cheer for their hero as Issei waved at them, while Aazelle and Cersex exchanged knowing smiles. Knull expressed a desire to speak with Issei, acknowledging Cersex's impressive performance. Cersex humbly accepted Knull's praise, feeling honored to have fought Issei. As Issei regained control of his body, Rius suggested they head home together, and they all teleported back. Later, everyone gathered at Issei's house, celebrating his victory. Issei sat on his roof, gazing at the stars. His father joined him on the balcony, asking why he wasn't enjoying the party. Issei replied that he still had more to accomplish in life, particularly wanting to challenge Cersex. His father chuckled, understanding his son's ambition. Issei aspired to become the strongest devil and ultimately a Satan. His father explained that achieving such a goal would require extensive training, as the current strongest devil was a formidable opponent. With excitement, Issei leaped down and entered the room, greeted by the enthusiastic cheers of everyone present. The atmosphere was lively, filled with laughter, games, and playful food fights. Issei felt a deep sense of belonging as he observed the joy around him. Turned to his parents, eager to share some news with them. He began by saying that he and Rius had something important to discuss. His mother, Missy, raised her eyebrows in curiosity. When Rius revealed that she was expecting, both parents were taken aback. Missy's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed her excitement about becoming a grandmother. Issei's father, equally thrilled, congratulated his son and acknowledged that while the journey ahead might be challenging, it would ultimately be rewarding. Issei beamed at the support from his family.